when you know that you're the best, and you really got nothing to prove. Yeah, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause all my life I've been afraid of. Keep going but go. Never give up until I done what I told you. I really got nothing to prove. Yeah, you really got nothing to prove.
And at long last, I caught the one I've been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie.
Dinkum, 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 dinkum.
In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Dinkum.
Balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust. Some updates to the recall system. And a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hipfire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibbity Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new Survivor Pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the Skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
In the wings for the connect.
3. Is he gonna punch the can?
No, no.
자 여기서 이제 오른쪽
웰컴 수류탄 위치도 괜찮은데요. 배고파. 진짜 도망가야 돼요. 그냥 쭉 도망가야 돼요. 싹쓸이. 这地方是看不到车的。铁拳，扣扣铁拳1红2，提出来打吗？我们还有一个，这是苏泽把12月给炸下来了。在自己还有一把铁拳，苏泽打一个1炮，怎么还有？You know what? I want to know. I want to know exactly what the devs thought about this. Like, is this a main phase for the game? Like, top phase, is that assault? 이런 대폭발 사고 안 일어났죠?
네. 서클은 위로 올라갔고 여기서
자, 내가 책임진다. 간다! 더블 히트! 이거 터지겠어요!
야, 파철 피하면서.
이거는 뭐?
자, 같이 가자! 와, 두 개예요.
Themselves in this position. It has been pretty successful. BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes down. More shots coming in from Lurex. Takes down Spiro. Quizzy, the last remaining one alive, and he gets
Slam G here. What a great game for them. How they're sending it in. They want to make sure that this last one doesn't get denied here. Molotov comes in. And if you're Kilyakai, they're on fire. Oh, they got it as well.
然后我在旁边就抽一个，就抽一个，
就来，哎呦，
太难受了。
机会特别大，哦，就看多少分吃鸡了。
哎呀，斯维特曼这里急了一点，但是影响不大。恭喜 JDG。
좀만 기다려줘. 드럼님한테 좀 말해줘. 나 판단 좀 늦는다고. 좀 늦는다고.
Attack. Can they get some more out of it? Rock does go down. Explosions just rolling around.
Have to come back and commit to this fight.
So we go back up. Here comes a set coming into the blue zone. And CJ! He got run over!
One versus one versus Lou. It's gonna be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets him headshot. Boomstick falls down. But now it's next up. It's Example.
Turns into the fight for the circle. Tending blows, heavyweight fights, no speedo. He might have to go for a desperate attempt. In the wings for the connection though. But it goes back to twist.
3. Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
I'm not
He's
sure.
got it.
There you go.
来，直接就撞你这个最好的房子。
和这一推雷，对方是一个火力车，全是残血。
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，苏泽，
完美的封住了对方。苏泽1穿4。
And most of them is more full aggressiveness, more control, and Flash, he got the hit. He got the second hit as well. That will lead to the knock here.
I'm pretty sure at this point.
No Aurora actually earned a lot of points here, but Real Homie on the other hand, this is just one of those few risks. You're dropping in into a spot where there might be a team here, and unfortunately, of all the teams here, it was iconic.
Together. Suddenly they beat 2024. Perfectix though able to get the first one, goes for the second, gets the second one as well, goes for the third.
Again and again, bringing home their 4th PGS trophy.
The Falcons are starting to kind of gather themselves, but Twisted
That opens it up for Kickstart. He just runs in and 17 is gone. Looks like Flame providing some support. Lower section.
Long at the back of this house. He's got him dead to right. That is filthy.
They're going to go for the res on to H-Win, but it doesn't matter. Tom move.
Between the windows, can they line in? And it is going to be 4 angry men that pick up the clutch.
Oh, that's huge for a tongue move.
The flush as well, but Sparking will go down there from Bean. Will spot out Aries, but John will take him out. It's going! Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon!
Oh, there's a spaceman can do something, but it's not gonna happen. Bago Pop, there won't be Tago Pop.
Going to change the game, has a problem. Oh, mission ready and trouble. Oh, is this going to be support?
He's got some kills. This is the VP.
The spokes, is he going to spun? He does, and that's going to be a follow-up.
And now, oh, Shrimsy had to go somewhere. Yeah.
Curdy gets an opening knock onto it. Alo follows up as well. Go for this one, doesn't want to go around too fast.
Cool.
Yeah, baby.
Wait, where the hell is Johnny?
Hey guys, hurry up!
What's the plan, guys?
Gather as much scrap as you can. Oh, a froggy. And bolt out of here.
What's that weird noise?
Follow me. It's this way. It's not this way. Johnny, is that you?
Wait, are you a mimic?
Are you? Are you? Leroy! Johnny, no! Oh, a froggy. Oh, a froggy. Froggy. Ah!
Shh, they can mimic our voices too.
Oh, what the fuck?
Come on, Johnny. Hurry up, man.
Hey, wait for me! Hey guys!
Huh?
Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!
Look out at the crowd, guys. They want us to win.
Bullet!
No!
这把场均10分，吃把鸡。
Down!
Này được.
Đi, không bắn.
얘 죽은 거 싸우고. 얘 죽 싸우냐? 얘 죽어야 돼, 봐. 딴거 잡히냐? 2층 내려와줘.
포 하나 갈게, 다음에 포 하나 갈게.
그럼 왼쪽 강 나온다. 여기 있다 그대로. 기다려. 다음 깔았어. 가운데 하나 맞아 봐. 나 이거 탭하고 차 살아있으면 웨포를 나가도 된다.
다쳐 붙었다,
3번 쪽 하나.
나 그냥 웨포 나가서 얘 잡을 생각 할게.
Không một đâu. Đâu một cái tầng 1 vào đây, vào đây cả. Không một tầng 2. Tầng 2 yếu. Một ngoài nhà tao nè. Tao lát chạy ra mày nè. 라스트 3번 쪽 조심. 나 소리 안 들려. 핑 때문에. 밖에 4번. 여기 4번. 아직도 안 들려.
He's chasing. There's a one-man army trying to chase these two players down. Well, Khan's going to bleed out. I mean, obviously, considering it's about a fifth bleed. Oh! Nice spray from him. Duck Juice, can he pull it off? He's down to 1 HP.
Em đang biết thì có khi nó vẫn nghĩ em ở đối diện nó đấy.
Он лево пошел? Ну, непонятно. Непонятно, Хейр куда угодно могла прилететь.
Я думаю, что он слева. Вам фул право надо идти вот так вот, ребят. Так же, как вы шли.
But now, with example back up, this is going to be so hard for Tanvu. He's got the high ground to work around, though.
Now has to step away from the angle with the blue zone nade out, the Molotov out. Now he's had to step away. He surrendered the Centrodon. He has to fight his way back in. Does get the knock on to example. Spots out Batulins. Hasn't gotten the knock yet. Batulins drops down. It's going to be Tanfu chasing.
Quick, you are right where you were earlier.
Go high right now. Go high right now.
Go.
Go now. Run high right. Take green.
Yeah, the guys on the rock that was shooting at you earlier, right?
Yeah, he's still on the
Push me,
rock.
comes.
左边，靠边，倒，就剩下面两个，下面两个，下面两个吗？对，下面两个，别漏，压上来一个，别急，不能急。
Shin now has moved into the high ground, flanking around. This could spell the doom for mission ready if they do not expect it.
他右下可能会拉，我拉左边靠位置，这边树可能有一个。
Can you peek with me?
Yeah, I'm gonna stun and peek.
Your
Ready on my
smoke
stun.
stocks. That is holding your smokes.
I know.
还有闪吗？没了，我把给火打老子身上了，我打呀，打包的。打，没了，我来了，打头了，这个打头了，这里有一个。
Gats wins a huge battle against Shen there. Still very weak. Not feeling like, or I don't even know, he might not have a first aid at this point.
两个，他不知道你。来看，两个都在，左边踩掉。听到。他们打。
เล่นเลยหาจุดไม่เจอจุดอ่ะถ้าเซตมึงปาตรงไหนมึงก็ปาเลยก็ได้สมมติปาขอบอ่ะเพื่อนหาจุดเพื่อนหาไม่เจอเลย
One low, one orange.
I'm holding that green guy. He's a free kill for me.
Nade green. I don't have.
Nade him one.
I'm close on it.
ถอยเหลือใต้ตัวนึงเฮ้ยกูบักซ้ายจุดอีกตัวนึงเหรอซ้ายตัวนึงรอได้นะซ้ำค่อยไปทางขวาไปพี่ซ้ายจับไอ้ทำมองมันขวาให้ไอ้เทลมองขวาซ้ายสองตัวเลยเล่นอะไรเดียวกัน
First time reset. I'm healing.
You have two blue zones next. Next has two blue zones.
We should play right side together. Yeah. I'm loosening it.
Yeah.
You have any util?
No, nothing.
Like smokes? I'm just trying flashes, yeah? Ready? Play right side.
แผ่นเลยวิ่งได้ไหมแผ่นเลย
The blue zone is out to clear some space. A rotate here from full sensor trying to bamboozle and it works.
เล่นกันท้ายขอสมองซ้ายค่อยได้อยู่สบายมันอาจจะรีเพื่อนไว้นะตรงที่มันยิงเลยคนยิงน็อกอ่ะ
พาไปดูดิ
One directly in front of me. Low.
Where? I'm nading.
Mark him. 245 west.
Can you mark him?
No, I cannot. It's
Careful nades.
The grenade follow-up is going to be just a little. The Tingleton one will hit, though, as Bean retreats.
What's on green tree? Let's slow down. Let's look for this gut angle. I'm gonna throw smoke towards green and we peek gut. Coming in.
Another one on the tree in front of me. Alright, then take high ground. Take the left tree.
Close tree. Yellow.
Nading it. Killed me.
One shot. Give me
Hate
util.
it.
something bite.
Low right is smoke on me. You tagged low. It's running left.
Last guy anchored.
They have the info now. They know exactly where the issue is. They are revealed.
떴다니까. 야 이거 내 쪽 나 너무 패야. 내 쪽 너무 패. 내 시 봐봐. 내 시라인 너무 패게. 그냥 막 팔리는 거 조심장하나? 아니다. 알아서 해볼게. 포기 사이.
Where is he gonna be? Can you give us a mark?
He's gonna go low right. He can't push high ground. I have a head pick the high ground. He has to go edge. He could be by the tree on blue.
He's in green line, guys.
You guys can smoke.
We're just gonna win from. We'll win from you.
Yep. He's
on edge.
Running up the edge in the wide open. Well done, boys.
여기. 나 매달릴게.
뛰어올게.
3번 각 조심해 얘들아. 약간 도핑템 있어 도핑템?
안 매달려도 돼. 안 매달려도 돼.
내 자리 좋아. 내 자리 알아서 할게. 콩 날아오는 거야.
Tránh nó về, bắt đầu tránh cây à. Một cái băng nó có
А ты залутал хоть армию?
Сверху надо челов фармить, который пушит Нави сейчас.
야, 쳐다가 넘길 거야 이거. 나 폭. 천천히 해.
여기다 라스트 빼.
Бля, если выиграете 200 поинтов сделаем. Там, возможно, многие, кстати, чел.
왼쪽 봐봐. 거기 형이 봐봐.
On over, they've been sat in this compound all game long. They should have plenty of util to work with. First one down already. Just one more left to be found.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Alexander Batulin from Team Twisted Minds.
What's up everyone, I'm Tiggleton from Team Falcons.
Hello mọi người, mình là Tấn Vũ đến từ đội tuyển Dispensable.
Hello， 大家好，我是17战队的小武。
你好。
I did.
Ready guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay.
Alright. I think we're gonna smash another team because our communication skills are much better and faster, so teamwork will help us.
That's just completely wrong. Communication's key, everyone knows this, and I speak perfect Chinese, so Xiao and I are going to take one free.
Let's go.
Get me. Okay, okay.
Okay. I have shotgun,
I too, me too.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
Here.
Here, okay.
Go.
Oi, Laleo. Yeah, blue mark.
Good job.
One more.
Kill.
No!
Oh! 好了。
Okay, good job. Now we need to hurry up.
Yeah. Oh!
Hey, this right?
Yeah. Oh, there are so many people.
Oh, so. Whoa!
Hey!
Let's go.
Oh!
Let's go together.
Let's go, Tiggleton. All good. So we go to Picard now. We need vending machine and then gas tank. Okay.
Oh!
Go.
Oh no, I don't see any.
That floor, fuck it.
3 sec.
Oh yeah, I found. Let's go. Oh? Okay, nice. I have one.
It is the one that you needed. It's the first
Yeah.
No!
Let's go. Tambu, come to me. I know how to finish the last challenge.
Wait.
Come to my car.
Okay.
Wait to me.
Hey!
Fucking hell.
Laoleo.
Let's go, bro.
Lão liêu.
Let's go.
Yo, you have 8 times scope, Zewu?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, people fighting.
Yeah.
You know, there's 2 of them in warehouse.
Huh?
Be careful, Tamu. Maybe there are people here.
Okay.
We're gonna win this game now. Just go with me.
Nice.
One more.
In my house. Oh,
okay.
In this shirt.
Wait, where's the last one? Ah, here.
In this
Here.
shirt. Okay.
Easy.
It is in the casino.
You just go loot.
Oh yeah, go loot.
Go loot it. Yeah.
This is chill, you know what I'm saying?
Here.
Gongto.
Let's go.
Oh, done. Hand up.
We also have to win the game, you know?
Enemies on blue, 4 guys on blue.
Yeah, what? Yo, we're gonna die, you know? Should we just go inside?
Play circle, you know, 2019.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Falcons, Twisted Minds, let's go. Good. Oh no, guys, don't die.
One more.
Good job.
I don't have smoke.
Diggy, you should survive.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of the circle.
Oh. Good take.
What?
Holy.
Oh.
What? Yeah, he naded me from this.
Fratello, I coming.
There is a guy coming from blue.
Right.
Orange, you can kill him. Yes. Thanks for saving my life. Wait, I have C4. Let me do it with a style, you know? Don't kill him.
Oh, grenade. Over the ridge. I will push with you, brother. Right side.
No.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yes. Let's go.
Yeah.
And there goes some you guys do.
Oh. Wait, we have to be this good.
Yeah, you gotta eat the chickens. You don't want to eat the chicken?
I mean,
How low is the B-man? Oh, I want the big boy. Come on now, now. Please.
Is it really a loser challenge? You want to leave? I will just bite once.
Isn't it in Chinese? 消费刚来喽. Here comes the aeroplane.
小飞过来呢。
Lão liêu.
Wait. I'll give you a meaty part. I'll give you.
One more. Thank you. Okay.
No what?
谢谢. You like 螃蟹, 不晕蟹.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking cold. I think in terms of like public games didn't change too much. Maybe in terms of competitive gameplay, this spot will be played differently. The circles inside will be played differently. So I think it's just more interesting because map changes is always interesting for competitive.
Thì em nghĩ là những cái hòm đồ nó nằm ở giữa đường, mình có thể đem vào trong nhà để mình lút, nó sẽ an toàn hơn.
I'm happy with the update on Minas because with the old Minas layout, people used to camp like the high ground and it was really hard to move around. But now like you can move around a little bit more, push things and have some motion. So definitely a big fan of the changes there, and also the gas cans and canisters that are like in the brick buildings and the warehouses.
这个挺好的，因为毕竟有复活机制嘛，很多时候复活的队友下来没有物资据点，然后我觉得这个东西挺好的。
拜拜。
hold on. This is the PPFS. Oh, Luca, that was disgusting, but this didn't go so good.
Could be a whole bunch of other teams starting to take shots into the butts of both of these guys and forcing it down to this lower section.
They also didn't qualify for grand finals at the first DWC. So what is it that happened?
But I mean, if there we go.
Guyon.
Beep of Doom. Does the cat go far enough?
Push! Keep going! It's going! It's going! Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon! You see he's going out really slow.
There you see the
Here we go, the grenade from Opons. First one, not going to be enough. The second one cleans him up, and he finishes off Nixie with the gun before he goes down in the end. And yeah, here's Full Sense off of that knock. Will try to make the push, but Twisted Minds are ready, and they take out Full Sense as they add even more points to their already impressive total.
Util to work with, first one down already, just one more left to be found. Akan sat on his own in a 1 versus 3, and there he falls.
And there you have it, with a new PGS point record, your 4-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Minds.
"16 teams at the end of the group stage. The question is asked, which of these teams will be the architects of their own fate as they go into the next 6 games? Which of them will be lambs to the slaughter and fall out here at PGS 10? It's one more day, one more opportunity to get you through yourself into that grand final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kolaris, and joining me to my right-hand side, it is Mr. Martin, the Avenger himself. He's ready to go. He's ready to rock.
Ready to rock for the last day of the group stage. The last group stage day of PGS this year. That's kind of crazy. And we have some teams that got to get themselves in there. And actually, a lot of teams that are not safe at all.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. We're going to run through some of them as well and kind of get everything sorted for you guys at home. But first and foremost, a big thank you to Crafton as well as Heroes Esports for making everything happen behind us, and also OP.GG, because you can overpower your game over OP.GG. Check out all the stats that are going on, not only from PGS 9 if you want a little bit of a recount, but also from PGS 10 going along. And also, we have the drops, Martin.
Yes, get yourself some sprays, get yourself some nameplates, get yourself some emblems, anything you want, it's in here. You got to watch. I think it's 2 hours total. You got to commit to it. It's easy. Pretty easy.
Easy, because there's plenty of PUBG, and you'll be wanting to stay for a lot longer than that, that's for sure. And also check out the bingo as well with the QR code located down Shmia, and you can get yourself even more G-Coin on the way. We've given away so much. I've even watched some of my friends win some G-Coin as well, and they've been very happy about trying to buy some of those progressive skins and get them leveled up.
Get the levels and get the other skins, get the packages, or if the teams say, get some of the GBT skins.
Definitely, definitely. Of course, those that are currently on sale at the moment as well. I've seen Little Tiggleton kind of shilling out those Falcons ones. They look cool and green, that's for sure. But before we get everything that is going to be going off today, let's talk about how it all breaks down for this group stage. So the cutoff, Martin, we expected the cutoff in PGS 9 to be higher.
Yeah.
That didn't really materialize, though.
I mean, again, we're talking about this kind of 2.5 to 3 kind of extra points and kills average, so it should have raised, but it didn't. The total leaderboards you see here, our top 6 teams already guaranteed and through, but from 7th and down, there are some teams that obviously currently in the top 16.
Yeah.
Some teams extremely close, Gen.G, Full Sense, Expendables, all these guys extremely, extremely close to lock things in, but for Angry Men, the first team that's going to be, or the second team that's going to be passed,
Yeah,
they've
yeah.
already played 12, and I do not see 46 being enough for sure.
No, absolutely not. We have that would be a far cry away from what we've experienced in the past here. So for them, it will be impossible.
Yeah, and the big gap obviously is between Virtus Pro and Mission Ready. There's 9 points difference there.
Yeah.
And as we've been speculating a little bit about, like especially yesterday and today, is like I think there's going to be quite a significant amount of teams that's coming in there. And for me, I think there's a big chance that Mission Ready is either the 16th or the 17th team today.
Could be the cutoff. We'll see at the end of the day, as you say. But for all of that, here are the teams kind of trying to struggle, fight forwards against all of this. Now, the top teams up here with 6 games just played.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of concern about them. Yes, technically they could have a day like a Team Liquid did yesterday, but for a Forest Natural Gaming, E-Arena, these kinds of names, we're usually seeing those guys now in those finals, like a PGS9, for example.
Yeah, and currently, obviously, Buriam, 12 games played here for them.
Yeah.
They're going to be the first team out. That's going to be pretty fast. And I should say, I think the 5 teams on our left side, Twisted Mind, sure, not too worried about them. FaZe, not too worried about them. But they still need a mediocre day here, or a better day than they had previously, right? 33 points is not a lot. They should be ending up in that mid-60s here. And as you see, the historical cutoff here, and as you said, the 57 points, even after the recall points that's coming in, those 2.5-ish extra points per game should have mattered. I was contemplating the mid-60s. We didn't even break the record for most points for the cutoff there.
No, we were nowhere near, and I was a little bit surprised considering the recall as an addition to the game as a whole, but it did go to show that the sponging that can occur can have dramatic effects on that cutoff point, and we saw that there. I think we might end up seeing that today. What do you think?
Honestly, I think so too. Again, we're probably going to be seeing something around, 10 to 11 teams have a really good chunk of points. And especially if we see our group stage warriors come in and do crazy things again. We've seen Full Sends, Expendables. We've seen them have insane games, right? And if that continues, there's just not going to be that many points available, right?
Well, one of the teams that was soaking up a lot of points yesterday, the Expendables themselves, the current world champions. And I got to say, there was a period halfway through this year where I was like, what are we doing, Expendables?
Yeah.
The world champions, where are you? But man, at PGS 9 and here at the start of PGS 10, they're looking really good, especially Tanvu.
It's the Tanvu show, man.
Yeah,
Yesterday, Oct-2 was as well. This game here, I was screaming. The amount of clutches and big brain plays. The pre-nade out in the corner we see here from this one here. Later, it's going to be stepped in. Then he explodes the gas and he takes out the Panzer. He doesn't use it because the nade that he threw earlier gets Pakro there. And then the 2-man pull-up. He gets flashed. And then he said, as you heard on the stream, 3, 2, 1, carved it down, boom. Use the Panzerfaust there, fantastic. But Tanvu, man, after that, just continued to get an insane amount of kills.
Not only do I need more the Expendables at the top of the tables in my life, I need more Duck Juice interviews in my life, that's for sure.
I love
He was fantastic yesterday. I mean, actually, wall-to-wall yesterday, we had great interviews all around.
We did, yeah.
Gats at the end was
so good.
Yeah, all of these guys, more of that.
So I just did an observation here. They had 6 kills when they walked into this late game here. They killed more than half of the remaining lobby as a 2-man. They ended on 15 or 16 kills. Like, it was just insane the amount of utility they're able to lock down. They both got 7 kills each, Tanvu and Oct-2 did.
Especially insane considering that I thought that they were going to go down in that crash. But Bagelpad definitely flubbed that a little bit. But as we take a look at them, going up against another team that is now undisputed. Gen G is a great team here in the end of 2025. And now they are looking at maybe even contending for Korea's top position if they can do another great performance beyond a DN Freaks, I would say.
Yeah, and then they need to put themselves into PGC, right? They did not qualify out of the current points, so they need to get into the finals here. But with 55 points, I'm not worried about all for Gen G. They're going to come in here, they're going to stumble upon at least like in 2 games, we're going to see them qualified, see them safe, right?
Yeah.
Same for Expendables. But for them, for these 2 teams here, I'm really looking at seeing like this is some of the teams I want to see beat the triple digits. They want to see them break through that and smash in. But then again, this is the soaking teams. Once you are safe, you don't need to worry anymore, and that can kind of change your playstyle a little bit.
No, definitely. And in terms of 2 of the teams that I'm expecting to not really deviate on their playstyle, I'm looking towards China. Good old China here, who I think did have a bit of a kind of middling PGS 9.
Sure.
But JDG is back with some vengeance here after winning PCL, and 17 Gaming is kind of back to 17 Gaming shenanigans.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they might have gotten their hopes broken a little bit when they played against against Hagatory, he absolutely wiped the floor with them. But still, 47 points in 6 games is more than most teams would have hoped for here. And 48 for JDG yesterday on their Miramar games. Absolute insane games, right? They had 33 points in 2 games on Miramar. The 4 previous games before that, only 15. So that's the worry for me a little bit. If they continue kind of maybe committing to some hot drops or not have as good performance on the the first couple of games.
Would you say JDG was launching themselves into the stratosphere?
I need a Spaceman reference here to go.
Yes, okay. That's exactly where we're at.
That's good. That's good. That's good. I like that. But yeah, JDG December 12th as well. Great utility. There's a nade or two here that hurt Falcons a lot.
Yeah.
This one here rolled straight in them and actually got all of them. Got 3 kills on Falcons there. So that game that they won there, the Miramar games especially, they got 10 in the game that didn't won as well. So double digits on both of them. So big step up for them. But that's their potential downfall. If they don't get enough points in our first 4 games, there could be a world where they only have like 50-ish points. And then if, let's say, El Qadsia, they have good games, that could be a hard drop. We could see a deny. Like, there could be a bit of an attack. So we're going to have some absolutely insane games today. There's going to be strategy from top to bottom. We have some teams that are in the danger zone where we're looking at them saying, if you guys don't make it to the final, that's pretty insane. Falcons, one of them. Third place all the way through. But they're a big threat. If you're looking at from some of the other teams here, do you want a team that's consistently have gotten third all the way through the year? Would you want to have them in the finals if you can easily deny them?
I think it's going to be difficult for them to try and make it happen today for Falcons. But just to round things out for JDG, I think their story is admirable because obviously we saw them at the previous PGSs this year. It's too cool. They technically were signed by JD then, but obviously we couldn't have the name changed for them there and then. And I think they surpassed people's expectations. And then to win out PCL, I had huge hopes for them going into 9. It was disappointment for me there. I'm hoping we don't see that disappointment here in 10.
I hope they show up to the same level we saw them in PCL for sure. I think, I mean, even they didn't do at the kind of the beginning of the year, but what we've seen from Spaceman, what we've seen from Cold, like, these guys are fantastic players. What we saw yesterday from December 12th, we know that these guys mechanically are in there. I think it's about adapting to the style that the global plays. It's so different to what you're playing in regional. I think the only thing we can get close to is kind of the rapid chaos that evolves in APAC sometimes is why we see our group stage teams from APAC do extremely well here, because the group stage is just evolving and very difficult to play.
Well, here are the groups for today. Group A versus C. Here we will have a best of 6 to determine who's going to rack up as many points as they can to move on forwards. There are clearly some teams that are going to be very safe coming into today. However, some trying to claw it back. You mentioned Falcons already. I think they're on the radar for a lot of people. Obviously, yesterday there was that short interview with Gunnar saying either we're going to be first or bottom of the table, because they said that they were going to be very aggressive. And as we take a look at all of these players arriving today as well. Now, I believe, watching what we saw yesterday, there was just no aggression from them, even though they feel like they could have been aggressive. It just did not come together. What's your perspective?
My perspective is if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Right.
If you're getting 3rd place consistently, your recipe is correct. And sure, Twisted Minds, they were very, very far ahead of everyone. But if you get 3rd consistently, especially how RNG PUBG is, sometimes more RNG is going to come your way. And if that recipe works, that's going to go from 3rd to 1st. And that's going to come. And we've seen it.
It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time, right? And I think a team as consistent, and if it wasn't for Twisted Minds, we would have been singing the praises of Falcons this year. If it wasn't for Twisted Minds dominating so much, it would have been all the stories would have been Falcons. And leading into PGC, Falcons would have been the favorite. But there is just a big brother in the lobby that's just so much better right now, and it's undeniable.
It is tough. It is tough. And today, of course, we'll be starting things off with Erangel. We have the wildcard mats, and of course, we have Miramar to round things out as well. So definitely my eye on them. I continue with Americas, of course, with Team Liquid. I'm really hoping for a huge bump up from them. It's looking dicey, though.
Talked to Nomi, the analyst for Team Liquid, just before the game started, and he said, you know what, we need a big game. And I said, I think you need 50 plus today. You need to get into that mid-60s to be safe. It's done before. It's possible. So I'm not too worried about them, to be honest.
We're hoping for it. We're hoping for it. Any final teams you have your eyes on?
Yeah, honestly, the big thing is obviously does JDD start off, because they're going to have a fantastic day if they have some good rolling here, because then they're going to go ballistic later.
Thank you very much, Avenger. We'll check in with you throughout the day, throughout these games. It is time. The final day of group stage. Some of these teams need to claw back points. Let's find out who it's going to be.
In a 1 versus 3, and there you have it, your 4-time.
We used to make fun of Twisted for always getting third, and we used to just kind of laugh at them even though we were worse than them regardless. Now that's us, so karma's coming full circle, and you just got to break through. We know we're capable of it, but right now we're kind of stuck.
As soon as we were done and we realized, we had second, he just insta-called, let's just hug it out. Let's just be proud of what we've done. No one should feel sad or anything, because it is a bit bittersweet getting second place.
197 points was not goal for us. We didn't expect that. Yeah, after the games, we would like to see 200 points. 第一次在酒店里面看别人打决赛，然后心情的起伏可能有点糟糕吧。在打的时候，给自己的压力太大了，然后比赛的结果有点不尽人意。 ผมว่าเพื่อนทำได้ดีเลยครับในการมาครั้งแรกครั้งนี้ แต่ก็ยังขาดอะไรที่แบบว่าทีมเราต้องการอยู่ครับผมที่แบบต้องคอยเติมกันเพื่อให้เข้าใจกันมากกว่านี้心情有点跌宕起伏吧，就能拿到第5名挺意外的。就是我觉得我们4个人的心态还是比较好的，就不管第一天打得有多烂，就第2天还是能调整过来。 还是我们挺相信自己的。 일단 되게 저희가 잘하는 모습을 보여드리려고 노력을 할 거고 저희 FM 포천이 얼만큼 잘 준비해왔고 세계 무대에서도 먹힌다라는 걸 꼭 증명해드리겠습니다.
แน่นอนอยู่แล้วครับว่าต้องการเป็นที่1ในประเทศไทยแล้วก็ในระดับที่สูงขึ้นต้องรอไทมิ่งหรือว่าจังหวะที่แบบผิดพลาดให้น้อยที่สุดครับก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นแชมป์ได้
저희가 사실 PGS 9만 조금 절었다 생각을 하고 이때까지 저희가 우승 경쟁력이 충분히 있는 팀이라 생각을 해서 저희가 트위스트 마인즈랑 맞붙는다 해서 10에서 저희가 부족하거나 그런 상황은 안 나올 것 같습니다. 더 많이 얘기하고 많은 피드백을 거쳤기 때문에 더 성장했을 거라 생각을 합니다. 플레이로 보여드리겠습니다.
Thì tại giải đấu BGS10 lần này thì chúng mình sẽ mang một cái phong độ khủng khiếp hơn. Chúng mình sẽ tiến vào chung kết, chúng mình sẽ là đội tranh vô địch với Twist. Chắc là bọn em sẽ trả thù được, chắc chắn rồi.
We really want to break the third place curse, so this tournament we're either going to play to win or we're going to play to get 16.
Like we all know, our performance was good enough to win almost any other tournament. We could just improve it a bit, we are up there contesting with Twisted.
So it felt like we'd be chasing us. Maybe last 2 games. We could have won, but it's unlikely it's us. I'm happy if someone wants to take revenge on us. We need a change. Otherwise, we'll take our 5th PGS trophy.
Welcome one and all once again to sunny, beautiful Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where we are getting ready for the final day of these group stages for PGS10. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby, and Toby, 57 points was good enough to be the cut line in PGS9. Will that be enough here today?
Oh, putting me on the spot
right off
from
the bat.
get-go. You know what? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say we had a lot of top sponging throughout PGS9. I think it's going to even out a bit more. So while 57 was the cutoff, I'm going to go 59.
59, okay.
Yeah, that's my number. We'll see.
We'll take 59. Somewhat nice. But while you are correct that we did have a lot of point spongers in PGS9, it seems like some of the teams that did not find their performance, their footing in PGS9 are starting to find some of that now, specifically talking about JDG, some of the teams that the analyst desk was talking about to start off the day. JDG really kind of found their way.
It's been a surprise turnaround in who was able to perform through PGS9 groups, hi guys, and who wasn't, because I feel like we had teams that did deliver in PGS9 groups that have also in return not done a whole lot this time around. So we're changing things up a little bit, which of course is to be expected, but it's all about who can rise up to the occasion today effectively and get to play some more PUBG this weekend.
It would be absolutely remiss to not mention the team that has glown up the most since PGS9, which would be those DN Freaks.
Yeah, we say glown up. I say come back to shine again.
Found the light once again. Yeah,
exactly.
That makes sense.
They stepped off. They took a little breather in the non-grand finals group, and then they were like, oh wait, we do remember how to play the game. They came back in and showed us. I mean, as impressive as the performance has been, I feel like it's also to be expected, kind of, given what we've seen from them in the past.
And there we see Petrichor Road with Ike's left and his big shiny watch.
Welcome back.
Not so much finding the shinies in the lobby, though. It's been a little bit of a slow start for them. 20 points yesterday.
Yeah, nothing to write home about, that's for sure. Hopefully for them, I will say I removed him from my fantasy team coming into the day. I was a believer yesterday, but after seeing them play, they seem a bit disjointed. Hopefully having had 24 extra hours together here in Malaysia will help them out as we now go over to Erangel for the first match of the final day of PGS10 groups.
And there you have it. You can hear them screaming in the background. Everyone from groups A and C ready to get this thing underway and determine who will make it to the grand final in PGS10. There's a lot of teams still have their eyes on that cut line. Not anybody really without a shot or a hope. I mean, remember, PGS9, 4 a.m., 10 points on day one, turned around the next day and absolutely showed out, made the grand final. So I think a lot of teams that underperformed maybe in day one, looking at that for a little bit of inspo.
Definitely. And I mean, speaking of 4 a.m., just to mention two teams that we know pretty much guaranteed will not be making their way through is, in fact, 4 a.m. alongside Buriram. They have done playing, not sitting here today, and they have not been able to garner enough points. So outside of them, everyone else still has a shot. We heard from Falcons earlier, they said it on the desk too, that maybe they're going to be with a target on their back, a good, consistent grand finals team you would like to avoid if can be. So expect to see, not just for Falcons, but honestly, most teams around here, we are going to see some contested, not necessarily drops, but some early game engagements due to the implications that this day has of play.
We see some of those drops happening right now, going for vehicles, a little bit close as the plane did hug hard off to the east. So those drops going to points west, maybe a little bit closer for comfort than some of these teams would prefer. As we see JDG setting up, they've got Forest just around them, but the circle does pop and it is going to center just south of Stalber.
Interesting northern circle on this one because it comes off a very hard eastern plane path as well. So for rotations come north, I mean, we can already see how bundled that entire south side is down by Milta and whatnot. Expect to see a lot of teams, especially the edge teams anyway, take wide reps on this one all the way maybe over Everest and coming in on that shooting range northern side. That could be one of the big choke points in this circle as teams are going to start making their way further north.
And a couple of teams down on Military Island and a few more on the south coast. We'll have to make those decisions pretty shortly as we check back in with JDG. Forest definitely has been known to engage in these early fights if they feel like they have the advantage.
Oh, yeah.
And I think JDG, they would prefer to just pull away from this and live to fight another day.
It's honestly the first time forever for me in terms of fantasy and whatnot I've ever even considered picking a Forest player for my fantasy team. But for what we've seen from them, both through parts of PGS 9, but also here in PGS 10, I'm like, you know what? Scabby and the boys, there's something to it when it comes to individual prowess.
They do have a little something, especially that boy Kiss. He has been an absolute revelation this year from that APAC region. As we see the historical cutoff points, 57 points most recently in PGS 9. Obviously, this is also one of the first events that has included those revive stations.
True.
Which some were wondering if that would impact the point cutoff. But so far, it seems like it has not been an issue, as Lou will survive.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen in third-party analysis being done online is that the point total has risen, or kill total per game has risen by 2 point some on average. Of course, the data is still somewhat limited, but still, it's not been, I think, as big a number. I remember when it first got mentioned that we were gonna have the revision players, like, oh, there's gonna be 10 more kills per game. It's gonna be crazy. In the end, it hasn't, at least not yet, proven to be absurdly impactful. But of course, still some impact. 1 point has been the difference maker for many teams and many tournaments in a row.
Worth noting that Petrichor Road finding themselves all alone there at school and apps, while Twisted Minds has moved up to Yasnaya. Maybe a symptom of who is that's usually a 4 a.m. spot.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's Twisted Minds doing some day-to-day adjustments, which, well, we would expect from the champions, right?
Well, that, and also I think Petrichor are probably going to go into school and apps regardless of whether Twisted Minds are going to go there or not.
Enough.
And given that Twisted comes into Sustain not being completely and utterly immortal with 33 points, of course still with a good shot to make it through, but also at the same time a lot to lose in spending your time hot dropping.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're Twisted Minds, you got to feel like Petrichor Road would absolutely love to do nothing more than to knock you out of the grand final, even if it meant sacrificing their own grand final. So
wouldn't be the first time.
It's I mean, now that both of these teams are really kind of locked in for PGC, that would I wouldn't put it past them to do a little they've pre-tournament working.
They've done crazier for less. Let's put it that way. As the teams make their way up the hillside towards Stolper proper, met by a red zone in rotation. We haven't really seen, surprisingly enough, honestly, the red zone have a whole lot, if any, impact in terms of kills and whatnot in PGS 9 and 10. So maybe, just maybe, change the game will be the first ones met by. And we are following Hangyi a lot, so maybe there's some observer cursing going on. Now we're even zooming in as well. This is waiting for an explosion to take place.
Well, it's no explosions to be found just yet, but Alo finds an angle onto Ares from down low. And yep, the analyst desk, we're talking about it today, 50 points.
Yep.
Got to be at least a minimum goal, really, for Team Liquid after what was a very, very forgettable day one.
Yeah, I mean, you said 57 coming into it. I just said 59. Looking at their 13 right now, it's a
lot of work to do.
Unless if you start off with like a 20-kill super performance, you're looking at effectively double digits almost every game.
Yeah.
Did that just fly through the roof? Yeah. Like a missile just throw into the building.
I really hope not. No, I've unlocked.
I'm not sure what just happened.
I think I've just unlocked a new fear. Okay, Belmoth with that high ground position, just keeping track of change the game, making sure that they don't get too greedy. As Arena started making their way from the south, just south of Yasnaya. It looks like Twisted Minds have opted to stay inside the city, and they are going to have some company as Petrichor Road has moved in on the western side as well. We see AZ starting to creep in.
Yeah, I like the full send split we've seen here as well. When you have the double barns on that southern side of Stolp, I mean, it's not often we talk about circle magneting on Erangel, but I do feel like that compound in particular gets a lot of love for the circles, and when you sat there early on with full control, you should have a pretty good thing going.
Surely. And interestingly enough, though, 3 Twisted Minds inside Yasnaya still, but Lou managed to find himself a compound just on that eastern side of Stolper. So we'll keep an eye on that as we check in with Vard from FaZe as Kickstart will get himself a nice little new present. Falcons have a lot of room to work around here on that low ground on the eastern side of this zone. They do have Alcacia that's still kind of creeping around on that coastline. We'll see how close they can get.
Yeah, and for them right now, Falcons that is out on that east coast, it's about maintaining that space for as long as you can, because you know that if next circle comes anywhere near you, and honestly, even if it doesn't, that east coast is going to be one of of the biggest, if not the only, transition point for a lot of teams. So a lot of traffic will come your way guaranteedly. So the more control you have there, the better you can filter the information across to your teammates as the opponents come running on through, the better off you're going to be.
Still about 6 teams outside of the zone right now. More interestingly, these two down here on Military Island. FM Potion still in Novo. SGA, meanwhile, is in vehicles off to the west. It looks like they might be making a send for the bridge right now. I'm curious as to what the play was there, if they were maybe waiting to see if FM Potion maybe got an emergency pickup and if they can take advantage.
I mean, it goes back to what we were saying as soon as we saw the...
Is that the E-pickup?
I think it might be stuck down there.
Oh,
no. But it goes right back to what we were saying as soon as we saw the circle pop. Everyone knows there are only so many angles of approach to this first circle given the plane path. So I think that's why the southern teams are taking extra time, not knowing exactly how delayed those teams in front of them are going to be as well. Expect the trap plays, expect the ambushes, play it slow, play it smart. That's what we're seeing from literally anyone coming in on that south and the western side.
Almost the same as if military circle in reverse.
It's quite literally.
For these teams on the south.
Exactly.
So Gen G, they're making their way across. Is that Potato Mountain? Yeah, it is. Okay, so they're just kind of creeping in. They've got FaZe just off to their east. FaZe, this is an interesting push from FaZe. They've got Gustav still on the south side of the zone. James is kind of creeping around towards the center. So they're very, very wide split, putting themselves at a pretty high risk of losing somebody if they're not careful.
FaZe likes to do this early play of, if you're not contesting us, we might as well take it. And then, as you say, it comes with the risk of, if you then do get contested or in any way, shape or form surprised, the opportunity for your team to collapse on any given spot is that much smaller because now you're spread real thin, right? But now again, I mean, they went north, they scouted forward. James now hearing shots fired by both Alcacia and Twisted. Of course, unknown to him that those are the teams. Will go a bit further south. So in this case, I think smart adjustment by FaZe of going, okay, now we figured out where they are. Now we made more space for ourselves. And as you're saying, I mean, they're set effectively with overview of the entire bottom half of the circle.
James fulfilling his scout role, essentially. Fex, the southern half of this wide split now, kind of exchanging shots with Gen G. But it looks like he should be safe, although now SGA is starting to arrive. So we'll see where the new zone takes us. And it's going to center up just above Yasnaya.
Imagine this, right? Looking at the group stage top players right now. If you had told me a year ago that we were going to have 4 out of 5 being APAC and we don't have Tycon or Himas playing this tournament, I would not believe you. But look, oh look, there are new stars shining at the top of the APAC League.
I mean, it feels like every tournament. It feels like we were finding a new APAC star. As SGA doing pretty much the same thing FaZe was doing, except they're going in as 4. And they're going to send it right to the fields. They're going to find that blue house completely empty if that's what they decide to do. Meanwhile, Yasnaya is getting a little bit more populated now as E-Arena has committed to the south side. 17 even looking at kind of making their way into the southeastern side, although they do have Petrichor Road over there. I'm not sure if any shots have been exchanged just yet. But 17 looks to be executing a little bit of a 2-2 split here.
This is an awkward situation of how thin do we dare to split. And I think Little Ghost will soon realize that they split a building too thin, as Ixlif is set here ready and waiting. He's heard the car. He's going to hear these footsteps. And if Little Ghost goes in here, he's going to be met with an organ. 3, 2, 1. There you have it. Easy peasy. First point of the day. It's pretty much a spoon feed from one side to another. Xiao Wu now it's down as well.
Yeah, Ming Ming immediately popping back. As soon as those shots were taken, he looks over. Now Chewy is going to see if he can maybe go and flush this out. And they just call it a 2-2 pickup for Petrichor Road there. Nicely done by them, considering, I guess they must have just been sitting there waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, I mean, and they were, and I don't want to call it surprising, but definitely out of the norm for the playstyle of Petrichor, who like to be aggressive, who like to, as we call it, puffer fish and scare teams off and maintaining control early. This time around, they lured them in successfully, and well, 17 limited now to a container.
That's all they have, baby. That's all they need.
Maybe, I mean, if circles keep going to Wizard, then that's top 5 guaranteed. We'll see.
Could be lucky. We'll see. We'll see. The south side's still very active as, oh no, cold. He's
got it.
All right, he's good to go.
Style points.
They're starting to wrap kind of a little bit more towards the east. However, you've got the Expendables doing a big wide split on the southwestern side of the circle. FN Potion, remember, coming in very late from Military Island. They're still kind of hanging around on that south side. So JDG looks like they're going to stop down, do a little bit of scouting, make sure that they don't run into anybody, as Forest, they're our northernmost team and our highest team on the map.
Yeah, Forest, they're, I mean, for good reason, playing it very slow up here. They heard change the game, come in on that western side, and they're wanting right now to be the northernmost team. They're making sure that no one is filling in from behind. Again, with the plane path and the circle to follow, it's for good reason that they're expecting that there should be other teams up here, but little do they know there aren't.
A little bit of a Forest-type move, I guess we can call it now, as they see CTG and they decide that we would like to take that fight. We're fine with this. They most likely have scouted out their east. They know that there's nobody behind them. There's nobody to their north. They can have this fight directly in front of them as CTG is going to call a hangy back.
Exactly. They're fortifying this position. They're hearing these vehicles come in, so they have time to position themselves accordingly, and they are. Chan, bullets fired, not a whole lot connecting, so Forest will get to run off. Big circle coming in here. Where are we going? Oh, we're going hard southeast, and for any Forest player that were looking to collapse in those warehouses, you better divert. And you can see they're doing that right now, spinning out and doing so. We gotta go east into the open fields east of Yas.
The rotation pathing for Forest here is Tigger in a perfect spot to take advantage. Going to wait for the last car. As is tradition, the few shots will come out. He's going to find some damage, but won't get the knock as Forest survives a little bit of a scare there. While that was all happening, Alcacia, they had popped that E-pickup, and Genji's Bean was in a perfect position to just completely spray them down, but they get blessed not only with they get blessed twice, essentially, with the circle falling on top of them.
JDG slow on their initial rotation, but blessed with the eastern shift, and great read on their part of this one too. The siege shift east, they go, wait, we have a highway set up on that southern side. If we execute it quickly enough, we can get everything for free. And well, they just wrapped underneath FN Pochon, and now they're set with good control out there in the woods. Could potentially flex further over to the J compound, but I'm not sure they're willing to go that far. No, December 12th is going back south towards Mansion.
Yeah, and I think Genji calling people, Orca might be calling people back to take that fight with JDG as we check in with 17. They are right in the midst of the Expendables. Tanvu had a huge day yesterday. Kenny started off here again. Xiao Bei one bullet away, and there it is. Tanvu will get the knock and immediately turns his attention over to 770.
Yeah, exactly. They know that they have a wounded 17 in front of them. If they can take out the final few, that makes their next rotation so much easier. Delvin is chasing with the low-speed glider coming in. Let's get the flush onto Xiao Bei. I don't think this... it's gonna collapse into the tree.
Come on, you got
it. Okay, he made it happen. It works. We're in the air again.
Little low pass. It's fine. He's got this. He's all over it. Well, the Expendables, okay, they're going to steal one off of 17. Now, 770 still off outside of zone, and if Delwyn has his eyes on, if he spotted him, he should know. You can see he's just swapping around, scouting around, seeing what else he can spot. Is 17. It has been a rough go for them after losing 2 in Yasnaya and then losing Xiao Bei right there. 770, the last player left alive.
I mean, honestly, FN right now has a great chance of keeping teams out. We talk about often how these teams on the edge, they want to maintain buffer space. They want to have elbow room so that when they get shifted away from, they have more space to maneuver, right? Right now, if they can, I know it's a tall order, but if you can hold off Expendables here, with everyone else being in the northern side, we'll see if it's going to happen or not. And there we are.
Ghost ride the whip.
Wah. Glider provided for whoever feels like. Then you get a crate with it as well. You know what? A double.
That is the hardest.
Dangerous to go
the hardest bait I've ever seen.
Yeah, probably.
As actually it was Delwyn. Delwyn gets taken down by Rex. So the Expendables down to 3. Still playing around that edge. Still looking for 770. But he's going to hop on his bike and get on out. His Team Liquid try to make their way through Yasnaya. They're going to run into Twisted Minds. New Circle pops and is going to leave the city altogether. Ian Arena in a good position to do a little gatekeeping here.
Yeah, timing for Twisted couldn't be any better in this fight either. They're sat here waiting. They heard Liquid come their way. Good trap set up for them. Lou finds Purdy. And now swings around for the second. We've seen more and more of Lou sort of play the lead in some of these fights, which I'm liking to see. Of course, we know the capabilities of all of them. But this has been good as we see the orange trail, the explosion soon to follow. Tigger's in the car. SGA, you better get out, and they're running for it.
You're going to send it. He already had the smoke prepped, and Zephyros will survive. But he's got to get back in. Change the game is starting to hover around, but Full Sense immediately follow up that beautiful C4 play by sending the rest of the team there. But Taxter finding some angles on his, and now, yeah, CTG sees the kill feed. This is looking pretty juicy. Flash will go down in the end. Full Sense eliminated in 16th place.
Great read by Change to the game. They came in initially going for this position, but then they have the C4 explosion and everything that followed. They go, you know what, this is too hot, we're leaving. But now they start seeing knocks onto Full Sense in return, and they call the pivot going back for it. Issue is, one C4 rarely comes alone, and with a Full Sense before, now it's a Falcon coming. That could have a triple kill, maybe a quadruple written all over it. The vehicle gets the triple. At least one more player still alive.
The war of attrition over this building in the middle of the fields will be won now by Falcons. They take no knocks, and they have 4 alive, and nobody left on the north side to really peek over in this direction. The Falcons, the last one to arrive, and they are looking like prom queens right now.
The last one to arrive so far.
So far.
Are we having any takers? Going once, going twice? Anyone want to come in with a C4 and see if they can get themselves a quad?
Well, if you're not going to get looted off of that, I'm not sure what you're going to get looted by. They should probably be sitting on 20-plus smokes when all is said and done here. As we see what's left coming out of Yasnaya, seems to be Twisted Minds and a few solos.
Exactly. Still, teams have to make their way on through here as AC running in the blue still, alongside 7-7. I think 7-7 was able to get the rest on up to at least one of his teammates. I'm not sure, though. We don't see anything tracking thus far, so maybe he did. And as a nade comes through right in the feet of Example.
There you go. First knock there as Twisted Minds trying to make their way through a hard E-Arena defense, but they're getting pressed from both sides now as Petrichor Road has arrived, but Jacob's Panzerfaust will do the job. And now it is all down to 1 for Petrichor Road, who is trying to fight their way out of the city.
Great surprise angle there by Jacob. I mean, Petrichor, for good reason, expects everyone to play on the other side of that wall. He swings the corner, Panzer in hand, finds the double. Good job on his part with that surprise off angle.
Explosives looming large so far through 5 circles as the new one will pop. And oh, look at FaZe. They're looking
chilling.
Juicy. Right there in the dead center forest. As soon as that pop comes through, they're going to make the push onto Alcancia, but Olympus is going to go down immediately. But that C4 will take down the rest. There's 1 left alive for Alcancia as Forrest makes the crash in. 7700 still trying to survive and fight his way out of Yasnaya.
We've lost 24 people so far. I think we've lost more people to C4s than we have to guns at this point. Almost an entire team wipe on one side. 17 now falls as well as the confirms do come through from Forrest on the other side. Scappy finding his second.
Sure, we will get a replay of that Forrest and Alcancia here soon. Twisted Minds still trying to survive. This is what's left, the remnants. It's all down to Roth as the other two have been flushed out. D is got to be going down here pretty shortly. Baron making that push with MP5 in hand. Roth trying to slow things down with the Molotovs. But you got to imagine it's only just a matter of time, and Kiss will be the one that does it. Alcancia out in 11th.
Exactly. Making space for themselves issues. They have a new rotation to make, and I think going to be an easy one coming down this hillside. FaZe still sat dead center. So far, no points, because again, they haven't really had eyes on anyone. But the west, the southwest being it, is going to be the new big focal point, and there is another C4 in the making, but Sanvu shut out of the... You know, that might be saving him.
It's going to be enough. You got to think it's going to get there. Cold has to hide behind the tree. He's dancing. He's going to go down in the end anyway, as Suze will flush out Tanvu.
I thought for a second Tanvu getting knocked there would actually get to stay him alive, but not quite the case. Will fall in the end of it as Cloris tries to clean up, finds the flush on 1, but there's still hot rotation to make.
Duck Juice having a huge day yesterday, looking to follow that up with another one here today. Gen G, though, they've got eyes across the fields. And Suze still from the blue causing problems.
Yep.
Kind of slowing things down for the Expendables. Duckshoe's in a better position. Cloris has to stop down to heal up. Can't even afford to drop the smokes, and Suze knows it. He is just going to hard peek him as we get a replay of that push from Petrichor into Jacob's Panzerfaust.
Just don't expect that peek around the angle, and oftentimes you see one playing the garages out front, but smart read, great understanding of where the pressure was going to be applied for by E-Arena in that fight.
And there you go. Suze ends up getting the knock on the Cloris as he will bleed out pretty quickly here. Actually, must be a multiple knock, but now it's Duck Juice's turn. Can he get revenge for his fallen teammate And it looks like he might be actually thinking about going for Glories right here. No, he's down.
Yep.
Ain't no way.
Down and out. Too semi-rewarded with a point. Very patient in that one, but able to get it in the end before he eventually does go down as well. As FaZe now finally spotting opponents come through. Will fight Forest Gaming, so they're going to fall in 9th place, but we're able to get 4 points at least before they fail. Only now are we making our way into placement points.
FaZe in that classic situation of having the great compound dead center circle, but nobody appearing around them to really capitalize on it to get any kills. They've got 2 so far. We'll see if they can collect a few more to finish this thing off, but they've got a 4-man Gen G still on their south side. You got 3 of them all in one car right now while Bean is solo hunting.
Exactly. I mean, there's going to be nowhere you can play from at this point in the game from where they can't see things. As Bean does get found by Oct-2, should be with a flush to follow. Next rotation come through, should be on the side of Falcons up in that north, but I think they're trying to be patient about this. They're waiting to see what's happening.
That has no wheels.
If he's is he just placing it there and running?
It has no wheels.
Well, you know what? If they knock him and they come this way, that's gotta be it, right? It's like, I'll take you guys down with me sort of idea. Like, oh no, they're pushing me. What can I possibly do? And then he fell. Okay. I like the idea of them pushing him and be like, wait a minute, this is a bait.
I think he might have 500 IQ'd himself out of there before realizing that he was 1 wheel shy of a perfect plan. Well, Twisted Minds trying to make their way through the smokes, but E-Arena still has the angles. Lou will go down while Perfectix and Example have to hug the wall.
Great cross.
Oh, Falcons making a move.
There. Falcons also on the run on up now. This is going to be taxed up with the nade. Finding the first flame from an off angle. Finding one of the Arena players. So they're coming out to try and make this play happen. But comes with casualties to it. They do get the elimination of Twisted though.
That was a really nice flash. But in the end, Larix was able to take him down. Nurens has been knocked, but all attention has to be put forward to Falcons.
Yeah.
Falcons taking their time. They were very slow about making this rotation, but as soon as they did, that's when FaZe started moving out of their compound to see if they can maybe get there. As Tiggleton will find the big grenade to finish off SGA.
And this is the issue for Falcons. They came up on that hillside expecting there to maybe be enough pressure on that southeast onto FaZe that they couldn't push out, but because Gen G is wrapped all the way west as well, FaZe realizing they're just going, wait, we can just play the hillside proper, and all of a sudden now Falcons find themselves caught in between 2 teams.
Once again, another nice knock on a Shrimsy from James. Opans is taking a few shots into the vehicle, but Tiggleton has the big spray. Larix now trying to peek around. FaZe still looking to finish off what's left, get some more points. It has been time to strike. They're up to 5, and they are looking good.
Exactly, making the most of it. Couldn't really get access to a lot of points early on, but they are getting a lot here. And look at this AC. He's been a solo player since there were 14 teams alive. Still making his way through and now into top 3.
All that being said, Falcons do go out in 4th place with 9 kills.
Solid.
So not a bad start for a team that really needed something to go their way. Gen G now down to Flame. He's got the P90 in hand. He's got Jeems in his sights, but Jeems has some cover to work around. You see Vard down. Jeems will go down. Fex is down. Gustav, the last one remaining for FaZe as Gen G makes their way through, and AZ still the wild card for Petrichor Road.
Some might argue that this is a 1v1v1. We'll see now who comes out victorious. AZ, first it's or death. It's what's going to happen as Gustav does find Flame. It is no 1v1, and AZ has to admit defeat. Nothing he can do from behind the wall, and FaZe Clan able to get themselves a victory here in the first game.
They win the war of attrition, and they win the war of east of Yasnaya, as they had a great spot to play, great compound, but more importantly, Toby, they knew exactly when to leave, when to start going out and collecting points, so they managed to have a fantastic game off of that.
When you can't get kills or impact early on, you have to close out games, and FaZe did exactly that. Great start for them, great start for many teams that needed something going their way, as we now hop on back to the desk before going into match number 2.
That's right, FaZe come with an extremely grueling game as they sat in the compound and wait for the circle to come to them. However, towards the very end, it got dicey over on that west side there as everybody goes for power. But there was so much explosions going on in this game.
this one house with the C4 pull-up onto the C4 pull-up onto the third party from CGG. Well, the Falcons, honestly, the way that Shrimpsy managed to get in and actually leaving enough time to get out, getting the C4 off, he got 2 flushes, he got another knock that eventually was another point, and then they're able to pull up from that and get so much more kills. Fantastic game. Of course, Facian had the center circle here, but all the teams, every single team identified, we're not going to take a fight with FaZe here. It does not make sense. We're going to try to fight each other for the kills and for the placement points that eventually when the team's coming out of Yasnaya, they die and we get the points there. That's the maximum amount of points because it makes no sense to pull up an Alamo like that. Like, it's a fortress with 4 guys in there.
And here you can see a reenactment of that game going down between Tiggleton and Gustin now. I think that all for all, I was deeply concerned that FaZe was going to lose that game towards the end. Obviously having that compound, as you rightly identify, everybody goes to the west, they take that fight. FaZe pushes out, and I don't mind the fact that they push out against them.
No, agreed.
But they were down to 1 player.
They were down to just Gustav. Luckily, he had a FAMAS, but going up against the P90, man, it's just scary. By the time you realize the direction you're getting shot from, you're already knocked, especially when it's one of the boys from the Gen G squad. Like, they're just so good, man. And it was close, but Gustav got it. Gustav got flamed down, and then AC still surviving with the heals. The amount of heal that AC did in this game was, it was more, it was just insane. I think he had like at least 12 first hits there.
Rare that we see someone healing in those moments of a game, right? Of course, yes.
That late, yes.
Yes, because the fact that it's phase 7, he's that close to the circle, he can get away with it for
400 damage done for Pero. That's crazy. For 5 kills.
All right, will be the 8 kills going the way of FaZe. Falcons with a big fight back as well. 9 kills going their way. It does look as if that this is already a much better start for them than yesterday.
It is for sure. I mean, this is almost more points than they had the entirety of yesterday, right? So a great start for them. And I just talked to them just before the game started, and I was like, guys, you have a target on your back if you don't get things rolling from the get-go. When do you think, when is the hunt on you guys starting? When are people gonna go out and get the binoculars out and start looking for Falcons in the sky? But here, with Shrimpsy getting 5, Tick getting 3, that's a massive amount of points. And actually, it's actually kind of rare. They got 4th in this game, but because of the amount of kills, they got 2nd most points, right? Because Petrogoro didn't get as many kills here.
Big move.
Well done. Well played here. Big game for Flame as well.
Yeah, of course, as we focused on Gen G at the beginning of the day, and they never let off the brakes. They just, never let off the gas. They just keep on going, keep turning up at the top.
And remember, they went into this late game with just 3. Bean got flushed by Doc Juice in the early game, right? And that's huge. 18 points though, James, for FaZe. This is a huge start for them. They had 33 to start the day. This is going to put them on 51 points.
Yeah.
This is within striking distance of qualification with 5 games to go.
Whenever you see a game like this, you always do think to yourself, though, in the back of your mind, it's like, okay, yeah, but they had that compound for a while. Do you think that there was a world where they could have, been looking for a chase or getting a few more points that way? We'll see as the games go on, but that will now position themselves in 11th place.
That's huge.
A big jump up here for the FaZe boys.
Yeah, that means they're already in our top 16. They only need to fend off a few more points here. Gen G pulling himself in 6th, pulling ahead of Mission Ready here with that amount of points. Also Expendables. And this is scary for the rest of the teams that's fighting in the bottom, right? If Gen G, Expendables, Full Sense, if they get the ball rolling early today, if they start getting a lot of points, it's not going to leave that many points for the teams chasing in the bottom, right? And that means that our cutoff at the bottom could be even scary. Here, Falcons jumping up to that 34 points here. Huge amount of points that they need.
Yeah, of course, get that 34 points position. But it's so close in these positions now that there is massive leaps that can occur if we see a similar game.
I will say this though, Buriam now out, 17th. Our first team to be knocked out, guaranteed knocked out. We knew that was going to happen. There's no way the cutoff is going to be that low. The next one is 4 AM. But the big one here though, James, is that on this screen, we just saw Twisted Minds on 18th place.
We did.
That's our defending champions for PGS, 4-time PGS winners. Could there be a target on their back starting already?
Well, I think there already was, right? They had to go to Yasnaya, of all places, which is unheard of for them. I mean, even when their backup drops have been considered, it was normally kind of like a move towards Kameshki or even other locations, but not to be the case. Anyway, let's get to it. It is going to be Erangel once again as we head over to the casters here for the Grassy Pastures.
One round down, one game, or 5 games to go as we see FaZe having a fantastic performance to start off the day. Falcons doing the same as well.
Yeah.
In another thing that happened in that game, Toby, Gen G might have secured their grand final spot after getting 11 points in game number 1.
Could very well have. From a hard eastern plane path to a equally hard, but this time around northern one. Not oftentimes we don't dip below Lipovka, but that is the case for the final angle of these PGS 10 group stages.
Mission Ready International not playing here today, but they are essentially the one team from Group B, the lowest team on the cut line, or the closest to the cut line, the ones that are going to be watching from home, kind of sweating this out as they sit at 59 points. Will that be enough when all is said and done here? As these guys have already come out. I mean, we haven't seen. I feel like we haven't seen a Yesnaya, East Yesnaya ending in a long time.
No, it's been a bit. It's been a bit. Not too often we get to go there.
That was
these
fun.
days. I do like it.
That.
Yes, I was gonna say I do like it when we then don't get them in a while. I don't need like the 10 in a row to remind us of how it is, like we get with military.
Absolutely
either we don't get melee at all, or we commit 3 entire tournaments to only going melee. I feel like this little hop around every now and again is better.
And Twisted Minds once again dropping on Yesnaya, leaving School and Apps to Petrichor Road, and Petrichor Road more than happy to spread out, get their vehicles as the circle will pop. And we are cutting down to the southeast around Prison. Are we going to get a Milta mini circle?
I was just going to say.
Talk about circles I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah. Just gonna say it's been a bit since we've down there. Well, I mean, we talked about hard transition routes for the North Circle in the previous one. This one, in similar fashion, comes in at the very end, or the circle that is, comes in at the very end of the plane path, and this too is gonna be tricky. Not, of course, just let alone the water. It's gonna make things a little more difficult. But maneuvering through from that northwest side, when your entry point to the circle is U Hill, you have the hill north of Farm, and then into Shelter. It's not going to be easy, but of course it all comes down to that first row of teams that's going to enter the circle. Where do they opt to set up shop? How far center do they dare to go? Because if they stay out on the perimeter of phase 1, everyone backfilling them is going to have a hard time to get anything done.
And you see the stats from the FaZe boys from that big win that they just secured for themselves. Man of the match going over to Vard. And meanwhile, it looked like Roth was actually creeping up very close to Shrimsy from Falcons, and somehow, some way, he manages to survive. His spidey senses tingling, but this could be a nice game for Alcatia, as they are a Milta power dropping team, so they have their choice of where they want to play.
A nice game, but only one C4 needed to change that. We'll see if that's going to be the case this time around, as they did get completely and utterly blown to smithereens in that previous game. So did a couple of other people. And thank you, observers, for the great timing of this one here. First, it was Tigger coming in, then Shrimsy sacrifices himself to do the same thing to CGT. The 4th team here in the span of 35 seconds. They get eliminated. Falcons stay alive, and then we saw it here. Forest Gaming right thereafter, or pretty much at the same time, right in the middle of the compound, finds the tribble. That's Baron with it as well. And then to follow, of course, explosions galore.
Yes, one could say a very explosive game number 1.
Is it bouncing the door? Oh my God!
How did that get Taxter? That is quite the angle. Okay, well, Team Falcons, they are also inside this zone. They're playing right around Prison, so they also have options about how they want to go along with this one. As we see, the E pickup has been popped by JDG.
An interesting one coming through. We'll see how that's going to go through. But before that, Xiao Bei, let's hear what he has to say.
我感觉 PS9 算我们队伍的低谷期，因为我们没找到自己的节奏，然后打法是反杀，然后后期让我们被淘汰，让看就是打得很错，然后 PGS10 我们会找到属于自己的节奏，然后任何一支队伍我们都不怕。
And now you know what it's like.
Keep talking, Paul. Keep talking.
And now we know what it's like to talk to Xiao Bei. Now we know what it's like to talk to Xiao Bei and while in Audacia. But yeah, so I mean, you can see that they were very disappointed with their performance at PGS9. Obviously not up to their standards, but so far so good. They are currently sitting in 13th place, and if they continue on that path that they set down for themselves in game number 1, or day number 1 rather, they should find themselves in the final once again, as we see Forest taking shots over Liquid.
Yeah, this happens out on the very, far towards the west, up north of Rostock. But what my eyes are kind of peeling right now is Petrichor Falcons. So Falcons were setting up, with control over the wizard on the western side of Prison as well. But Petrichor just aggressively rocking up on the west side of Prison, have forced Falcons half into Prison proper. The remaining 3 set up on the hillside over on the northeast. The thing is, Shrimsy still has the compound east of that are control. So they do have kind of spots they can fall back to, but Kick right now is, I don't want to call him trapped in Prison, but he's definitely not getting out anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, trapped is a hard word, but might be an appropriate word this time, as he is very much surrounded on all sides. It just depends on what Petrichor Road decides to do. I think the shots from his teammates over towards Ming Ming and Icelef, maybe putting the brakes on any types of pushes down into Prison proper too. He just still running around with reckless abandon, knowing where the shots are coming from on the high ground. He can at least know to avoid those lines of sight. As we get a look once again at our cutoff points, just a quick reminder, letting everybody know it's the top 16 that go on to the grand final, and you can see their ranks currently where they're sitting on the left there on the leaderboard.
Exactly. Only twice before in PGS 5 and 8 have we gone into the 60s, which means that if you're a mission-ready fan sitting at home thinking 59 be enough, 59 be enough, well, statistically, you should be all right, but we all know that whenever you want something the most, it can sometimes not happen, and we'll see. We'll keep track of it, of course. Right now, the cutoff sits at 42. That's, of course, going to increase by quite the margin through the day.
Absolutely. We'll keep eyes on that and keep you guys apprised, as will our gentlemen friends on the desk. They will also be making sure that everybody is aware of the situation as the day progresses, as Orca looks like he is just kind of...
Get out of here!
Yeah,
Get out of here!
That's a little peacocking from Gen G there. I think realizing, hey, we're in a 2-2 split. Maybe we don't want the entirety of Change the Game crashing down upon us.
Also, hey, I mean, for anything, for Change the Game getting shot at a lot, not taking any damage really, and just being, oh, I guess there's someone out there. We'll just we'll go somewhere else. I like the way that they approach it. I like the way they approach this circle now too, and how they're just splitting all the way down that western side of phase 1. Because again, you wanna have that highway set up. You wanna be kind of pearls on a string on these early circles when you have this much space to maneuver. Because this next circle, if it goes anywhere east, you better find an entry point quickly, because anything that's up for grabs is going to be gone within the first 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Team Liquid, we just saw, sending Luke down to scout out Heaven / Sky Garden / whatever else you want to call it. And in 17, in a 2-2, just off to the west of Milta, there's still a few teams making their way into the zone, as Hane getting very close to Twisted Minds. He is out in no man's land, unfortunately for himself. It looks like the shots will be taken at Lou, and that might distract him enough to where he doesn't see Hane, so good shots there from Did.
I love the patience from Hane there, because he knew he had Batulans jumping around on top of him. I don't know if Lou were driving there, I mean, actually kind of as bait, since Batulans was up on the hillside, but even if he was, Hane read that situation perfectly. Then you have the teammate inside Lipovka proper to kind of force him off too. Great read and great way to make sure to keep your teammates alive.
And this is what Luke saw. He saw the northern half of the 2-2 Gen G split. Team Liquid starting to feel a little bit spicy, as the southern half of the 2-2 split from Gen G looks like they're hopping in vehicles, and they're going to be making their way over here. So this could turn out into a full 4v4. Sparking, though, still left behind in Yasnaya, watching the backs of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and this tells me that Liquid is not currently looking to fully engage on the southern part of this compound proper. Had they wanted to do that, you'd imagine that Sparking was there with them, or at least in a more aggressive position to cover off angles and whatnot. But Gen G, I mean, as you say, here the shots fired, here's the vehicles pull up, and that's enough for them to opt to collapse up towards the north.
It's a fairly shareable compound while we wait
for the time being.
For the time being, while we wait for the next circle to pop, as we see FM Potion has started to finally arrive into the zone via e-pickup, and there you go. That is a A very tasty looking morsel is Clories says, nom 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 nom.
No,
there it is.
no.
All for me. All for me.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. He'll get it. He'll get it. It's okay. It's Gen G now. I mean, again, pressure applied to Team Liquid. We're the ones in the inside circle, boys. What do you want to do? Well, they want to see next circle, and so does everyone else. Where are we going? We are going Lumberyard. Up the hillside proper. That's where the circle is centered. Milta still open and available, but as I was saying before, outside of that, there ain't a whole lot to try and contest. FN Pochon now coming in with the E pickup. That might actually be perfect timing for it, too.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a single soul take a shot at them as they parachute down E Arena. Meanwhile, having to lay down a few smokes as they're getting pressured by FaZe. Alcacia are getting pushed from the north, or from the north side of their split by SGA. Cowboy will take a few shots over towards Hane just to keep him honest. But it looks like SGA, they have taken about as much real estate as they would like currently. Oh no, Gen G pushing right through Twisted Minds, and Lou will go down. Perfectix is down as well.
I had to duck off the back of the screen for that one. He came flying straight towards him, and somehow, despite that pull-up, not getting anything. Perfectix, what are you doing up on that roof? I'm not quite sure. But he is there, nonetheless. Example stuck inside the building right now. Oh, he has flash as soon as he comes in that door. Freebie, for example.
Maybe should have led with a flash on that one. Example just had the easiest shots of his life, but a few shots in his back, and that's actually from Gen G that are going to force him to move around. Belmoth and Tigger will make the push, knowing that they've got a solo player, and they will take him down as Batulins was trying to arrive for support, but in the end, he's just going to pull away and survive.
Yep, able to do so. Example, not restable, not exactly sure what his current situation is up on that roof. We'll see how long he gets to crawl around. A walk around mode? Is zombie mode? I'm not sure exactly what
I know Halloween is very close, but going to full zombie whilst on the roof, maybe a little bit too early.
Yeah, maybe. Great job by Gen G, though, again. I mean, pulling up completely blind into this position, getting not only a kill, but also forcing them off of it. Good job on them now, setting themselves solidly up there in the top of this match leaderboard.
Well, after leaving Gen G over towards Heaven, Team Liquid try to make their way up the mountain, and as a result, they're going to run through, change the game, and it looks like Luke is going to be the one that suffers the consequences as Ming Ming will finish him off. Ixlex gets spotted out by Ares. Good shots to start, but Ixlex able to break the horizon.
There's something to be said about Petrichor. Of course, we've seen how they've been kind of underperforming as of late, but in this day's worth of games, they're getting to play from where they normally do, and I feel like when they get to dictate the flow of their games, they play a lot better, as do most other teams. Sparking, he knows where the brakes are, he knows how to drive that one. Safe in that, but look to maybe see Petrichor actually rise to the occasion today and get more going as the pressure is being applied by them to other teams with where they're currently set on the leaderboard.
Is this Tigger hunting Batulins?
If he is, he missed him.
I mean, yeah, he did, but I mean, he's just sending it straight off to the north while the rest of his team is just kind of hanging out in the zone. I guess Full Sense spotted out Batulins trying to survive, and now they're hunting him down as we see Petrichor Road still 4 alive, still playing that western side of prison. And meanwhile, so the earlier incident inside prison where you had Chewy and Kickstart kind of sharing the inside has since been resolved. Both members back with their teams respectively. Has changed the game. Looks like they're playing around shelter, looking for what they can see.
Yeah, exactly. Waiting for that next circle to pop, and unfortunately they can't quite see it from where they are. They have to make their way further towards the east. Once again, up on the mountain high we go, or hillside I should say. Alcacia sat dead center with it right now, but what are they going to be able to make of it? They know there's a lot of teams coming their way, and as we can see it, Poro, pretty much everyone is coming in from that western side. Taker, who was on the hunt before, now the one. Oh, last bullet in the chamber for Batulins finds him.
The hunter becomes the hunted as Tigger will go down as Batulins hops back into the vehicle. It looks like Thanadol and Belmoth are also creeping around up there as we're just going to...
You don't take my first aids.
We'll leave a snail trail of first aids here just to be sure, but it looks like Batulins, he's still got the whip. He's still got a path into the zone, but a little point donation there, but Full Sense, they are really wanting to take this guy out.
They're going for him, and understandably so. Issue is Belmoth flipped his vehicle halfway up there, so they're going to be delayed a little bit on that approach. In the meantime, 17, wrapping their way further south. They do have an E-pickup set up. Issue is they now know that they have FaZe sat just east of them, so do you dare to go into that helicopter knowing there's a team ready to shoot at you at any moment?
There ain't no way. That would be...
They're close to it.
I guess
I'm just saying.
Okay. All right. It's phase 3. And we're going to go ahead and send it. A few offensive smokes sent down to make sure that FaZe can't see them. But unfortunately, as soon as they crest it, we will get shot at by FN Potion, though, as Gustav will go down 17, all down to about half HP. But FaZe is the one that loses one in the end.
With the flush to follow, did not expect to see that. FaZe had their eyes fully committed to the southwest. Little did they know there were people looking at them from behind. Well, 17, they get to live with the scare of getting away. Now let's see if they can get on in as they try to make landfall. Roth hitting a lot of shots. Xiaowu already gone down.
Bold play from 17 will cost them Xiaowu, but they get 3 down on the ground as Alcacia will continue to go out hunting. Batulins does get spotted out in the end, and Thanadol will be collecting a few things, maybe even a first aid.
Yep, his teammates' first aids from before.
They get Xiaobei up here after Roth. Got the knock. The smokes will come down. 770 going to make the run, and he does get there just in the nick of time. So 17 maybe able to get back up to 3 here.
Yep, good tracking there by Roth as well, hitting those connecting shots through the edge of the smoke. Rex finds James, so once again, Evan Pochon able to do some damage to FaZe, actually with the flush to follow, so FaZe down to 2 as the now wounded Expendables try to make their way further towards the south side of prison, up the hillside, but as you can see, they're just going from one team straight into another.
Quite wounded the Expendables, but they do, as you say, manage to make it through that absolute gauntlet on the western edge of this zone. Right now, Petrichor looking down towards Change the Game. All of this fighting happening on the mountainside. Off to the south, Forest hears these shots. Team Liquid hear these shots. New circle pops, and again, we're centering up over that logging camp. So Alcacia back on the clock.
Yep, Gustav back in the game as well. Can he fly all the way west to get back to his loot? He should be able to. Circle ain't closing in just yet. Assuming, of course, that he does make it all the way down to the ground. But it's the edges right now, the northwest at that most importantly. That's going to be fought over. FaZe realizing this too are going to try and see if they can go up and backfill. Forest, GCG, and Petrichor all up there.
Baron very, very low as you see Olympus trying to be the point man. Nice grenade from Baron, though, will take down Wembo, as now they spotted out Ares as well. Those smokes not blooming where he needed them to. He will be able to retreat and will survive for now, as Scappy is going to go down to Vard on the south side. Fex making the push.
Yep, solid hold by Forest, realizing they're being fought on by 2 fronts, able to dislodge the teams trying to come in and push them forward. Liquid on the inside might have a thing to say in this as well, as Fex is forced to slow things down. He still has Gustav looting on up, and unfortunately, for FaZe it comes at the loss of Vard.
Team Liquid just patiently watching that kill feed, determining the perfect type to strike here, as Fex will have to move away, and he's going to go down. Baron will take him out. So now the recently re-arrived Gustav, the last hope here for FaZe.
Yep, will be able to get his loot on up, but not a whole lot he can do to engage in this fight, I think. Still many teams, though, fighting over that northwestern side. CTG now maybe realizing that they'll be fought on for both sides. Ixlip finds one. Forest Olympus finds yet another.
They had to go somewhere, but unfortunately nowhere was good, and Change the Game will go out in 15th place. Petrichor Road now has complete control over that northwestern side. How much farther do they decide to push this, as Forest continue to wrap around looking for that last remaining player of FaZe?
Yep. While the fights go on in the northwest, straight up the north, we have the teams coming out of prison. Proper Falcons wrapping that south side of Pride Rock as 17 trying to fend off. Few flashes thrown, trying to allow for 7-7 to get back and get rest, but Glorious says no.
Glorious will be the one that steals that one away. Xiaobei spotted out by Kickstart. The spray comes through, but Xiaobei will drop to his belly to survive just a little bit longer. The rest of the boys, now they're getting the call from Tiggleton that they're getting pushed from behind by Gen G.
Yep.
So they have to make a decision here. Shrimsy has to pull away and heal back up.
They're not in position to probably take that fight. Good call on them to try and disengage.
Shots from Tig might actually
make
slow
their
that
way
down.
on in. Yeah, exactly. E-Arena taking a lot of damage from JDG as well. That's down on the southern side. So as we were saying before, all the edge is quite literally on fire. That's the center just waits this one out.
Petrichor Road now turning their attention over towards this northern side, catching 17 from behind. AZ and Chewy will be the point men as Xiaobei and Lil Ghost try to survive in the rocks. Kickstart and the rest of the Falcons boys will take shots towards pretty much everybody. They see Alcacia, they see Gen G. Gen G still in that 3-way split, and we still have full sense. What are they even doing? You got Belmoth and Thanadol off to the north, Flash off to the southeast. They're very split up, but there's still 3 alive.
What they're doing is, we just want to get inside the circle, and it's not proving to be as simple as it sounds. So again, a bit of a stall up on the northern side. All teams realizing, wait, there's way too much going on around us right now. We can't properly engage without being instantly third-partied. So now it's gone from being the north side to the east. That's going to be Little Blaze. SGA wide split on their part, but as you just called out, Poro, Flash has somehow infiltrated their lines as both Belmoth and Thanadol falls to blue.
Not much of an option there left for Full Sense.
Nope.
As we see Baron get spotted out by Alo. Liquid finally getting an angle here, kind of finding themselves in a position to get involved. FM Potion still 4 strong, playing from that center of the zone. They've got a lot of real estate to play around with, a lot of different angles that they can find on these teams to the west.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job, too, at holding people at bay. I mean, no one's really been able to contest them up close. Of course, they've had other teams next to them, but still, every engagement that's gone on, Pojon has somehow had an influence on, which is something we haven't seen from them before, is where go out and get those somewhat risk-free kills in the early game, already up to 4.
Well, LaFlamme will find SGA. Oh, no! He gets him low. There you go. He will get the knock and the flush as Gen G were doing a wrap up to the north side before they ran into Falcons, and then they pushed the pause button, but they were then encroached upon by SGA as Falcons still continue to look over in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, you see Falcons had somewhat given up that angle altogether, but as soon as that knock came through, Takelson instantly ran back to the shack to try and make sure, wait, is there a third-party opportunity for us? It sure is. Kick peeked over that way as well, but were met by bullets from Tosi, so they're going to have to slow things down here once more. Not inside the next circle yet.
Not quite yet. Lil Ghost and Xiaobei still surviving for 17. Roth will find JDG Spaceman as now JDG trying to fight their way in from the south side. The only hope they have really is SGA maybe drawing the attention of Alcatsia and distracting them a little bit. You see December 12th creeping, going from tree to tree while watching the fight that's happening in front of him. And there you go. Now Xiaobei will get taken down. Lil Ghost almost goes down as well.
Yeah, incredibly convenient utility being placed by Roth to take down 2 from JDG. Up to the north again as Falcons again try to push further forward. They know they have 17 players in their midst, but they need to take the fight to the distance from Petrichor. These angles are so hard to maneuver, and Petrichor realizes this as well. We have to go aggressive. We have the numbers. Let's clear this out, take the north fully under control.
And 17 Gaming goes down in 11th place, while Falcons, they hide out in the smoke wall. They know that the push is going to be coming through from Petrichor Road. AZ trying to be the point man here, throwing utility down in. The flash will find its mark on multiple players from the Falcons, but you see the flanking angle coming in. Kickstart will go down to that grenade. Ike's left trying to play his way in, but they're getting third-partied by Clories from uphill, who's got an angle.
Yeah, Clories uphill, Flame and Tosi. Now the remaining 2 players from Genji looking to go this direction as well. Circle Dust Puppet goes down to the southwest, so this is out of play, and that means Petrichor now has a decision to make. Do we commit to this? Do we try and fend off against Falcons? Or do we back off and play inside circle? Seems to me like they're sticking around.
6 kills for Petrichor Road so far, as AZ will try to take the spray through the smoke, see if he can get lucky. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, and now you hear the C4 beeping, so they're going to pull away. H-Wing goes down. Shrimsy, the last one left, and Shrimsy will find 2 and have to retreat before the C4 goes up.
They thought they had them fully suppressed, but not quite the case. Shrimsy catches them with their backs turned, but Flame catches him in return as Genji gets to stay alive. 5 kills for the duo.
While this was all happening, Alcatsia hold the line against JDG and SGA. They're up to 5 kills, or 6 kills rather, and they're still 4 strong, playing from that eastern side of the logging camp. Flame gets spotted out by Chewy and will go down. Can Petrichor Road, they will get the res onto Ike's left.
Only a knock thus far, but I don't see Tosi being in position to do a whole lot. Actually, it's Clories again. I mean, we talk about it more often than not, being able to salvage games. This was effectively a 0-point match for the Expendables. Now, 2 kills come through, placements guaranteed, 3 points already, maybe, with more to come for Clories.
Keep an eye on that solo player as he continues to be active. Forest down to 2, and they are on this western edge. They've got Liquid off to their north, Liquid down to just 3, but they are comfortable playing around there. sniper tower waiting for the late game. They do have angles on to Petrichor Road right now, but no knocks coming through as Alcacia now having to make their way in. Tosi gets spotted out by Ike's left. Gets the few shots in, but doesn't get the knock.
He's in trouble. Safe to say the entire team knows where he is. Are they just pulling up on him at this point? I think they are. They know they have a solo on that side of the circle. Clear him out, take the fight in front of you, and make something happen off of that. Tosi hearing the footsteps off of Alcacia on the other side as well. You'd imagine that Petrichor 2 soon will realize that they're running into a bit more than just a solo from Gen G.
And there you go. Gen G goes down in 7th. And our solo Clories continues to climb up in placements here. Alcacia starting to make their way off to the north. The circle left their position on that eastern side of the logging camp, and they decided that this was the best fight that they could take. They have that high ground. Ike's left still somehow, after all that fighting with Falcons on the cliffside, they still have utility left, still offensive utility left as he sends a grenade over in that direction.
Yeah, Alcacia, they're setting up here, just try to fend off. I don't think they're going to go in the aggressive wrapping north side because they know they have Pochon inside the lumberyard. They know they have Clories somewhere with an MK, just finding people all the time.
Somewhere.
So don't want to go too aggressive on this one. Just want to play inside circle and wait this one out. And then the west side of this for Team Liquid. I mean, had it been any other tournament with them having played better up until this point, I would have been like, boys, where's the aggression? What are you doing? Come on, go out and farm. In their case, I think, honestly, right now, they're just happy making it into the late game. And understandably so for them. They want every single save point they can possibly get right now.
Well, the circle has now moved away, so they will be on the clock. They've got to start. Oh, no.
That's the slowest run away.
And he had the C4 in
Imagine if it was on the car.
Yeah, imagine.
You have a decision to make at that point.
Well, Alcacia, they're wise to this. They are going to immediately crash down upon this, and Ming Ming will go down. So will Chewy. Ike's left the last player left alive. All he has is a UAS to hide behind as D will crash from the blue. They will get him in the end. 9 kills now for Alcacia.
Just like that, a teeny tiny mistake, a little bit of an oopsie can cost your team elimination as Liquid now finally realize we got to make a play on this Alo. Peeks on over, finds the double. Just one left alive on the side of Alcacia.
Perfect timing from Team Liquid as they find 2 immediately, but they don't know about D. D is very, very close, playing on his belly. But the circle is moving, so his hand will be forced. He's going to have to hop up, already down to half HP just from blue damage, but Alo's got the eyes, and he will collect 4 for Team Liquid. I think he just wiped out the entirety of Alcacia by himself.
Good lockdown on the north issues, and the southern side, they lose Purdy. Purdy's task here was to make sure Forrest couldn't make the wraparound. Now with him gone down, that opens up the angle on Liquid, which they immediately will have to come back and fortify. Good thing for them is that FM Pochon is doing them a little bit of help on the other side too, and alongside Sparkin, they will find Forrest.
6 kills for FN Pochon, and they are in a beautiful position to get a win here. But Team Liquid, they still got room to play around. FN Pochon can't be... They have to be careful about how they push this. Do not give them 1v1s or 2v2s. FN will continue to just collapse. They've spotted out Sparking. They have a good idea of where these Liquid players are. Alo goes down. Zenith gets 2, and that'll be a win for FN Pochon.
Not overly excited of this one. They know there's still a lot left to be done, but a solid finish in the end. Again, we talked about it through the early game when the western side of the circle was lit ablaze. They knew how to be proactive. They didn't just sit back and wait it out, and here in the end they sweep around the western side to finish things off. Very well controlled by FN Pochon.
You see Roth coaching up the youngsters as Alcacia had a fantastic game there. They would have loved to walk home with a win, but that might be enough work there to start off their day good, get that snowball rolling in the right direction.
Petrichor 2, smiles on their faces, able to get something going. Ike's of maybe saying, you know what, I'm sorry about that run over. That was on me. But that's going to do it for Erangel. Let's hop up to a break before we go on over to the wildcards. Well, FM Pochon getting themselves the victory here at the very end. It was a battle of the bottom as they were going up against
Okay.
What? It's
Can't
true.
do it to the...
Technically, it was true, Martin.
That's true. It was 22nd and 23rd place here. And honestly, that fight could be the deciding factor. Who comes in, who comes out, who goes up.
Yeah, yeah.
And for I would say, a somewhat home turf circle for FaZe Clan, I was actually looking for more points to come their way, but it wasn't the case, though.
No, but of course, as we take a look at the highlights coming in, good old Roth with a big old nade there for a few to get things a-rolling as we have this fight going on south of prison. It's technically a spot that it's a bit difficult for all of these teams to play. Not a whole lot of spots for them to kind of maneuver around. But in the end, FM Ponchong just kind of quietly comes into this one.
Yeah, I mean, the control from the south was difficult, right? And their only focus here was just to have 4 guys alive and make sure that they can take this win. But with Liquid only being 2 guys in the end there, it's going to be an easy 4 versus 2. And yeah, FM Ponchong able to lock this one down.
Yeah, very important indeed here as we take a look across all of these teams and how they're kind of playing things out. I was a little disappointed by some of the teams considering the drop spot and a circle like this, right? If you've got a team like FaZe coming in from Milta after having such a good game in the previous, you would expect them to kind of gather some momentum here, but not to be.
They were more focused on getting the teams that were coming in from the southwest out, and then they had their circle shift away from them, and it was just a little bit difficult.
All right, of course. Well, we do have a guest coming on here as we have good old Roth. Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
What's up, boys? How are you?
Not
Good
too
to
bad.
see you.
Not too bad. Oh, come this way. Come this way. Yes, lovely. Perfect.
Plenty of space.
So, first 2 games of the day. How's it been for you? What's been kind of like any stumbling blocks you kind of faced, or what do you think about the day?
No, we feel pretty comfortable. I mean, the C4 play is kind of unfortunate. We even pre-planned the runaway, and he drove through like a madman. All respect to him. And then the second game, I think we played pretty spread early. We played confident the way we want to play, and at the end of the day, we regrouped and we got our points.
Yep, yeah.
Talk us about that very late kind of push onto Petrograd Road here. Obviously, you guys got third party. Try to talk us through what happened like before you guys died and what ended up being the second most points in this game actually here. You're able to get 9 kills.
I mean, I think it's a group effort.
Yeah.
We are discussing, hey, this is how we see it. You know that game was played out 1 billion times. We've been there. I've been the shelter team once. I've been that team. That team has a really hard time usually.
Yeah.
But with the talent that we have on this roster, being able to just throw D somewhere and say, hey, D, just hold that team, and you see them just start going different directions.
Yeah.
And I'm very proud of this group because we're playing super, super confident. And, we were very aware of our threats, and we rotated as 3s, and we started farming, man. And I'm really glad and happy for these guys.
That's good.
I was particularly impressed by D when it came to PGS 9. Of course, in between the group stage days that you've had, what have been the discussions between the team? What are the things that you've been needing to focus on, you feel? What's it been like?
Just keep being aggressive. That's our identity. We have insane mechanical talent between the 2 young kids and then the experience between Relo and I. First, quick shout out to Jam for being able to sub in on the final day.
Yeah.
It's a very rough scenario to be thrown into. I'm very grateful that he was able to come in and we just had fun, you know? But we felt we were on the up before that as well. And with Colin and Cowboy and D, I just keep doing what we're doing. It's stepping stones, and obviously we want to come out here and win, but we know that, with the experience that the full team has, it's going to take some time, and we just want to be ready for PGC.
Awesome. Well,
most kills. There you are, man.
7 kills.
7
Damn.
kills. I got to ask, though, before we finish this one off here, Roth, what's the kind of goal for today before you start changing, maybe, like, in terms of total points, before you start changing the focus or shifting the focus towards other things? Such as hot drops, such as making sure you have your spots or focusing on teams. Dominate, fantastic. And you did that in this game. 7 kills out of the 9 you guys got. What an amazing game for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Zenith might have been the man of the match, but thank you for joining us, the real man of the match for my money. All right, we'll let you go and get to your next game. Thank you very much, Roth, for joining us here from Al Ghazia. Looking fantastic in this previous game. A great interview as well.
Always with it.
Damn.
Always great to hear from Roth. Always great to hear from these guys. And 13 points in this one here. That's going to put them in there. Again, they were a team that were in the kind of mid-pack of not being inside. I think they started today with 41 points total, right?
Yeah.
On the 13 plus what they had in the previous game here, they're going to be in there, the kind of mid to upper 50s, right? So they're going to be in the top 16. 5 to 10 more points, man. That's easy. That's them into the finals for a team with 2 experienced veterans and 2 newcomers, 2 prodigies that's coming in here to potentially make that back-to-back. That'll be amazing. Into 11th place here, 56. Amazing.
It's not only a big fight back for them, it's a big fight back for America across these 2 Erangels. Obviously, Falcons getting a lot in the previous game. Now you're seeing Al Ghazia as well as Team Liquid getting a lot in this game as well. It's for a Team Liquid especially, there is still concern for me, I have to say, Martin, but there is a world, if you think about what they did last year as that roster, God, I need that. I need that in these next 4 games.
That's true, man. You know what my concern is, though?
Yeah.
When you're seeing the 22nd and 23rd place teams before this match ended fighting for the win.
Yeah.
Because that means a lot of points for the bottom teams and a lot of points for our top teams. That mid pack is going to be closer than ever. And if I'm mission ready right now, looking from home, it's going to come down to the last match, and it's going to be extremely exciting here. Twisted Minds in 19th place. That's unheard of. Like, we're looking at 4 out of 9 PGS victories. Esports World Cup. All this is crazy. Team Liquid, Falcons there, 22nd, 23rd. Change the game, 24th, man. It's a rough bottom right now. It's going to be hard to dig out of.
Yeah, for sure. If it wasn't for Twisted Minds being, like, basically double qualification through to PGC, if not triple qualification on through to it, I think I'd be much more concerned, considering the position that they're in, but there would be more of a focus point on them, I think, for sure.
Now we have a change of pace. We're going away. This is our last Erangles of PTS 10 here. Absolutely insane. We're going to be going to some wildcard maps.
Yes, we are. All right, we're going to a break. When we return, we have those on the way here. We only have 4 more games for the group stage here at PGS 10.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool.
Yeah, baby.
Wait, where the hell is Johnny?
Hey guys, hurry up!
What's the plan, guys?
Gather as much scrap as you can. Oh, a froggy. And bolt out of here.
What's that weird noise?
Follow me. It's this way. It's not this way. Hey, is that you?
Wait, are you a mimic?
Are you? Are you? Leroy! Johnny, no! Oh, a froggy. Oh, a froggy. Ah!
Shh, they can mimic our voices too.
Oh, what the fuck?
Come on, Johnny. Hurry up, man.
Hey, wait for me! Hey guys!
Huh?
Hurry up! Hurry up!
Bring that together. Suddenly they beat 2024.
Perfecting still able to get the first one, goes for the second, gets the second one as well, goes for the third.
Again and again, bringing home their 4th PGS trophy.
The Falcons are starting to kind of gather themselves, but Twisted Minds.
That opens it up for kickstart. He just runs in, and 17 is gone. Side Flame providing some support. Lower section.
Long's at the back of this house. He's got him dead to rights.
That is filthy. They're going to go for the res on to H-Wing, but it doesn't matter. A Tom move.
Between the windows, can they line in? And it is going to be 4 angry men that pick up the clutch.
Oh, that's huge for a tongue move.
The flush as well, but Sparking will go down there from Bean. Will spot out Aries, but John will take him out. It's going! Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon!
Oh, there's a space man can do something, but it's not gonna happen. Bago Pop, they won't be Taco Pop.
Going to change the game, has a problem. Oh, mission ready and trouble. Oh, is this going to be support?
He's got some kills.
This is the VP.
The spokes, is he going to spun? He does, and that's going to be a follow-up.
And now, oh, Shrimsy had to go somewhere. Yeah.
Pretty Curdy gets an opening knock onto it. Alo follows up as well. Go for this one, doesn't want to go around too fast.
Hold on, this is the PPFS. Oh, Luca, that was disgusting, but this didn't go so good.
Could be a whole bunch of other teams starting to take shots into the butts of both of these guys and forcing it down to this lower section.
is they also didn't qualify for grand finals at the first EWC. So what is it that happened?
But I mean, if
there we go.
Oh, Guyon.
Beep of Doom. Does the car go far enough?
Oh,
Push!
Keep going. No, it's going. It's going. Oh, it's perfectly placed from Guyon. See, he's going out really slow.
There you see the
Here we go, the grenade from Opons. First one, not going to be enough. The second one cleans him up, and he finishes off Nixie with the gun before he goes down in the end. And yeah, already here it's full sense. Off of that knock will try to make the push, but Twisted Minds are ready, and they take out full sense as they add even more points to their already impressive total.
Util to work with, first one down already, just one more left to be found. Akan sat on his own in a 1 versus 3, and there he falls.
And there you have it, with a new PGS point record, your 4-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Minds. Welcome back, everybody. As we have 2 games in the books on this final day of the group stages, we saw FN Potion finally show up, and they have now managed to get in 2 games. They managed to get almost as many points as they got all of day 1. So FN Potion on the climb.
Definitely, and wasn't just a, let's go out and claim it. They actually fought down their southwestern side forward, so hopefully we'll see their success on that game transition into this next takeover we got coming up.
And absolutely, we might see the same thing for Petrichor Road, who have managed to put together 2 10-point games, 20 points overall, as we have now got Tego in our eyes. As we see Twisted Minds, a lot of work left to do for these boys.
Definitely. We saw Falcons just before, and I think we can add Liquid to the conversation as well. 3 teams that have still yet to seal their PGS 10 grand final spot, but also 3 teams that everyone knows what capable of and could potentially go hunting. Here's a go to Tego.
Tego on the docket, as a change in scenery may come with a change in fortune. At least there's a few teams that are hoping for that. Exactly.
Whoa!
See a very nice and comfy plane, kind of cutting right across the middle. So it's one of those planes that Martin loves, where everything is within reach, and everybody's happy.
One of the boring planes. I will say we got 2 very spicy ones in a wrangle before, so we'll change it up. We'll change it up a bit.
We got to take what we can get.
Exactly. Right? Falcons gonna hop out early, go down towards the southeast side, an area of the map where we've seen a trillion Take-Go games end on, which this time around might not be the case, could still very well be, but for the sake of variety and us having been blessed with fun circles for the past 2 games, let's get some here on Take-Go as well.
Why not?
You know what? That's a good question, Poro. What's an area of Take-Go you don't feel like you've seen enough of?
Oyang.
Okay, then that's where we're ending.
I want to go down to Oyang.
Fair enough.
Although I do love seeing the fights. I just love the way Palace is set up for fights, like with the high ground, low ground.
Yeah.
A lot of sight lines, a lot of weird sight lines in there. So it's kind of interesting. It's just interesting to see people fight around. I say that because that's usually where my hot drops go. So, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I like Palace. What can I say?
That's fair. That is fair. I don't know if I share your sentiment in the area around Palace, because it can be pretty tricky to maneuver, especially come mid to late game. But you know what? You don't get your Palace circle. Quite the contrary. We go as far south as can be. So where we were with water included in the previous Erangel game, this time around we up the ante as we go all the way down to Songam.
Almost feels as though this circle has about as much playable area area in it as the last game that we had.
We
Just
find one, do you
so
want me to
much
slap
water. But this time, at least, you see the coastline. I mean, everything's kind of accessible, and you kind of just got to play it as if the land that's in is where the next circle's going to go, right?
You're playing this as if it's phase 3.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's not the way you want to transition early.
That's not how game winners drive.
Rex.
You can
He's still got the wheels. Oh my lord, we just got to run over.
Yikes.
I had to flinch there for a
Into
second.
the rock. Easy peasy. His passenger did not have faith that Rex was going to be able to get that. Star-Lord just did not have the faith.
I respect the doubt.
Guys, you just got to win, man. Have faith in the man.
Well, now they're letting him drive still, though. That's something. That's something. We'll see how far they make it this time around, coming off the win there in their previous match, but still, of course, a little bit of a journey ahead for them, 40 points thus far. But before that, now let's take a listen into Shrimsy and hear how the Falcons boys feel coming into today.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Falcons Shrimsy. Knock knock, C4 delivery from you to CTG. That was amazing. Can you tell us what was going through your mind when you were delivering that C4, and if you guys made any adjustments after a what could have been a better day one?
What was going through my mind is just, please don't die. I don't want to die. But after that, I mean, once they all died and I somehow didn't, it was great. And then adjustments for tomorrow, or for today, I guess, would just be, you know, playing confident, being aggressive instead of, we honestly did nothing yesterday. We basically just didn't exist. So, you know, we want to play the game.
Yeah, knock knock, Falcons are here. All right, thank you, thank you, Shrimsy. Back to the game.
They're friends like that. She can use his actual name. Cool, Bella. We'll see you there. See you there. See you there, little dirt off the shoulder. As Falcons now, as much as they want to play the game, well, they get a good chance to this time around, Paul. They have a long journey ahead of them going down towards the south.
They do, but it's been a good start. 15 points through 2 games already. Puts them right in the neighborhood of where they finished yesterday. I mean, still shy, obviously, but that's if you have to have a big day, you obviously would love to be able to start off with 2 big games to kind of get you going in the right direction. Feel like you get that confidence moving for you as we get a look once again at that traditional historical cutoff points as Flash, oh no, he's going to go down to Ike's left. Ike's left by himself, but the rest of the boys are arriving, and this is a full send as they are going to take the fight right to Petrichor.
That's what we've been seeing all day, and it's not looking like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Already set at 56, they got some buffer room to go out and make these aggressive plays to try and hunt teams. They know now that it's Petrichor, and with that knowledge, they're not backing off. Tigger already finding one, will go down return.
Through 2 windows for Tigger, but then Ike's left gets the angle and will take him down. Thanadol now all by himself, but he's got the roof. Belmoth is going to get spotted out by Ming Ming. Good eyes on him to take down that fragger as Thanadol the last one. He's going to find Ike's left, though. Will try to go for the flush, does not get it in the end. It gets stolen by Gustav, and the grenade will finish him. And now 17, they smell blood in the water.
Definitely do, pulling up as fast as they possibly can. It's just Ming Ming left alive with a chance maybe to get Chewy back into the race here as well. Good nade thrown on over.
Oh my goodness.
Takes Xiaobei down to low HP, but not quite enough to get him.
How does he stay alive there? Well, Ming Ming will stop down to heal up. All of this being overseen at the same time by FaZe. They have not committed to making a push down. You can see Vard starting to creep over. Gustav starting to do the same. Petrichor will go for that revive. They'll get Chewy back on his feet and at least bring themselves back to 2 to try to hold this defense.
Should be able to do so as well with FaZe kind of wrapping around the northern side. It limits the angles from where 17 can probably encroach in this one. 7-7 will get confirmed with the util, so it's a 2v2. I don't think this was in the in the strat book of what 17 expected coming into this fight. And to make matters even worse, this is I mean, this fight, yes, it's center compound, but you've lost a lot trying to claim it.
Ming Ming doing the most for Petrichor Road right there. Ike's left as well as they hold 17. They hold the push. Now Sparking has angles too as Xiao Wu. No window is safe. You got FaZe on the high side, Liquid on the low. And Xiaobei and Xiao Wu, they've got some decision making to do. The smokes are going to go away pretty quickly. It looks like they've got Ming Ming a little bit pinned out here. But the utility, they're holding on to it until they can get a better read on exactly where they are.
Would love to hear the FaZe team comms happening right now, because as much as FaZe are looking this way, they only commit 3. I mean, James is still all the way down in Songam, and he has the entirety of Evan Pochon and Forest Gaming next to him. So I think that's also part of the reason why FaZe don't want to overcommit to this, because A, it's early game, B, we're still not... I mean, we are at 53, looking good for the day, but a 0-pointer here, 0-pointer there, that all of a sudden means that they're in the struggle bus too.
See him just slow creeping by. I think they realize that Twisted Minds maybe... Oh, actually, the shots from Twisted Minds maybe forcing FaZe's hand here. Okay, no, they're going to turn back. They'll go back to where they were. Fex getting shot at by Ming Ming. 435 damage for him so far. 3 kills as Ming Ming and Chewy try to hold the line.
I mean, FaZe, they maybe a blessing in disguise that they got shot at early on that initial approach. But as we can see, many teams eyeing this compound, and for good reason. It does have value, but how much are you willing to risk in trying to claim it? That's what these two teams have found out. So, I think this is going to be angle holding, at least for a little while longer. Maybe wait for a third team to come in anew.
Ming Ming just looking through the door, seeing if he can catch somebody.
Yeah,
they're making a mistake, and yeah, this feels like this is kind of, they realize that, you know, there's no real angle to play from the outside, so we're just going to have to lie prone and survive a little bit longer as we see Delwyn going down to JDG. So a number of fights happening around the center of this zone. Given that there's so little room to play around here, everybody kind of committing to just putting 4 together. As we see more shots being taken. It looks like 17. They're just finding utility and sending anything over there in hopes that maybe they get him.
Yep, set right next to Jell on the leaderboard right now, inside the same buildings now, too, as Xiao Wu finds Ming Ming now 2v1. Chui is all that stands remaining for Petrichor Road in the game here. If he can get these 2 kills, it would take an insane endeavor, but maybe there are some blue chips to be picked up and you leave this compound to get the rest. Of course, highly unlikely, if not nigh on impossible, but it all only happens if you can find these 2 first.
You've got some European sharks swimming around, waiting for this to come to an end. So they can, it feels like FaZe is just...
They're waiting for this to go
They're
down.
waiting for this to finish so they can just capitalize and crash down. Twisted Minds, they're still looking over in this direction. I have to imagine, though, Twisted probably comfortable in that compound, probably not going to push out. They're really just kind of taking shots over towards FaZe right now.
Exactly. They're saying, nope, that's ours. You're not getting that compound. We're the ones waiting to take this one. But, of course, right now, FaZe is going, Chewy, just knock 1. That's all we need you to do. Knock 1, and we'll come right on in, as if called upon.
See Gustav with that sniper up there.
He's just waiting.
Waiting for somebody to reveal themselves. As Chewy just continues to hold that line of sight, waiting for Xiao Wu or Xiao Bei to look off in the distance. As Xiao Wu's just like, he's the guy on the deck just watching the sharks just circle around. He's like, man.
You know what? You read my mind on that one. I was going to say the exact same thing. And then Orca comes in. That's the seagull in the air waiting for leftovers.
the orca seagull. He's out of the water. That's not where he's supposed to be. Well, the new circle will pop, and it's going to go pretty much exactly where everybody in the lobby expected it to. Fortunately for everybody in the lobby, and we get to see this little
remains viable.
Yeah, this little game of weight of cat and mouse continues, but now Alcacia
they don't know
come in. They're pushing into FaZe.
This is a cold pull-up. They have no info of what they're driving into. Pulling up on Vart, and good read on them as well. Saying, well, we only saw 1 car on approach. If only 1 guy's going to peek us, we'll happily take that fight. They do so with the downfall of Vart, but more might be to follow. Vart had a leftover nade that took out Roth. Fex now in trouble, though, trying to go aggressive.
Oh, no, he had to drop down. Twisted Minds had the line as the grenades from Fex don't find their mark. D going to go for that res onto Roth, try to get him back on his feet. You see Rello has been picked out in the background because Gen G has now arrived. Kickstart from Falcons has now arrived. This area has just been bloody as Chewy gets the knock on a Xiao Bei.
I like the repositioning here. I think 17 were fully expecting Chewy to be in the in the house on that northern side, but he repositioned earlier, sat down in that
that's bold.
corner, waited for it, now goes up on the roof, knowing that teams are in the area as well. Thinks better of it going, yeah, no, this is a bad idea. I'm going to go down again.
That is very bold, knowing that all these teams have been around.
Up there, so,
I think that's probably what he's looking for, isn't it? Just, I mean, they've already hit every single box at this point. 1 flashbang, 1 grenade, 1 Molotov. 3 smokes for himself as Twisted Minds has actually taken a knock. Not sure where that came from, but FaZe has since left this area after losing Vard, and they've moved down to the south. Alcatsia still up here, but Gen G and Falcon still roaming around.
And what's funny is half the server has eyed this compound at one point or another today. Usually, the compound that would have the most attention is where Expendables, just northwest of where this is taking place, is currently set. And they currently have an entire square kilometer of buffer space around them. So they're chilling while this, I don't want to call it a bad compound, but at least definitely second prio is getting all the attention.
It's definitely one of the compounds of all time as Chewy has that grenade in hand. Cooked will throw it into that room, but unfortunately Xiao Wu has moved over into the other, and as he continues to hold on to the shotgun, waiting for what he assumes to be an inevitable push, but it doesn't seem like Chewy is wanting to make any pushes. He's just going to see if he can catch him with whatever utility he can find. Meanwhile, Gen G still finding knocks off in the kill feed as, Star-Lord gets taken down by Olympus.
Yeah, the majority of damage being done right now is people taking pot shots at a distance with no flushes to follow. But up on the hillside, it's a different story altogether. Forest in their natural habitat will find the one. See if they can get the second onto the retreating Rex. Headshot connected at a distance, but Scabby, not enough to find him.
Nasty little shot there from Scabby, but Rex will stay alive, so FM Potion, after getting a Game 2 win, will have to play this one with 2 going forward. Chewy still just... he's got ants in his pants, man. He cannot... like, Xiao Wu, he's just got... he's cold-blooded, lying in there waiting to say, I wish you would push me. I got the shotgun. Chewy is like, come on, man. There's got to be some angle that I haven't found yet. Maybe I got something. Well, you got a flashbang. You got 4 smokes. Maybe you can make something work with that. Kickstart the eye in the sky for Falcons as they have made their way off to the east after Gen G had kind of pestered them away.
Yeah, they're realizing now they don't have a whole lot of space to maneuver because as soon as Kick flies south, he gets shot at north, happens the same thing, and now they have a tough rotation to make. It's going to be up to Kick, really. I mean, for Falcons on this rotation come through to find the perfect pathing for them, and initially it's going to look good, but we're already now seeing Alcatsia take shots at him. You'd expect that Gen G is going to be doing the same thing again. They don't like to share the space on the edge of the circle, so this is going to be a good test for Gen G to see if they can maintain this space as Falcons rotate north.
The arena does not take their E-pickup. Instead, we'll move in on foot just to the south of school. Meanwhile, FM Potion down to Rex and Zenith will make their way past. Looks like Zenith going to get spotted out by Team Liquid. But this is looking like as good a spot as any.
Yep.
As you see the Expendables, you were absolutely hit the nail on the head. That's the compound, and that's the compound that they currently occupy with nobody off to the north.
Exactly. Falcons have won games from here before. Hell, even Petrichor has won games from here before. I remember, a little nose wheelie there, like the style points of H-Ring getting over on the other side. As, honestly, I think this is what they're eyeing. Big old wraparound and then clash into the compound. Maybe going hard northwest on it too could work out for them. But nonetheless, this could also be a read from Kick going, guys, there's so many teams down here right now. We're getting shot at from literally everywhere in the southeast. How about if we just tank that blue gob in the northwest? And honestly, if they commit to this rotation, which it looks like they will, they are going to be gifted for a smart rotation being done because there's no one up there.
They should be very happy when they finally make their way through Hosan as Alcatsia will hop in the vehicle, start making their way in. They're going to wrap around down the south and west, just passing through Sangam. As GA, after getting in a little bit of a scrap with Change the Game on the southwestern side of this circle, they're still trying to find a way to make their way in. You see Ares in that position as SGA. It looks like they might be stopping down here to see if they can catch this guy out, if they can figure out if he's by himself.
Malta's coming in, you see, from multiple angles. I'm not sure if this is the compound they're going for, but if it is, we're only going to stop what's going to happen real soon as well. Spaceman finds Zenith, taking players elsewhere, but able to get one with the flush to follow as well. And now Hangi able to find one off of SGA too.
It's a big wide split from Change the Game, causing problems for SGA, as though it looks like they managed to find... Did they spot him out? I'm not sure if Didex...
They're looking, but no.
They're looking over in that direction, so I think they have an idea that somebody's over there. Well, Fex will get the knock on Atosi as they do the drive-by. That's going to call Flame back in from the blue. Bean looking over in this direction as well as FaZe taking the fight to Gen G, but they're going to have to go back for Jeems.
I was going to say, there's no way they collapse in the compound or they fight from that angle, surely. I mean, there's no space to fight around there. They have to make their way further towards the north as we finally... might see an end to this marathon of a 2-team fight. It's taken a while, but seemingly Chewy is still evading bullets, still dodging and weaving and staying alive despite the pressure applied.
Gotta say, I'm not a boxing fan, I'm not a fighting fan, but this, I'm not sure how many rounds are in a traditional fight, but this one has got to be in the late ones, as Chewy and Xiaowu trading the flashbangs.
Would you argue that we're in the 18th inning at this point?
I think we might. We might be able to say 18th inning. Looking pretty good here as Chewy still with that two-shot shotgun in hand. Xiaowu gonna jump out. He's got the grenade. They are just dancing around each other as the grenade comes through, and it's gonna take out Chewy, and Xiaowu wins, and Twisted Minds immediately right in Xiaowu's neighborhood. Xiaowu trying to escape, trying to survive, gonna play the outside wall as long as he can, but there's FaZe now making their way through, and Xiaowu's nowhere to go, and now FaZe will take the fight with Twisted.
Both teams in best roast style saying it's been 84 years, and finally they get a chance to throw the necklace into the ocean, and now the fight comes through. But Fectix able to find Fex. FaZe stuck on the wall outside. That nade is perfect, and FaZe are eliminated.
And Genji's Bean forcing Gustav up against the wall as Twisted Minds will take 3 off of that. What beautiful play there from Twisted Minds.
Yep.
You knew that FaZe was waiting to see that in the kill feed. They were immediately going to go there. And meanwhile, JDG is up against the wall. They've got the Expendables. They've got FN Potion. They've got mortars coming in from the sky as Cold will try to go for the res on December 12th.
Yeah, Glorious already found a double knock moments ago, looking to see if he can get even more. But as this is taking place, Falcons have made landfall from that north side approach. Again, great read, great understanding of the pressure points of the circle and saying there's way too much happening here in the southeast right now. We got to try and make a play for the north. Wrap all the way around Falcons, all the way around Gen G. And now the great position up north, but still with a lot of fighting to do.
So Falcons get all 4 into the compound. The Expendables know about it, but not really much that they can do. Gen G now taking some pressure from those same Falcons, changed the game after cleaning up SGA on that southwestern side. Will start making their way in. E-Arena still has to make their way through school, which is currently occupied by Liquid Rex, just hiding in a bush as the mortars fall around him and the bullets fly from JDG.
Again, Falcons, this is a tricky compound, tricky road to have to cross. They're up in the smokes up already. With Tanvu up on this roof, of course, him using util, they should know that he's up there. Great nade thrown. Shaw, this shot through the hole in the fence there. Nice second to follow.
I'm telling you, man, it almost feels like it doesn't matter if you know where Tanvu is. He's still going to get his, as he will stop down to heal up, throw the blue zone grenade, try to finish out the kill. Shrimzy is right in his midst, though. He will escape into the smoke wall that was laid down for him by his teammates. So great teamwork on the part of the Expendables there.
Definitely being able to regroup across the street inside Circle as well. Circle does shift towards the compound once more, but of course Expendables no doubt in the better position here. Right now, eyes go to the south. School has to be emptied, and all these teams down there have to make it north into the hills. And you can see how barren it is up there. Very hard to get anything going, because JDG, I mean, all they have is rocks for cover in their vehicles. Now we see Spaceman. Whee!
There it is. Oh, we have 2 of them. There are 2 of them coming from different directions, it seems. Or was that the same one? Okay. Yep, that.
And Glorious as well.
Yep, it was JDG and Glorious. Okay.
With the double.
There it is. Mortars for everyone. Why not? Well, JDG still has that position down in that dip, but as you said, everything off to the south, everything in the school is going to have to come to a head, and it looks like it is time. Opons with next to no HP. Lyric's going to spot out Purdy Curdy through the window. That good grenade from Luke 12 will take down Opons in the trade.
It's an important fight for both these 2 teams, because not only do you have to, of course, win it, but you really, really want to win it without taking any casualties. You know you have a fight to happen right as this one comes to an end. CTG's wrapping on the inside. Forrest is trying to set up for any surviving players coming out of the north side of this school.
Purdy Curdy back on his feet while E-Arena still playing around the wall. That grenade going to go a little bit short. Opon still alive. Alo has another one ready and waiting. We'll follow it up. It's going to go too far. And Lyrics will try to stick the res while the grenades keep falling from Sparking. Will get the flush on Opons and almost get Lyrics as well.
Has allowed for Norins to wrap around the western side. I'm not sure if Liquid are aware of this. He sat there, MG3 in hand. Now you see a crouch position from, I believe it's Luke. Yeah, he's aware of this. He should be at least that someone has made his way in from the west.
Knock on to Jacob, and there's the knock on to Lyrics. And now all of a sudden Norins is all by himself. He's got that bullet hose, though. That is dangerous stuff. Change the game. While they hear all this going on, they're taking position right on the edge just outside of school, and they're going to start third partying. There's the shots from Wenbo.
Exactly.
We'll find Norins there. So Norins, good luck, buddy.
I mean, honestly, good luck to Liquid as well, because they too know that they have a fight to come for them. Good job by Liquid, though, getting the initial fight done with. They did exactly what they had to. Get all the kills and don't take any casualties. But now you have two collapsing teams right in front of you, and where, oh where, do you go from here?
That fight may have just taken a little bit too long.
Exactly.
Has changed the game. Already looking over here. Forrest looking back as well, but fortunately for Liquid, looks like Twisted Minds are taking the shots over towards Forrest. Not sure how that happened, but Alo will get back on his feet. Purdy Curdy going to be leading the charge, but he has no support right now because Alo is down and Sparking's going for the res.
He would have had a god-tier angle. But look at the amount of attention. Look at the amount of attention they're giving away. One found. Can't find the knock, though. Doesn't get a single one. No! The chance of a lifetime, but missed.
And the grenades are true from Change the Game, and that will do it for Team Liquid. The new circle has popped, and it is going to fall right on top of Rex, actually, so he is continue to hide in his bush as the mortars continue to fly from those expendables. Team looks like Twisted Minds, actually. They have to make their way in. Falcons have to figure out how they're going to find a way through the expendables. That is going to be tough sledding.
Exactly, and they realize this too. We can't play this northern side. It's simply too open. Got to try and see if we can wrap south around. Take the fight straight to Forest Gaming. Pulling up on it now. Nice pre-nates come through here from Olympus. Should hit the backside of that rock. Should find Perfectix with it, and it does.
Beautiful placement from Olympus will get the knock on a Perfectix, and immediately Lou has to retreat back into the smoke. Batulin's an example, still on the north side of the road. Olympus trying to make the run with the gas can. It's not going to work, but the grenade will. Lou goes down.
Olympus lobbing that second one over, finding Perfectix initially was only bait. That's all he wanted. He wanted the double, and he gets to claim it as changed the game now off of being blessed with a missed spray. Still alive in this one, but not a whole lot of room to maneuver.
All right, Twisted get to Lou in time. Baron sprinting over to see if he can try to get into utility range. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though, so Twisted should be able to reset. Meanwhile, Falcons starting to make their way across the road, and they're going to find the expendables. As Example gets knocked very low, and that is a good grenade, but Baron going to get taken down by Change the Game.
Timing couldn't be better for Twisted Minds if they were going to stay alive in this game. Molly Hell's come on over, but it's not spread thin enough. A Scabby realizing that his back end is being completely torn. He has to make the run on forward, but it ain't going to happen. It's Gen G's Orca finding him from a distance. Gen G been quiet for so long, it's just Orca left alive, and he finds the double.
And he gets the flush onto Example. Gen G just getting points hand over fist, but here's the push. Falcons playing the wall. Duck Juice with Panzerfaust in hand. Tanvu just playing that small gap. Is going to get Shrimzy very low. Kickstart tries to do the same, but Tanvu is just eating him alive right now. As no utility, it seems, for Falcons as Duck Juice does get spotted, but Tanvu will get two, and Tiggleton will get the jump spray and takes him down.
Gets the double, but luckily for them, the Savior was there in the backside of it because no one is there to try and contest it. The rest should come through, I say that, but Orca, he's beelining it straight for the compound. He knows exactly what's available here.
What a read from Orca. Gen G, the final player left alive. He knows they're down to just one. He had the kill feed tracking the grenades, not going to find their mark. Kickstart is bleeding out. Shrimzy can't even go for it. There's the spray from Tiggleton. Will get Orca. Can they get Kickstart back? Yes, they can.
Inside circle. Oh, I say that, but shots come through. Tanvu gets to get the flush on him as he bleeds on out. And look at the positioning here on the leaderboard. It's all the bottom teams with everything to fight for. This match has huge ramifications for that mid-pack of teams. Come through with only 3 games left to play after this one.
Change the game with 9 kills.
Solid.
Playing from that south side. Last game it was FN Potion. This time it looks like Change the Game is going to be the one that finds their footing. JDG also 3 up. They've got 62 points now. They've got to be feeling pretty good about things. as Rex still alive for FM Potion, managing to make it into the top 5 for his team.
No one has checked this bush at any point in the game. Honestly, I don't think anyone's going to. He's gonna, if the stars align, there's a top 2. There's a top 2 waiting for him if things go right here. But of course, it's gonna take quite a bit. Batulins, plenty of crates to loot. He's gonna try and see if he can heal his way through. He knows surely that if he at any point peeks over that rock that has a bullet flying straight to his head.
He is absolutely rotting in that bush, as the kids say. Batulins keeps going for the heals. We'll see if he can maybe get in the vehicle. JDG, meanwhile, they have been very comfy and cozy in their dip for most of the game. Change the game, meanwhile. We'll start trying to find angles as Falcons start to make their way out of the compound.
And hey, I mean, Hang Yi, cheapest player in active fantasy today, out here performing. So for anyone that opted for a cheap pick, he is living up to his name right now as Batulins. Oh, one more bullet could do it, but it's not going to happen. Tian there to save his teammate.
Tian critically getting the point for that, too.
For sure.
10 now for Change the Game as Tiggleton gets spotted out by December 12th. Shrimsy as well, but he still has a wall to hide behind. JDG doing their due diligence, not letting anybody come in and surprise them from behind, as Change the Game going to use this opportunity to flex out, go for multiple different angles of fire.
Exactly. Great reactive play from them. They know they have nothing to really risk right now as their opponents are looking towards one another, so they can go and see if they can get off angles. Issue is, an immediate fight didn't come through, so as great of a split out as it was, equally smart decision making it, calling it to go back on that southern side of the street.
Tiggleton crawling forward, trying to give Shrimsy a little bit more information. Or maybe actually try to get into the zone, I think. Yeah, that's the play, but Spaceman was ready for it, and Shrimsy goes down. Falcons out in 4th, but another good performance, late game appearance by Falcons that bodes well for the remaining half of the day.
They were sat behind half the lobby trying to make their way in from that southeast side, so the fact that they convert that into an 8-point game is definitely something that they should see themselves satisfied with.
Change the game, meanwhile, have taken over JDG's spot as JDG had to pull away to finish off Falcons. And, Aries with that, it's a flanking man. They've got Aries and Hangi off in the distance, and these two guys serving as their front man. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, you've got a Bush Rex.
I was just going to say, do they think JDG is up to 4 and it's a straight up 4v4? They just might, and therefore this could be, you know what, there's a world where Rex ends up winning this game, depending on how this one goes out. Great flash to kind of force the opposing team back down the hillside by Venmo. Support play to perfection there, but no chance to get his teammate back up alive.
If Rex wins this game,
it
would be the ultimate survival play that anyone has ever seen at this level of competition, but there's still a lot of work left to do. Cold 119 has been knocked. Spaceman's going to get there. Nice spray from Wenbo, but doesn't get the knock, but at least puts the pause on going for the res. December 12th trying to hold the top of the hill, but Aries providing support, or providing shots with Wenbo. Oh, good grenade, but it's not going to find him.
Rex continues to prone this one out. He can see everything in front of him. He has Hang Yi sat just behind him on the hillside too, as December 12th sat behind the rock. Finds one right before being tacked down by Blue Aries. Trades one in return. It's now a 1v2 with Rex still in the game.
And Spaceman has to leave. They get the res onto Cold, but Cold's going to go down almost immediately. Hangi has the angle onto Spaceman. The shot's coming through, but he can't get the knock. Aries thinking about going for this res onto Wenbo. No, he's going to go for the push. He's going to find Spaceman after getting the flush on December 12th. Cold 119, the last one alive. It's a 1v1v1 for the win.
Definitely is. Hang Yi finds one more, but it's only 5 bullets left to work with. Cold finds him in return. Now a 1v1. Rex is in the game, and he has nades to work with as well. Cold sees the insta-confirm. He's going to be as confused as can be, and now nades lopped on over. Will they go far enough? Bounces off to the left-hand side.
From downtown, Rex tries to land it, but he's not going to hit it. Spaceman back on his feet. Cold 119 peaks the top of the ridgeline. Rex has cover, though. 1 HP for Cold 119. Spaceman gets the heal off. Rex will continue to move around as the utility flies around him. Can he pull off the impossible?
First flash come through, second one to follow now with a push up on over the ridgeline. Heal has been done. It's not gonna happen, but what a valiant effort. JDG, led by Spaceman, out victorious on Taco.
Absolute huge win, and Rex knows he almost got away with absolute murder there. FN Potion are finding their rhythm here in the final day of groups.
They must have been so so confused when they see that that's an instant on the second to last play. Like, wait, what? There's one more. Rex, my man, that's a salvage game of the century.
One half of the day down, one half of the day left to play, and there are some big names that still have a lot of work left to do.
Dicey times for JDG, but they do pull out the victory here when it was time to Taego. Yes, they walk away with the big one. However, oh my days. Poro was losing his mind. He's got Rex on his fancy, I think. And of course, he almost made that happen there, Avenger.
It was close, man. I was excited for a moment there, especially because it seemed like both of the teams, they did not have the kill feed, the accuracy, the information that there is another player. I think they like, obviously CTG, they're like, okay, it's maybe a 4-man against JDG. But JDG knew there's got to be someone somewhere. Like, they knew that there were 3. They knew that the other team was 4, but there's 8 alive. And Rex, out of the perfect time, he got Hengy. He got him down, and then it was a 1 versus 2. It was close, man. If that nade hit while he was resting, that would have been
just
insane.
A little too far. And when that comes back to what happens on Taego, which is, man, these bushes, you can actually hide in them for a long time. They're not like other bushes.
No, they're thick.
They are thick bushes, for sure. And Rex will be able to exploit that for as long as he possibly could. Really valiant effort for him. But let's quickly talk about JDG and that victory here for them. Again, for China, it's a big push up here. JD probably going to that grand final. Good stuff.
It's guaranteed right now.
Yeah.
After this one, that's guaranteed. That's them locked in. And as I said, like, I had my eyes a little bit on them. And especially for this, like, if you finish on a high note like that on Miramar, you can bring that momentum into the next day.
Yeah.
And especially with how good December 12th looked yesterday, Spaceman have been looking great. The guys overall have been coming in. And for me, again, this team, they should be up there. Like, after what we saw regionally, they should be up there, right?
Yeah.
And now maybe it feels like a little bit they've adapted to what our globals is. They have adapted a little bit to how the globals are played differently compared to our regionals.
Good, considering that I thought that they were looking pretty cool, as too cool. But beyond all of that here, a victory for them is big. That being said, though, this Taego was explosive. We had so many of those compounds over on the east side as we take a look at the results coming in from this one. And it will be China reigning supreme at the top with JDG and Change the Game, who needs big points as well, mind you. Getting themselves 11 on the board. I think, though, it's going to be difficult for them to keep this going.
And another one for FN Pochon here, getting second in placement and the 1 kill. That's
1 kill.
That's a 7-point salvage for Rex for that team. That is important. And especially after the last game, just 1. Right? We're looking at a lot of points going to the teams that are outside our top 16. That means our cutoff point is now getting lower. Mission ready at home right now, looking at the game like, there's a chance, boys.
There is.
It might be possible.
Not only them for Americas, but also Falcons is here again with 5 kills going their way and surviving on in. It is a night and day from what we saw from Falcons yesterday compared to today.
Yeah, maybe they went back to the same old recipe. And
maybe.
with this one here, Hangy, man, 7-7-7, 4 kills, 4 knocks. What a great game for him. What a great step up for Change the Game here. Spaceman's in there too. Tiggleton with 4 as well. He had the clutch. He had the jump. Tanvu tried to get the sneaky on him.
There was a moment where I was scared because Tanvu was lurking the double, and then, as you say, the cleanup from Tiggleton, very important there against the Expendables. The Expendables, as much as, they're not maybe getting to some of the very late moments in 1 or 2 of these games and stuff like that, they feel deadly. Every single fight you go up against them right now, they feel deadly.
Their biggest problem is losing 1 or 2 players all the time.
Yeah.
They're always down to 1 or 2 players. Especially here again, it's a Doc Juice 10 situation, the 2 players left alive. If they're fall off that position, they have plenty of utility to push JDG. They had plenty of opportunities to come in and actually just take control of that ridge that JDG was holding Falcons off. But if you don't have enough players, it's not enough. But Falcons 9 here, Change the Game 16. This is going to be huge for our overall leaderboard. And look at that. JDD, man, top 5, 75 points with 3 more games to go, man. They could break the 100.
Yeah, they could end up at #1 by the end of today. I hope it happens because, again, big prospects, big potential for this roster as this is the top 12 as it sits so far. Did notice that a little bit of a fight back as well for good old champions themselves, Twisted Minds.
Sure.
6 points. It's not the biggest game in the world, but it's them surviving into later stages to try and get themselves a bit further up.
And still not in the top 12
that's
just
true.
yet, but 55 points for FaZe. So our current 16 now, Ethan Pochian pushing themselves into that.
Nice.
4 increment out, they're done for, right? But look at that. Currently, dude, it is rough. There's teams on the chase here. Look at how close our mid pack is. 49 points, 50 points. From E-Arena down to Twisted Minds, we're looking at 7 teams with 5 points different here, or not 10 points different here. It's within 10 points difference. It's insane how close our mid pack is.
Oh, it's going to be close. It is going to be close. And we're going on to Rondo in just a few. Now, of course, we've seen, you know, the likes of Twisted Minds deviate from some of these drop spots because they could be quite easily contested as all of the players are getting ready and back on the board. What are you looking at for Rondo here, Avenger?
For sure, man. It's the last wildcard map. It's always a heavy kill game here. Look for the third-party opportunities for these teams. If they manage to stay alive as a 4-man, they have a chance to win the game and take everything home.
Big, important moments for these teams. All right, ready to Rondo, the last one for the group stage as we head over to the casters. It's Toby and Poro to bring you it again.
JDG gets the big win on Tago, but FN's Rex providing some big excitement there towards the end game. But now we are heading over to Rondo to start our second half of the day. And as they talked about on the desk, it is so close for that cut line, Toby.
Yeah, that game in particular, I mean, with all the bottom teams kind of rising to the occasion when it mattered the most, now it is I can't even count on my fingers, I want to say a 12-horse race to try and see if you can qualify through for the final PGS Grand Finals of 2025.
A lot of horses.
Plenty of horses, stallions, Mustangs, all of them.
The stable is full as everybody's fighting for that 16th place. Well, we've got a plane path that is hugging a little bit more towards the east this time around, and not too terribly surprising.
Jadina? Jadina City?
Oh,
Jadina?
please.
Jadina?
Okay. Look, we can keep begging for it all we want. I don't think
Escalator finish?
Ever going to come to pass. But yeah, that's 6. So currently in 16th place, FN Pochian with 47 points. But there's such a log jam there in the middle. It's absolutely wild. But what else is wild? We've got a hot drop, Toby. Gen G and Full Sense.
Yeah, Full Sense. Again, they know they're in, or practically at this point anyway, so might as well go see if you can stir some trouble for the teams around you. Gen G, though, leaderboard-wise, should be all right as well. So this could be a potential hot drop fight for the Grand Finals to secure yourself that spot when those match days come through.
You also have FN Pochian and the Expendables hovering around in the area, so we'll keep an eye on them as Tosi gets a big spray. There's the knock on the Belmoth from Bean. Goes for the flush as well, and FS down to just 3.
Yep, able to get the first one. Belmoth gone down. We just saw the circle pop as well, and it has gone as far southwest almost as possibly can. Well, of course, we'll stay on this one for the moment. Take up, down to under half HP, forced to fall back as Flash now the next one up close. Not really a whole lot to work with outside of the QB as well.
Started off the day going north, and then everything since, it's been a southern type of day.
Why is Rex here?
Rex,
Why is he here?
He has just been hovering around, and now he's got a shotgun, and now he's got Bean. And that is a free kill as you'll ever get. And Flo almost got a knock there onto Flame from Flash. That is a tough fight to call there. Flash versus Flame. Flash, Flame, Flash, Flame.
Rex is like, guys, I make more points when I'm either alone on the server or at least a kilometer away from all of you. So how about if you just leave me alone? I'll go find my way of doing things. He has read the gospel of PO and is now trying to see if he can step the same footsteps.
Yes, indeed. Orca with the ump in hand, trying to see if he can rejoin the rest of his team. Meanwhile, Feck's going to find Shrimzy, so fights going on all over the place here. It looks like FaZe actually caught Falcons in mid-rotation, so that's how that happened. As now Delwyn has arrived as Everybody kind of wants to get a little piece of this.
And this is, I mean, we've heard it said so many times, that Desk has brought it up as well. We talk about how Group C can, for most teams, be the, I don't want to say worst, but at least hardest place to go through, because we're seeing, I mean, also now Liquid and SJ, everyone is kind of entangled, but goes to show that where on day one and for the most part of day two as well through a group stage, you have team fighting to get up the leaderboard. But then when you come day three, a lot of teams have already cemented their positions. Now they can go out and start fishing a bit more aggressively, especially in the early game. And for the teams that have only played half their games up in this point and not gotten success, it ain't easy trying to play a quote-unquote normal game of PUBG when half the server is willing to risk their lives to try and take you down.
Saw Liquid narrowly avoiding SGA, and good thing too, they are dead center circle. So they would prefer to play this one out as 4 as they desperately need a big game to get things going in the right direction, sitting currently in last place with 28 points. Definitely not what they expected of themselves. So we see Thanadol trying to position that deployable shield. Forrest, meanwhile, going to be running into the aforementioned Rex.
Hunt him down!
Is he actually hunting him?
He just 180 instantly.
Forrest has taken over the mantle of the team that you just don't want to run into, because they are going to take it to you every single time.
Issue is, Forest, they're saying, this is our domain, but I mean, all of Rondo is effectively one big forest, so it's a little hard for them to try and maintain control of the whole thing. Seems like they're effortlessly trying right now, though.
65 points. They're allowed to be a little bit crazy here today, as they are feeling pretty comfortable with their spotting grand finals. Breakers, after taking the shots over towards Kiss, will just hop in the vehicle and leave. That was basically him just defending his teammates from the hyper-aggressive APAC squad. As we check back in with that Gen G full sense fight that has looked like it is kind of reached a pause here. Now, this is not inside the zone.
Yep.
So this is going to have to come to a head eventually, and it looks like the Expendables are starting to send more down here to provide Delvin with support.
I mean, okay, it is Expendables, and they're set in a good position on the leaderboard right now, so of course we can't say exactly what they're going to do. And here we see the downfall of Shrimsy just moments ago. Fake saying, oh, a free point? Yeah, sure, I mean, I'll take that. Thank you for the literal point delivery. And yeah, I mean, to go back to Expendables here, there's too much to lose, I feel like, in trying to go aggressive here. It's just Delvin was sat in this position waiting for maybe something to happen. You can actually see there in the distance he's leaving. There's more to fight for than a compound fight outside circle.
Yes, indeed. Well, it is close enough to the circle's edge that the Expendables could set up shop.
They'll linger.
Yeah, they'll set up shop right around the edge and see if they can maybe pick something off as it comes out. Let's check in with JDG. After winning that last game, they are all by themselves way up in Helme Town in Modu Par. But Modu Pan.
100 damage for Spaceman as well.
No, why am I saying it so weird? But yeah, Spaceman.
I don't know
either.
Mate.
Like it's
do you need me to come in and help you?
No, I'm old. Just let me be old.
Hung Lao.
That's
how it is. Petrichor repositioning themselves down on that circle center, forcing SGA to kind of fall back here. First bloods 3 times in 9 matches.
That's
4 Ikes left. An aggressive early game player in this tournament.
Yeah.
Missed one tournament. It's like, guys, we're going aggressive.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, it is. That's quite the stat for young Ikes left.
First blood in 3 out of 9.
I mean, they've definitely found a little bit of a footing here today, as they have had some good games so far. 17, meanwhile, all by themselves. Doesn't look like anybody's really considering pressuring them. Most of the teams already in look like they're content with playing where they're at, while we still have so many teams outside the zone trying to make their way in. But there's still a lot of room left on the north and the west.
Take your mind back to that Erangel game with the Stolper Circle Phase 1.
Sure.
This is very, very similar in how all the teams are coming in on one side and there's still plenty of space out on the other. But with that, let's now get a little listen in to hear what Rather to say coming into this match.
Ooh.
Thankfully, for as young as they are, they're very mature. I'm very grateful as an experienced player to have. I've had a lot of teams, been through a lot of rosters. I'm grateful that I'm now with a group of guys that I think we genuinely get along, and I think getting along insanely well outside the game makes all the in-game stuff much, much easier. Because when you are critical, when they do need to learn something or, evolve as players and humans, they're very open and receptive to it, which it's a real blessing. think they see a lot of players that they've, you know, whether it's grown up watching or idolized. And I think the most important thing I stress to them is that it's just another game of PUBG, and we're just going to go out there and we're going to play as hard as we can and be as aggressive as humanly possible, and you know, to be confident.
Always good hearing from Roth, growing into an elder statesman of America's PUBG, and he had the decency to drive a car that we could actually hear him over the engine.
True.
So always good to see that here as Change the Game make their way across from Jadina City, and they should be okay. Meanwhile, remember that Gen G and Full Sense fight, it's still happening.
Still, well, I mean, you say fight, it's more like a
posturing.
Just angry neighbors. Kind of yelling over the fence right now, not really being too aggressive about it. But I say that, and maybe they have other plans for what's going to happen within the next couple of seconds, as Flame does peek aggressively around the side. Seems like Gen G has grouped up after the loss of Bean. They want to get rid of this remaining set of Full Sense players.
The loot must be acquired.
Yeah, and I mean, if they want to get Bean back alive as well, resing, get inside circle, you know, it's going to all take a while. So might as well get to it.
There are literally dozens of us that would really appreciate it if they got Bean back alive.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have Flame.
That at all holding that angle. It looks like Full Sense is just kind of committed to just staying where they are, holding the lines. Gen G, meanwhile, just taking everything else.
Honestly, I think the issue right now is that they have Orca kind of infiltrating the Full Sense backline, and he can't really get out. The issue is Tosi and Flame can't safely get to him either. I think right now, honestly, Genji wouldn't mind just dipping, but there's no place for them to all get out of this situation together. So for the time being, they're going to be stuck in there alongside Full Sense. As you can see now, finally the rep comes through. They're trying to regroup back with Orca, as Orca, from the roof up high, finds Thanadol.
There you go. Thanadol goes down. Tigger has been spotted out. It looks like Gen G is starting to figure out exactly where all the pieces are lying on the board. But Flash will get that knock onto Flame. And Tosi and the boys will push in. Two shots will put Tigger on his back. And now Full Sense down to just one.
Oh, good shot on Esma, jumping through the window there, able to find one. Just Flash left alive. Can he make this one happen in a 1v3? Here's a guy to do it, but it ain't going to be easy.
Tosi dancing around on that rooftop. Flash knows exactly where he is, but he's not going to take the shots unless he knows he can get the knock.
He's waiting for it.
Yeah. Tosi. Ooh. Flash. Lucky Tosi. Flash wasn't peeking the right side. He might have had a better angle. As you can see, Tosi still looking around. 225 damage for him so far. And Gen G would love to be able to clean this up. They do get their knocked player back on his feet. As we see, the new circle has popped, and it is going to be favoring Rin Jiang.
Yep, down towards the water. We continue. JDG setting up their E-pick up. They're saying, nah, we're not too keen on driving in from here. And if we saw the whole circle, you could actually see that towards the western side of the river, there ain't a whole lot of teams around. Flame does go down to blue once more.
Well, you wonder how many meds they have.
None, if any. I mean, they've got to be real low.
This was right off the drop, so the looting hasn't really been great, as Jacob will spot out Gustav. That's another player down for FaZe, as E-Arena already got the knock onto one. It looks like Vex was able to get the res through. Flash finds Tosi, though. Tosi, you heard the shotguns coming through. Flash, you're going to get another one, and now all of a sudden it's a 1v1 Flame versus Flash.
How do you make this happen? And again, as you said before, Met's situation, what are we looking at? Flash just used his last first aid. We'll try and see if he can get Orca. Not quite able to do so. And now it's up to Flame to try and keep his team alive. The jump down comes through. He would have heard that. Has the Sawn off in and gets the re-knock. Oh, it's the first knock onto Flame. It's just 1 HP on the other side.
And is he going to bleed out before? Is Tosi going to go for it? He's going to get it before trying to go for the bandage. Ooh. Will he get it off in time?
He does!
Oh, he does! He's going to stay alive. Tosi, he's barely staying in. Okay, that's going to be enough. Yeah, he's going to be fine. But will Flame? No, Flame's going to go down before he can actually stick the res. Oh, he's going to have to get the blue chips. And now it is all about Sir Tosi. Can he get the boys back?
An ugly fight with the ugly finish to follow. Scrape through, just exactly able to stay alive. And as you say, now the mission becomes get your teammates back in the game. Speaking of getting back in the game, JDG just making landfall now and instantly met by an onslaught of 17 bullets.
Suze, at least he gets low enough to get knocked. Oh no! The spray from Xiao Wu. And now actually it wasn't even Xiao Wu that does it. It's 770. So the good hold from 17. JDG down to just December 12th after what was such a great game on Tago. It's down to 1.
So hard flying in from here, trying to claim the high ground off of that E-pickup as well. You're going to be contested no matter what. Forest Gaming peeking up over their own hill on the southern side. Not too eager to take fights, but at least trying to scare off anyone playing the hill up high, because they know that's one of the big counterpoints to the compound they're currently playing.
Meanwhile, E-Arena just continues to cyberbully FaZe as Jacob gets Jeems. It's down to Vard. The shots come through, but Vard will be able to avoid them for now.
Wow.
As the new circle will pop, and it's going to go back to Rinjiang. Remember, the Expendables were coming in. They were hanging around that fight earlier, and they are going to be dead center circle. FaZe does get eliminated in the end, and they should get that res onto Jacob.
We requested seeing a new area of the map in play. Not too often we've been down to Rinjiang proper, as Circle does take us all the way there. Next one, of course, could go way inland on the northern side, so it's only going to be Falcons to try and make their rotation across from the south.
Currently, we see Gen G does, in fact, get those blue chips back. It's Orca and Flame that are going to be the first ones to drop, as Falcons are making their way across the bridge at the same time. So it looks like Orca's going to go one place, Flame going to go the other, but the Doritos from Falcons, they're looking over there. The Expendables are looking over there. Team Liquid got to push into something. They're going to be pushing right into Alcatia territory. The Panzerfaust is out, but it's going to miss as Cowboy's going to go down to Sparking. Curdy gets the knock on a D. Curdy gets traded out as well, but the steals coming through. Oh! They're getting third-partied by SGA. Rello, the last player left alive, as Team Liquid, it's a 1v1 with Luke 12.
Vehicle about to explode, but it's not going to matter. Luke is going to be the one to get the final kill come through. Thing is, 17 heard all this go down. So did Forest and changed the game. Expect to see Util thrown forward. Look at that. Both Scabby and Venbo has nades in hands. They know what's available on the other side. And that nade couldn't be more perfect. How in the world did that not come through? CTG. Robbery at open daylight. Scabby the ones to get away with the points.
And look at that, CTG immediately. Everybody, you saw 3 hungry packs of wolves descending on Team Liquid, but now they all retreat to their separate corners. Change the game, will keep their 2 alive, as F and Potion looks like they are still working their way around this eastern side. Forest, meanwhile, are just outside of the city. It looks like E-Arena, after taking down FaZe, are going to continue to wrap down towards the west. Lyric's already down there looking at that bridge.
Yeah, trying to make their way on over. I like how Kick has still committed to flying around that southern side for Falcons as well, saying we did see people come in after us. So let's not take anything for granted, as we might have ourselves a little aviation battle come through. Not quite sure if they're going to commit to that, though.
Twisted Minds, our PGS 9 champions, have a lot of work left to do with these games remaining. There's still 4 alive, but the circles have seemingly been allergic to them.
Yep.
And now they are in a bind on the north side. 17 has angles. They are getting crashed by Petrichor Road, and SGA is just on the other sides of those mountains.
Curious to see how quickly Twisted can deal with Petrichor here. They know full well there's teams all around them. They have to be so swift in the execution of this engagement. Example finds one Ming, though, instantly there to trade Perfectix. Able to find one more in return. Now it's just AC up close, because they still have one player set up on the northern side.
Circle pops north, about the only place it could go as the flush comes through from Perfectix. Nice spray from Perfectix again onto Chewy, as Chewy's trying to arrive to support AZ. Or will he go for the res? Meanwhile, while that's happening, 17, they hear this fight. They know it's going on. They're going to come over here. SGA also starting to wrap around to see if they can maybe capitalize, as there are many points on the table. AZ has no idea that Perfectix is right behind him. Chewy alive via the grace of the smokes.
All the teams fighting here in the northern side, outside of the current top 16. A lot to lose and falling here. Xiao Bei opens up, finds Example early. Looks for Lu as well, but can't quite connect. Chewy, though, from the other side is able to take him down.
And now down to 2 for Twisted Minds, but Perfectix will clean up Chewy with that P90 looming large. Perfectix will have to stop down to go for the heal. The grenades coming from 17, not finding the mark. Perfectix back up to full health as 17 continues to slowly clean up around this northern side.
How far further west are you willing to go if you're 17, though? As soon as you peek over that ridge line, you don't know what's waiting. All you know is that there's a Perfectix with a P90 in hand somewhere over across. They've left little ghost behind inside circle in a compound as well, so wise on them to make the mature move of disengaging here.
Looks like they're going to pull away from it as well. A little bit surprising considering 17 knew it was Twisted Minds. They know they have Twisted Minds up against the wall, and they have to know that Twisted Minds is in danger of not making this grand final, but instead they will just retreat back to their corner, change the game. I'm sorry, SGA Incheon Taxter having an angle there, but Twisted Minds not out of the woods just yet.
And that's what forces them back to. They know that SGA has high ground control in that position. If they open up, if they even get 1 or 2 players knocked against Perfectix in that situation, SGA could potentially come in, sweep, and clean up. And also, I mean, for 17 Gaming, they're set at 53 right now, which is good, but theoretically not guaranteed themselves. Had they been at 60, I think you could expect 17 to full commit to that play, but wise on them to hold the brakes.
I think you're right, as the P90 once again will strike and will take down Didex as we see Hane and Taxter, the last 2 players left alive. Batulans playing against the wall, listening for footsteps, but he's not hearing anything just yet. 6 kills now for Twisted Minds as they continue to climb that leaderboard up to 50 points now.
Yep, it's a slow climb, but one they're very capable of pulling off. As Orca goes down to blue, wasn't able to find Mets fast enough. He's been swimming across, I think, from underneath the bridge on the southern side, but couldn't make it happen. I mean, Gen G is playing the 4 Horsemen challenge right now on this one. As Perfectix does get spotted, Famas in hand of Hane able to take him down.
Filthy little peek and spray from Hane will take down that P90, take down Perfectix. Batulans makes the run. Taxter just holding the angle. Batulans is, he sniffed it out, and he's going to spot him. He's going to win the 1v1. Twisted Minds will stay alive.
Yep, has to try and make a run for it too. 7-7 cleans it up, and perfect situation for them here. Not only do they get to take out Twisted, but they now know that SGA is so wounded that they can claim full high ground control, and with the circle shifting off, easily aggress on forward to this position and see if you can make something happen.
Oh, Beam will take down Tanvu, and they get to him just in time to get the res. The sneaky Bean coming from the blue will not be enough to take down the fragger from the Expendables. Here is another part of Gen G. It's going to be Flame hiding out in the crates. He hears the footsteps. He knows Lurks and Nurns are here. He's got
shotgun MP5 combo. Scary times.
Oh, he gets one. Can he get 2? No, my goodness. He's going to go for the flushes instead, and he will actually survive. Jacob not going for the push. He's actually going to spot him. Flame, that gun is so deadly. Don't push this. He's got so much on him that is dangerous at close range. Flame dancing around the crates. Oh, he goes for the go. Jacob will win it.
Flame booped Jacob's flashback in his own face. I know it wasn't intentional at all, but if he was aware of what had happened there to make an aggressive swing around the corner, that would have been the greatest anti-flash play I've ever seen. Not quite going to come to fruition, though. In the meantime, Falcons are going to wrap in on that southern side. Of course, hearing all the action, they might have themselves a good entryway to this next circle.
Oh, nice grenade from Delwyn as E-Arena. They have just no safe port as that grenade will take him down. Delwyn will collect 2 more, and E-Arena goes out early, still with 55 points. The log jam around the mid-50s is growing ever larger as we see 51 points for FN Potion now is our cut line.
And that's the thing, right? We talked about it coming into today as well, with all the mid-pack and below mid-pack teams starting to perform. That cutoff is only going to get that much higher. Breakers not able to find the knock. 1 more bullet had probably been enough to get him down, but for FN, still not inside circle. Got to make the way on forward, and finally, Gen G playing 4 solos across the map have been found and dealt with.
And if there is no team in the lobby that has found their groove today more than FN Potion. Still 4 strong. They've got 1 win on the day, 1 second. Now SGA will take down Delwyn as he is all by himself. There you go. Tanvu will be the one that finishes off SGA as they go out in 7th place.
Big for Tanvu and Expendables as well here to now fully know that their west side of the circle is clear. We saw 2 teams from Americas fall here just moments ago. Now the fight comes through this valley once more, and it's CGG to try and fend off against FN.
Gotta be careful. Winbo will get that knock on a breaker. Zenith is going to get taken down and flushed out by 17. The third party looming large here for FN Potion, down to just 2, and they've got to dance. The grenades coming in. Star-Lord will take down Wenbo, but Tianchan still in it, still has utility left.
One well-placed nade from Tianchan here could take out the entire remaining players of FN. This one's going to bounce off the hill, but not quite far enough, and Tianchan calls it quits. There's a circle to play for. You have an entry to it seeing there's 3 teams fighting on the east. Wise decision on him to dip out there.
And now 17 going to turn their full attention over to FN Potion. They know that they're there as well. As the smoke wall will continue to stay alive. Forest has high ground on all of this as 17 trying to get involved. Forest in a 2-2 split. They've got 2 inside the zone already, but they've left 2 over here to see if they can capitalize on anything here. Knots from 7-7-0, but he's got to pull back as Olympus gets the knock on the breakers.
Olympus finds Ron Rex also with the final bullet in chamber, able to get one. And again, I mean, you mentioned it, Paul. Forest playing a wide 2-2 split, phase 6 with 5 teams left alive. I've never seen this team this confident before, looking real solid. You see CGG there. Soon as the game ends, headset off, frustrations galore. 41 points still possible to make happen coming into the final 2 matches after, but of course would have wanted more out of this game.
Forest throwing all caution to the wind here on the final day of groups as 17 still trying to get rid of FN Potion. Star-Lord will take down Lil Ghost as Xiao Wu and Xiao Bei have to go for the reposition, but now they're getting shot at by the other duo of Forest who has a different angle. 7-7-0 and Xiao Wu still alive as Rex and Star-Lord work their way through the trenches.
Yeah, Rex trying to creep his way further forward. The blue is going to force him to make an aggressive play happen now as well. Peeks on over, down to 1 HP. Should be found, but no,
Rex
somehow wins that duel against 7-7.
Broken finger be damned. Rex has found his groove here today as he is walking his way forward. No heals, doesn't have time to stop for it. He's got the blue at his back. Xiao Wu at least has defense from down the ridge. He can at least defend himself, but look at the Expendables. Oh, they see dinner on the plate, and they are going to come for it. Tan Vu will take out Xiao Wu right after Xiao Wu takes out Rex.
And while the fighting has been happening on the northern side, Forest as well, despite being in a 2-2 split, able to ditch lodge and take out Team Falcons, not losing anyone in doing so. APAC rise to the top once more as we now have Expendables and Forest Gaming fighting for a win here on Rondo.
The Expendables immediately in vehicles, sending it over here. They see Scappy down in the kill feed, but I don't think they're going to get there in time to capitalize on it. Baron has to go for the res. Olympus with that side flanking angle. Duck Juice has the Panzerfaust as well, but he is not the one leading the charge. That is going to be Clories as they are going building to building to try to find the angles and clear them out.
And for Expendables here, even if they don't get the kills, look at the amount of circle they've just taken control of. They force Forest Gaming with the backup against the blue. Now they saw, I believe, Delwyn hurt the vehicle of Olympus Rep East, and this circle couldn't be better for them. They know exactly where they have Forest Gaming sat on that southern side. Now they need to stop them from wrapping around them, which is what Olympus is trying to do right now.
That is going to be the big ask here for the Expendables because Forest, they have angles and they have a very, free path to get into that zone if they go on the low side, as they have already sent Olympus, but the Expendables leaving Clories behind. See if he can win them a couple of points here, get a couple of knocks. 1 knock at least would go such a long way for the Expendables here, and Forest may think that the Expendables sent everybody back to the center of the circle.
Could just be. Could very well be. Wise on them, at least, Expendables to react as quickly as they did. As soon as they heard that engine start on the side of Olympus, you saw Duck Juice and Tan Vu immediately bomb its circle, send up on that northern side. Very smart on the side of Expendables here, as we now see Clories again. This player playing in from behind, if he goes unnoticed, he could very well end up being the difference maker and who comes out victorious here.
He could be so huge. Kiss is going to go for that high side. He's going to spot him out. Oh, Kiss! What a spray from him. Forces Clories to pull away, and Scappy will be the one that finishes him off. So the man in their shadows no longer a threat. It's a 4v2 for the win, and Scappy is
warmed
just pegging him right now.
Definitely 4v2, but up against the 2 top performers of yesterday. The new duo of Duck Juice and Tan Vu. You have the position, but you don't have the numbers. Can you make this happen against all odds?
We saw what they could do on Erangel down to a duo. Let's see if they can repeat that performance 2 days in a row. You saw that P90 in the hands of Olympus as well. That's looking pretty scary. They try to make their way up. Good grenades. Oh, my goodness, Olympus. He's got a rabbit's foot in his pocket, and it's going to put him right in grenade range. But that's all. Those are all, yeah.
And a C4.
All the utility they can muster sending over towards Duck Juice. He's going to keep going. The C4 car will come through, but Duck Juice had the plan. He's got the wall of smoke laid down, but it doesn't matter. Tan Vu is down, and now it's all down to Duck Juice. The push comes through from Forest, and that is a huge huge win for them on Rondo.
Definitely aggression from start to finish was the play for Forest, and they pull it off. Not just that, but they do so without taking a single casualty. We talk about motivation, we talk about having things going your way. If I can see a Forest game like this played from here on out, they are looking to go to the very top of everything.
It has been a wild day so far with non-stop action from the word go in every single game. Groups A and C leaving everything on the line. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We've got 2 games remaining. So hang out for the analyst desk and don't go anywhere.
Forest Gaming with a stronghold and then a wild move against Expendables at the very end. But you know what? They knew they had it. They knew they were going to be able to play this out to its conclusion.
And what an insane circle here in Rinjang, right? And Forest Gaming had a 2-2 split forever on those 2 high grounds, right? Just insane. But that northern side, like the push, the third-party attempt from 17 onto the push onto this Scabby nade here.
Yeah.
Twisted did get some points, mostly off the hands of Perfectix and a P90, as you see here. Tons of points onto Petrica Road. Petrica Road, though, falling apart a little bit. And this mid-pack, we have like 10 teams that are 12 points apart. Like, it's absolutely insane. And everyone is just gunning for it, trying to get into that top 16 to make sure they have a spot in the finals.
Not only is everyone gunning for it, but also you hit like 6 teams just then. Rapid
You like
fire.
that?
You were all over. You were getting them all. Bam, 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 bam. But of course, Forest Gaming was rapid fire. Yeah, you could have tried. You could have tried. But they were rapid fire against all the teams that were trying to attack this compound. Obviously, this compound is a fortress, right?
It is.
On
It's
top
so
of this hill.
difficult to push.
Very, very difficult indeed. And all those teams felt the ramifications of that as we look across these teams trying to get something done here. Not the most common of circles, though, heading down towards Rinjang, as you were kind of mentioning and alluding to here. And Forest just had the pick of the litter.
It did for sure. And on top of that, you know, especially with how much water we had in Circle 3,
yeah.
all of the teams kind of knew where to play. But also, if you don't have any information, if you don't have any priority into that circle, you kind of have to edge your bets a little bit, try to get in from an angle, especially Falcons here. They managed to get across that bridge, trying to get into the side here. They got a few kills, a good amount of placement points too. And even though Kick looks a little bit sad right now, I think they have a pretty good shot at it. Their first games of today has actually been pretty decent.
Yeah.
Like, they have not been bad at all.
Yep, not too bad, not too bad. It's cool to see Forest and the way they were able to play this out, though, with 11 kills going their way overall. And the points that they have garnered, obviously we're really keeping a close eye on teams like Forest going into that grand final, right? Because if they can get a top 8 or kind of get enough PGS points on the board, then suddenly, for PGC, anyone's legend comes into the topic of conversation, which we all know him as. Good old Himas.
Yeah, if Himas could make another PGC appearance with anyone's that'd be great. I would love to see that, to be honest. But still, it'd have to be off the backs of someone else carrying the regional spot through PGS spot. And that's a wild story in itself. He should have been here. He should have been present at much more events here. But so far, Forest, man, it's been the story, especially for Kiss this year, but Scabby in this event here. And so far, has been looking good. That nade was just absolutely on the money there. And that's why you see 5 kills and 300 damage. It was super, super well executed and perfectly put.
Yeah, the great numbers across the board here as Kiss doing tons of damage alongside this. But it looks like Scabby will be taking the man of the match here for this one. I will say, I do feel a little bit for Team Liquid, who, and of course there is Scabby. But having that wipe and having the potential to get everybody up, the timing of the shutdown against them, it was picture perfect.
But that's what the teams here are getting so good at, is sniffing out those third-party
I gotta agree.
When you have 1, 2, 3 knocks, you're at a shot, you're at a chance of someone else saying, guys, we gotta push because you have this. You have the audio info.
Yeah.
You have pretty good map awareness, and if you see nades, everything, it's actually a lot of information you can gather from kill feed. And these guys that are in this lobby here has been absolutely insane. Rex though for today, James,
all day,
it's been him every single time. He was only 12 or 13,000 with fantasy leaderboard, dude, man. It's insane. 5 for him, 5 for Scabby, 646 damage though for Kiss.
Of course, 17 Gaming really kind of putting the boot in against Twisted Minds on that north side, right? We were watching all of that unfold. I think 17 fully aware of who was fighting there, fully aware of being able to get an easy shutdown on Twisted Minds. And hey, 17 Gaming loves the idea of shutting down Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they would love that. And that's, I think, the scary thing for Twisted coming into the last couple of games here is that they kind of have a target in their back.
For sure.
Although in this case here, First Nocturne Gaming, Expendables, 17, already qualified, guaranteed to be in this final here. FN Potion though, important points, the double-digit points they're able to get here potentially could set them up for a story inside PGS 10 finals. Overall leaderboard, and look at this, man. It's getting dicey at the 59-point mark. Full Sense has had a terrible day today. They only need like 5-6 more points. 17 Gaming now with 2 games to go. I would say they're absolutely fine.
Yeah, this is the least interesting side of the leaderboard at the moment because we need to see where we're at for that cutoff point on the next page. As of course, there will be some very close. Even just before this game, we saw like, what, 10 teams or something ridiculous kind of towards that 40-some point mark. And here we have that cut-off point. I will say, what a rise from Team Falcons. It was kind of a salvage game here with the 5 points going their way for placement, no kills going their way. But they have been on the warpath today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, and you know what? Looking at this right now, everyone's goal right now is the 59 points. You need 60. You need to get that. And if you look from Petrica Road and all the way, maybe, I mean, Fonger Engelman is out. Like from Petrica Road, 48. They're out currently. Falcons is out currently. Twisted Minds is out currently. And we're looking at big names. We're looking at 12 to 9 points that these teams needs to make in 2 games. Very possible, very doable. But for the other teams also in that kind of 59 and below, they also need points. And so far, it's been so many teams that have been getting, especially the top here, they've been getting so many points, right? Here, it's Forest. They don't need the points. Again, Expendables, they don't need the points. 17 Gaming, they don't slightly need the points, right? But still, rough situations for the teams at the top. And they've been sponging. How many teams, though, do you think we're going to see breaking that triple digits? It's got to be someone like Forest Expendables, I expect.
1 or 2, I'm not sure. I think it's going to be close. We will see. We're going to go to a break, though. And when we return, we have 2 more games. It will be Miramar on the side of the Dusty Dunes. We will know the 16 teams going on to the grand final.
In the wings for the connect.
Is he gonna punch the can?
No.
자, 여기서 이제 오른쪽
웰컴 수류탄 위치도 괜찮은데 진짜 도망가야 돼요. 그냥 쭉 도망가야 돼요. 싹쓸이 这地方是看不到车的。铁拳哥哥1红2，停下来打吗？我还有一个。 这是苏泽把12月给炸下来了，在自己还有一发铁拳，苏泽打一个1炮，怎么还有
You know what? I want to know. I want to know exactly what the devs thought about this. Like, is this a for the game? Like, Toffees, is that assault?
배꼽할 상황 안 일어났죠.
네, 서클은 위로 올라갔고 여기서
자,
키트가
내가
책임진다.
간다 더블 히트. 이거 성공했어요.
야, 파철 피하면서
이거는 뭐
자, 같이 가자. 와, 두 개요.
Themselves in this position. It has been pretty successful. BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes down. More shots coming in from Lurex. Takes down Spiro. Quizzy, the last remaining one alive, and he gets
Slam G here. What a great game for them. They're sending it in. They want to make sure that this last one doesn't get denied here. Molotov comes in. And if you're Kiliakai, they're on fire. Oh, they got it as well.
然后我在旁边就抽一个，就抽一个，
又来，哎呦，
太难受了。
机会特别大，哦，就看多少分吃鸡了。
哎呀，Seremban 这里急了一点，但是影响不大。恭喜 JDG。
좀만 기다려줘. 기장님한테 좀 말해줘. 나 판단 좀 늦는다고. 좀 늦는다고.
Here pack. Can they get some more out of it? Rock does go down. Explosions just rolling around.
have to come back and commit to this fight.
So we go back up. Here comes a set coming into the blue zone. And CJ! He got run over!
One versus one versus Lou. It's gonna be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets some headshot. Boomstick falls down. But now it's next up. It's Example.
Turns into the fight for the circle. Tending blows, heavyweight fights, no speedo. He might have to go for a desperate attempt in the wings for the connection. But it goes back to twist.
3. Is he gonna punch the pan?
No.
I'm not sure. There you go.
来，直接就撞你这个最好的房子。和这一推雷，对方是一个火力车，全是残血。火，这个火真的太好了！哇，苏泽，完美的封住了对方。苏泽一穿四。
And most of them is more full aggressiveness, more control, and Flash, he got the hit. He got the second hit as well. That will lead to a knock here.
I'm pretty sure at this point.
No Aurora actually earned a lot of points, but real homie on the other hand, this is just one of those few risks. You're dropping it into a spot where there might be a team here. And unfortunately, of all the teams here, it was iconic. Two games left to determine who will be going to the grand final of PGS 10. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Toby, and it has been the renaissance of the bottom half of the leaderboard, it seems, for the most part of the day.
Or at least for the bottom half of the team, we might not have expected to see it from, because we still have some bottom half of the teamers that are some pretty big names that need to step it up in order to make it through to the PGS 10 grand finals.
Obviously, the biggest name among those has to be Twisted Minds. Now, they are sitting just below the cut line. With 2 games remaining, I think they're probably feeling okay, but it's been rough sledding for them so far today. Definitely not what we expected to see from our PGS 9 champion, but we have 2 games remaining here in the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Exactly, over to Miramar we go, and I mean, as you said, it's been tricky for Twisted, and we even said it as we see the chicken on screen, or hen, I should say. Other words. Yep, nope, yeah, never mind.
That's a hen.
That
sure.
is a hen.
It's a chicken.
It's food. It's you know what, I'm just gonna continue.
Fair enough.
It's been, whenever Twisted has struggled, it's been in the unpredictability. It's been in the chaos. It's been whatever you want to call it. They're hard to play games where you can't 900 IQ brain your way through it because there's just too many random things happening. And right now, with them being targeted by multiple teams, engaging them at times where they normally don't expect it as well, that adds to that pressure, and I think that's part of why they struggle. So for the teams that have been hunting them, your Petrichor, your Full Sense as well, continue that, and honestly, I'm not sure if they qualify.
Twisted in trouble, but a lot of teams, even above the cut line currently, can't be feeling safe. It has been a sweaty day of PUBG all day long. Fighting happening from the word go, and I don't expect that to change here with 2 games remaining. We're going to see a lot of shifts, I have to imagine, on that leaderboard. Some that are currently in the safety spot will drop down, and some will fight their way up to the top.
Did Gen G just hot drop Twisted Minds? They most definitely just hot drop Twisted Minds, forcing them out of Power Grid. I was thinking when I saw them fly initially, that, oh, they'll just, you know, they'll extend, they'll fly further north. But oh no, Gen G feeling confident, taking the fight to the top team.
As well they should. If they're ever going to feel confident right now is the time. They're currently sitting with 85 points overall. A final spot certainly secured for them. As we, why not? I mean, I was, wondering why 17 kind of didn't, but 17 obviously still kind of in a position where they have to fight their way to get their spot still. So maybe that's the reason why they didn't try to eliminate Twisted Minds in that prior game. But yeah, not surprised at all to see some of these teams that are secure going after. Got to take down the king.
I was going to say, I like the idea that oftentimes we see these hot drops in latter parts of a stage where it's like one team that has beef with another, like, oh, we want to secure this drop spot or whatnot. Right now, the entire server is actively going, take out Twisted Minds. We don't want them in the finals again. It's not fair when they make finals and get almost 200 points. It seems like a collective effort to try and prevent these guys from making it through. But as we alluded to before, they are real darn close.
Well, if you want to have a better time in the grand final, it's pretty good to take care of that monster that's living under the bed and make sure that he doesn't even show up. See that cut line, the historic cut line once again, 57 points for PGS9. As you gotta, it's got to be higher. It's going to be what do you think? What are we thinking? 60, 65?
On the leaderboard on the left-hand side right now as well, you can see what's the distance to the current cutoff at 55. And right now, Liquid 24 points down from our current 16th. They need back-to-back successes, and that's saying something. Real good games needed in order for them to make their way up there. Petrichor as well have, in my opinion, seeming like they've been targeting players a bit more than targeting their position on the leaderboard. So still, of course, well within reach, but I feel like they're playing more for, as we talked about, taking out specific teams than playing for that top 16. At least that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like they came in. Oh no, FaZe. James hops off the bike, and Delwyn will finish him off, and now Fex will be forced into the fight. As Delwyn will continue to hold on to the top side, where's the rest of his team? He's going to at least make sure he secures that point. As you see another FaZe member up on the high ground. I don't know if the angle is found just yet. Yeah, Delwyn just going to continue dancing around. And yet Duckjuice now coming in from the top side of your minimap. Fex will just retreat.
Yeah, didn't even get the blue chip either. Maybe it's a bait, you know? Maybe this is bait. Fex driving off to allow for VAR to maybe get an open angle, make Tanvu and the boys feel like they're all kinds of safe and then taking that, but not quite the case. While that takes place, though, we have an interview ready with Cole, so let's hear what JDT has to say.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with JDG Cold 119 and Mandy. You were down to 1 HP, but you got up and saved Spaceman, who closed out the game. Can you tell us about the last communication that you had before you closed out that chicken?
所以在第3局的最后时刻，你和你的队友 Spaceman 孤身独战 CTG， 最后赢得了胜利。然后在那个时刻，你是什么样的心情？你团队的沟通状况是如何？
当时看到右上角信息，独狼出手了，然后且我们现在是2打1的情况下，我和 Spaceman 当时说他觉得救不了，但是我说一定能救，然后我就给他扶起来了，然后我们就形成这个2打1，然后就把就顺利拿下。
So at that moment, the spaceman get down and he said to me, "No need to see me, just go for it and get the clear information." But I said no, I should save you. So I saved her, and we got the final fight and finished this match.
Oh, don't worry, I got you. All right, that's some heartwarming moments. Thank you, Hold19, and back to the game.
I would like to make a petition that every time Colt119 has a bolt in hand and is aiming at anyone, we have to have a camera on there, because those were some filthy bolt action headshots earlier today.
Apparently, man.
Damn.
I didn't even know.
No, happened off stream.
Goodness. Well, JDG definitely finding their groove here in PGS 10 after a disappointing PGS 9, which saw them not qualify for the finals after winning PCL, coming in first place overall in China. A lot of expectations were placed on that squad, but it looks like they might be getting back to form, which is pretty scary news for everybody else in the lobby coming into the grand final.
Definitely. Team with a lot of individual experience, but as a group and going up against global opponents, not too much they've been able to do. If they can turn that ship around off of just one group stage performance, that is, as you say, I mean, scary news for anyone trying to take the fight to them.
Well, get a look at Perfectix, who is all by his lonesome. The rest of the team still way off to the north. Remember, they got pushed off of their normal drop spot by Gen G, and now Perfectix has this compound in hand, but Lou, example, Batulin still way off to the north. You see Lou just kind of doing a little casual scouting around, and we'll see if he spots out Gen G, just feeding information over to the rest of the team.
I was just going to say that's exactly what he's doing, and the reason they're playing it so slow right there, like, wait, if they hot dropped us, they're also most definitely waiting for us to come inside the circle. Perfectix is going to be alone for at least a little while longer, as they've decided to remove the flooring of that BRDM, maybe for people that are a little taller. It's like a Flintstones car where you get to run with your feet down on the ground below as well.
Oh, that'd be perfect. That'd be perfect. I love that. Well, I could see you getting a little bit of some presence here to start off the game, as they still have to make their way into the zone. They are just southeast of Los Leones currently, where the closest team to the edge is that beaten down phase as James. Yep, that is tough stuff. He knew he was pretty, I mean, that was about the only option he had, right? He was dead to rights if they kept on going, so tried to go for the quick spray and unfortunately doesn't hit.
And worse for him too, had he jumped off that bike a half second earlier, he'd be down below the ridge line, could prone it out and maybe buy some time for his team to get over. Had he jumped off a half second later, he would have been behind that tree perfectly to block off the angle, so just really unlucky timing on that side. Speaking of unlucky.
Oh, yep, that's unlucky. Well, Alo and the rest of Team Liquid, luck has just been rapidly running away from them all day. Okay,
anything else you want to say, Poro, now that we're at it?
Apparently not, man.
What in the world of bolts are we seeing here today? What's the distance, too? And he wasn't even standing still.
Goodness. Well,
any replays?
I mean, Sparking has an angle on it. Yeah, so this should be resible, but that was still pretty dirty.
Oh, he's still shooting. He's still shooting. He has the angle. He has it zeroed on in.
Well, that's also feeding information over to Perfectix, too. So
definitely.
Lets them know where at least one of Gen G is, as Purdy Curdy will fly by and tempt fate, but 17 is right there. And 17 now is going to open fire on Purdy Curdy and Luke. Purdy Curdy has made it into the warehouse itself, but Xiaobei has that M249 in hand. Kurt will have to make his way around the outside, leading with the flashbang, trying to push in, trying to take it by surprise, but it's not going to happen. Xiaobei doesn't get the knock just yet, but Lil Ghost does, playing that high side.
Not a fun time being a Liquid player right now. All they're trying to do is make it through the early game without running into trouble. And in doing so, it seems like all they can do is run into trouble early.
Just every single spot that they seem to go is occupied. And every single time they just get taken by surprise.
They just can't catch a break.
They just cannot. And now they're right into Ike's left's crosshairs as Alo is down. And just like that, 9 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, Liquid is eliminated.
Down they go with one more shot left to try and see if they can make it through to the grand finals. Again, not impossible. But of course, if we are to look at how things have gone thus far, highly unlikely.
It's just been a no good, very bad tournament, unfortunately.
Skip, go next.
Yep. Well, they have PGC to look forward to, so a lot of time to kind of revisit things and get things back together. But they still got one game left. So it's not over. It's not over.
It ain't over.
It's not over until we say it's over, chat. As the circle will pop, and it's going to fall right on top of the Expendables.
Interesting circle coming out east here because, of course, with all the teams currently outside circle on the west, it's kind of hard to transition out to that eastern side. I mean, if Twisted is wise, here they go. Perfectix. Good luck, my man. You're going to be fine. We'll just be wrapping out on the hard eastern side and see if we can win the game from there. And you do you in the meantime. Maybe we can group up later in the game.
Yeah, I think that's not going to happen. Perfectix took shots.
And
that, yeah.
Orca again?
Orca again.
Bold master.
I think Perfectix tried to take shots at Gen G to scare him away from the compound. And Gen G just said, oh, you're solo. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take you. Goodbye.
Yeah.
But the rest of Twisted, they're still up. They're still alive around Power Grid currently. They've all got vehicles, so they'll make their way in. But, again, Twisted Minds losing one early, and they still have a lot of work to do as Bean will be the one that gets the flush.
To make matters worse, they are now going to be backfilling Falcons, who also are set just underneath the cusp. They're set actually 1 point apart. If they both start fighting one another now and both teams take casualties in doing so, that could be mutually assured destruction.
Cold 119's got that sniper back in hand, so we'll see.
Got the cold cam ready?
Oh, yeah, the cold cam is on and popping as E-Arena fight their way in the northwestern side of the zone. They've got some room to work around here, should they decide to cut in, as we get a replay of that liquid. Yeah.
Stop hitting him. They're already dead.
You know, it is what it is, and sometimes it ain't great. So those guys, they've been around long enough to know, like, you just gotta shake it off, go next.
Yeah.
And you got to do everything you can to avoid tilt, even in the most tiltable situations that you can find yourself in.
That's that is the in and out of a competitive high-level environment. That if you don't play to the absolute best of your possible performance, other teams will come in and take it away from you. Any moment of doubt, other teams will come in and claim it, and that's what they've been falling victim to in this tournament. Some quote-unquote underperformers in terms of, the track record having really risen to the occasion, and other teams that normally find that it's up, not been able to do so again.
Well, I think writing them off would be a mistake. That's
for sure.
a team that's not too far removed from getting second place overall at PGC last year. So, this year obviously not going as great, but they still have the same players and they still have the same skill. So
definitely,
all it takes,
definitely,
that one thing to get the ball rolling in the right direction is Falcons will call for kickstart down, and it's a good thing too, because the rest of Twisted Minds is coming up on the top of that hill.
And again, Falcons and Al-Qadsiya done exactly what we were just talking about. How can we maneuver our troops out to the east side of this circle? We know that that's where there's space to play. The issue is, if this next circle goes anywhere west and you don't already have some sort of control of a compound in the low ground, you're in full send mode. And when you're set outside top 18 with 2 games left to play and you're forced to make a full send in phase 3, that's where you're praying to the PUBG gods that things go your way. Let's see. Next circle, it is going to send up. Falcons, fortunately, with a barn to play. For Twisted, though, what's the plan here, boys?
Well, the plan looks to be maybe just heading down into Picado. That's a slow crawl. It's not the best plan. You would obviously hope for better, but there's at least something there. Now that you're down to 3, there's at least some path forward. As E-Arena, their path forward is going to lead them right into the path of Gen G, possibly even change the game, even if they get past this.
And that's what we're talking about, right? This area of the map is now calling for full send commitments from full teams to try and see if they can make something happen. Change the game, rocks up on 17 Gaming. They're going to try and filter out of this one because they have a split position to go to. Issue is they're continuing from one path over to the other, and E-Arena is right behind them.
Oh, that flipped vehicle might have actually saved them here. As Xiaowu and 770 will try to make their run escape through. Hangi will get taken down. Aries makes his way through, but not without getting a beaten and broken car. It'll at least get him to the... Oh, no, he got to the compound, but Clories will take him down before he can arrive safely.
Yeah, in the meantime, after 17 trying to just follow the tracks of the failed rotation of CTG, will successfully get Xiaowu over to those small shanties, and should be alive for now, I say that, but here comes CTG, maybe not aware that 17 is a player in this position. Xiaowu able to take down one, but there is still Wenbo left alive.
Wenbo, the last one, as he takes a few shots in the back from Petrichor Road. He at least manages to get inside, but Xiaowu knows now that he is not all alone. Wimbo has made it. So what does 17 do? They're going to send 2 more down here and provide him with support, clean out this compound as quickly and as efficiently as they can.
Got to fortify, I should say. Got to wipe him out as fast as can be, Nate. Not quite timed well as he tries to reposition through. This not going to happen once again. Xiaowu prevails. That's changed the game out in 15th place. While this is taking place, Twisted Minds did go for that wide northeastern wraparound. They're now playing in from behind Falcons, from behind Alcazia, and Alcazia must have heard the vehicle of Lu kind of rocking up on that north side of them.
The arena still trying to fight their way in. After surviving Gen G. Bean will get the knock onto Jacob. The smoke will bloom, and they will try to go for the res, but that does not look like it's going to happen. And now Opans is in trouble as the shots keep coming through, and Bean will get another one.
Gen G as locked in as I have ever seen them. They are hitting literally everything they're aiming for today.
They are looking absolutely terrifying through these group stages. Now they just have to find a way to bring that to the finals, as the shots will still get sent through, but full sense they're just going to send the whole squad as they know that E-Arena is up against it.
Exactly. Nice timing on them realizing what's happening in front. Not going to be given to them for free, though. No one's able to find one Lyrics in a crossfire position, not able to get more with it. And that's going to be E-Arena eliminated, our current 16th place team.
And Full Sense took a knock there. Gen G already in vehicles. And you see the smoke wall getting laid down by Full Sense to try to slow down any potential pushes as we check back in with Twisted Minds. They spotted out the Falcons. Batulin's hanging out in the blue zone, just reading the lay of the land here for the rest of his squad. New Circle has popped, and the Expendables still in that 2-2 split over towards the middle.
Where in the world can Twisted Minds go from here? I mean, you have the compound where Falcons are set, and you can be damn sure that Alcazia is going to track your entire rotation once you get over that hillside. A lot of weird sounds being yelled up at the stage right now. I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe it's some more chance trying to get these guys motivated for these very tough rotations to come.
If I had to guess, it's Full Sense letting the arena know just who it is that killed him, as, oh, Taxter, you're out in the middle of nowhere, buddy. He's going to serpentine his way back to the squad and actually stays alive, so good for him. FaZe, meanwhile, fighting on that south side. They've got to get across this road.
Definitely. Good stuff. Peeking up and over. Not seeing any opponents, but well aware that there's going to be a lot of bullets coming his way as soon as he hops across.
SGA, meanwhile, just lie prone. Hang out in their little vehicle fort, smoky vehicle fort. Alcazia, they've got a foothold inside the new zone. They're going to call the rest of the boys over. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, I see Falcons shooting, but they're not shooting at anything in particular. I think they're just peacocking right now to make sure that nobody sneaks up on them.
Falcons, Twisted Minds are in the middle of praying, as they've done before, sometimes been rewarded with the saying, where's that third party? Where is that golden fight that we are waiting to see happen so that we can pull up, take them out, and claim their position? If a knock comes through onto Alcazia on that southern side, they're there in a heartbeat. And they are heading in that direction now. Alcazia will be aware of this. Falcons currently trailing them, shooting at them as we see Nate's lopped on over. SGA in trouble as Severus is the first to fall.
Happy feet, 3 nades will find 1 knock as Taxter going to get knocked low. Hane's going to go down as well. Didek's the last one alive via the grace of the smoke, as Forrest will send everybody back over, but the shots are being sent down the road, so Scappy has to get in there with the rest of the boys. They're going to try to flush out these kills and at least get the points before turning their attention over to Didex. The shots, no, Kiss will take him down before getting knocked by Breakers.
Yep, SGA will be eliminated. Good play from Forrest, understanding the positioning of the opponents in front of them. When they ain't space, you punch your way through, and they do so once again successfully here. And here we talked about it just before, Twisted Minds' potential push-up on Alcazia. Successful, at least initially, in getting here, but at the loss of Lu.
Alcazia will leave that high ground. We'll try to find a better spot to play. The New Circle pops, and it's going to center up, so Alcazia will find a little bit of cover and hold the storm, hold the fort here against Falcons, but the Expendables still in that 2-2 split. You have to imagine they're going to go down. Oh, Tanvu gets knocked there. That might open the door for Forrest.
I was trying to say, you're reaching a point now for Expendables where you go, can we even group up? Like, is it safe to try and make your way down that hillside? And even more so if they have to come up the other way. Nigh on impossible. Gen G out of this compound. well aware of the rotation to come from Full Sense, but they have a fight happening in front of them here.
Gen.G working around the smokes, Full Sense working around the ridge line. They've got utility to spare. They're going to throw a few over. It's not going to find its mark. Flame down to half HP. Bean with grenade in hand will find some damage. Again, won't get the knock. Good one from Belmoth. Will get the knock on a Bean. And now Gen.G, they are down to just Flame and Tosi, and they are bruised and broken.
Yep, they are being given the time to heal on up, though. That's a blue, so not going to hit anything. Will go down in return as Kickstart and H1 work together, finds the remaining Alcacia place. That must have been the BRDM that came around the northern side, taking out an approach, and Falcons now with more space to maneuver.
I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. Here's Flame holding his Dorito.
Okay.
He'll find Belmoth. Gets the knock, gets the flush, gets the point. Flash trying to send it over as quickly as he can, but Tigger will take care of him first, and Gen.G goes down in 11th place.
Yeah, but they've done a lot of damage before Fallen, taking out very important players in this match. As Petrichor now, the next line of potential defense going up against Tickleton, the last remaining Falcons player to get inside the circle.
And Tickleton, I don't think, has any idea of the threat in his midst. The rest of the Falcons already have made their way across. And looks like Tig is getting the call to come rejoin the squad. Will he survive the crossing? That will be determined as we see FN taking out Forrest, who has been having an absolute glow up in these group stages.
Uh-oh. He's realizing real soon the idea this is he's going to actually see them early as well. Oh, had he gone out of that calm moment later, maybe. Petrichor wouldn't have heard it quickly enough. He will fall, though. So Falcons now been informed that there's a team right behind him.
Kill feed lighting up like a Christmas tree right now as the South, the West, and the East all fighting amongst themselves. Multiple knocks coming through as we see H-Win. Yep, that's the BRDM. That's the BRD dead. And Alcacia gets taken down. And now we are down to just 25 alive, 9 teams remaining. Petrichor Road, after taking out Tickleton, they still have to find a way to get inside this zone.
And look at who have somehow crept underneath the southern side of that ridge line after Alcacia fell. Twisted Minds lifts to fight another circle. And now with placement points to boot as well. Again, the former 16th place Team E Arena now pushed down to 17th, died at 55, so that's our current cutoff with 1 match left to play.
Twisted Minds has to see that kill feed. They know that Falcons is still alive. They know that Petrichor is still alive. Their primary competition for that cut line spot, all still in it. So they have to play this as smartly as they can. Chewy looking over. We see Petrichor Road has that nice little ridge line to play, but they've got 17 off to the north. That's looking very dangerous, and this one is Batulins will find Star-Lord, and FN Potion is up against it.
This is an absolutely ruthless circle shift. You might not know if you don't know the map too well, but from Expendables all the way up to the top of the hill in the east, it is just, I mean, literally see it here. There's nothing for you to work with. So even fighting hard up in the east or you're fighting on the west, you cannot position yourself in the middle, which is why everyone on the south side is currently waiting for some sort of opportunity to arise.
And Full Sense trying to wrap around south to see if they can take advantage of FN Potion while they're waiting. Tigger has the angle. He's going to take the spray, but he's going to go down to Zenith. Flash, though, he's managed to get up. Does not look like Full Sense has the utility to send over there, but they do have a Panzerfaust. Thanadol will find one. Tigger goes down. There you go. FN Potion is eliminated in Full Sense, up to 12 kills.
Spread across 3 players as well, 4 apiece, delivering as best as they can as Twisted Minds now try to take the matters into their own hands. It's only Batulins down here, though. Example is set up behind, but he finds one. Flash gone down.
Beautiful stuff from Batulins. Gets the knock, immediately retreats as Thanadol has to pull back down and try to go for that heal onto Flash. Falcons, meanwhile, they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Example on their south side, and I think he heard the shots, but he's got a grenade in hand, and he's ready to spring.
They realize this way. If Batulin gets one there, that would be huge, but Example shuts them down. Perfectly timed nade, knew they were coming, and has it primed, ready, and with a double to go.
Kickstart still alive. Falcons try to retreat into the compound, but they're going to get damage from the Molotov. H-Wing gets flushed out. Shrimzy might still be salvageable, but Example still playing around on that ridgeline, defending his teammate, but Batulins has gone down to a grenade from Vard, and that opens things up for Example.
58 points for Twisted Minds. Every single point garnered here could be the difference maker as Example finds one more.
Huge there, for Example. Every point looming so large as Gustav, the last phase player left alive. He's got to survive through blue zone. Example, making sure that he collects the point for that kill before turning his eyes back over towards Falcons. Shrimzy has bled out. It's all down to kickstart.
And importantly, though, Shrimzy got stolen away by Expendables. So that point not given over to Twisted Minds. Example, now up to 5 kills in this game. Still has Kickstart left to fight.
Look at the log jam down there at 16th place. Currently Falcons with 57 points, but all the way up to 12th at 61.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness gracious, this last game is going to be absolutely bonkers. As example, feeding through the blue, fighting around the smokes, knows where Kickstart is, but look how low he is. He's 1 HP. 1 bullet from Kickstart will do it, but Example has time to play the wall and heal. And Petrichor Road, they see it in a kill feed. They want to come over and take him out. Kickstart will take down Example, and we have made our top 4.
Yep, Twisted Minds down with 1 more match left to play as Ming Ming and Chui push on and fight the remaining Falcons player as well as Petrichor climb on up. Look at this. It's Petrichor, Falcons, Twisted Minds sat just above them, all scraping, trying to get into position for the final match of PGS 10 groups.
And overlooking it all is the Expendables. They have the compound, they have the low ground, they have 4 left alive. They've got 5 kills so far, 91 points. They found themselves in 2nd place overall in these group stages. 17 though, they still could secure their spot 4 strong, taking the fight to Petrichor Road.
I mean, you have to, if you're both 17 and Petrichor, say, we got to take this fight on the hilltop. There's the only time to engage is now, where Expendables can't really impact things. 17, of course, and Expendables already guaranteed to go through to the finals. It's really on them to go, great, how much are we going to be willing to sacrifice in order to take out Petrichor for no points here? And I think, honestly, in doing so, the smart play for 17 right now is just back off. Force Petrichor to make the run to them, because they do still have the Ridge line and play on the north.
I think that might be what they're thinking. They're leaving Xiaowu on that northern side to make sure that the Expendables don't take advantage, leave their compound and wrap around on that northern side. But that means that it's just a straight 3v3, 17 versus Pero, as Ike's left, playing around those hills. You can see what they have to work with. Meanwhile, the Expendables taking shots at just about everybody anytime they peek.
They have, I mean, they might have a toe inside the circle. You can see them trying to creep down here, but they're within vision. Xiaowu already inside circle. Very important position he currently holds in trying to prevent these guys from making their way down the hill.
Smoke wall gets laid down by Ike's left. Chui will be the last one to join, as Xiaowu just sending shots through the smoke, hoping to get lucky, and he's landed a couple of them. As you see Ike's left down, the damage has been done. 17 though, now that Pero has gone for that low ground, they know that they are in utility range. They can free to make the run, and the utility is falling, but it's not falling well enough. The knocks are not coming through.
Plenty of nades to work with, but distance simply too far. Tanvu though from down below able to get one, as these players slowly are forced to creep over the edge of the hilltop proper. Ike's left in the smoke trying to make something happen, but he too will be spotted by Delwyn.
Delwyn with the big shots from the low ground, and the Expendables are starting to creep away from their compound to try to find the better angles. Chewy will go down, and Petrichor Road is out in 3rd, and now it's down to 17 versus the Expendables. Clories immediately sending it in the buggy to try to take a better position.
Great flank play come through. He's up here on his own, though. If he can't win this battle, it's going to be hard for his teammates to come and try and fortify. There's nades to work with, 10 for Expendables all together. As he spots 7-7, finds him, takes him down as well.
And that's the P90 off the board, and that is huge for Clories to win that 1v1. Clories with the AWM in hand, looking at range to see if he can find anybody. He now has support from Duck Juice as the Expendables just collapse. They close the fist on top of 17, forcing their backs up against the wall.
So good in their decision-making when it comes to late game. Mind instantly goes back to the previous Wando game where they had a chance to win it too. Their response to Forest, try to wrap around the side. They know exactly where to play this one from to give 17 as little room as possible to make something happen as Little Ghost falls.
Just leaving 17 nowhere to go, as they are just forced to take whatever spot they can find to avoid the shots from multiple angles. Xiaowu does have that hard cover at least to play with, but Xiaobei, you can see the blue tickling his ankles. He's got to make a run, and he's not going to survive. Delwyn gets the knock.
Exactly. Cloris now make the run on down. It's a 4v1. This should be on lockdown. Xiaowu, great player, but we're 1 nade in that shack away from finishing this one off. More nades will come through, and that's going to be it. Expendables out victorious here on Miramar.
Clinical stuff once again from the Expendables as they make sure to put an exclamation point on what has been a fantastic group stage for them. A little bit quieter today, but still as effective as they were ever.
Fantastic performance from them up in the top, but our eyes go to the bottom of the leaderboard. We just saw the cutoff pushing closer to 60. We might be in for a record-breaking high group stage elimination point threshold. We'll see if that's going to be the case with just one more match left to go.
And that's the defending world champions taking the first Miramar here and the penultimate game in their hands. The Expendables have been looking good in this group stage, Martin.
Yeah, they have. They've been hungry. They've been coming in for it, and they've been fragging out. It's been the Tanbu show. But for me, this one, for PGS 10, the step up, though, has become from Cloris. He's really stepped up compared to what we saw at PGS 9.
I agree.
And that's a big contribution to one of the reasons why they're here. Man, it sucks when you have a BRDM and there's someone that has a Panzerfaust, and it's, that can be a few more points for Alcacia, but it wasn't the case here. Full Send, though, they went full send. They got so many kills, 12, 13 kills in this game.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane for the team.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a little bit of a step up from some of the previous games where they were, you know, not really the group stage heroes that we come to
Miramar thing.
and expect.
This nade, though.
It was insane.
This was the qualifying nade from Twisted Minds Example. Yeah, I mean, the amount of points that Example was able to get off that, both placement points, but also the kills that he was able to get. Remember, he got 2 more on Face Clan after that Watts, right? So there was at least a 4-point clutch for, actually 5 or 6-point clutch for Example.
Amazing, yeah.
Example.
My captain today for fantasy.
Your
yes, of course.
I had the perfect.
Fair, yeah. Twisted Minds has not had the best days, but, you know, obviously for them, if they're able to qualify to the finals, everything resets, and then we see them try and rally for a 5th out of 10. For Falcons as well, let's be real. Like, them just gaining points constantly throughout the day. It's feeling like they should be able to get it, should be able to make it.
It's going to be a moving goalpost, though. It's going to be difficult, and with this one, I think mission ready. With 1 game to go, is going to be in that 16th place. But a few teams are hunting it down, and we're looking at only 1 or 2 points to catch up. So mission ready, probably not going to be ready for the finals.
Of course, one of those being Petrichor Road. Of course, I think currently 17th place.
58 points, 17th. Yes, correct. You're correct. Yes.
Yeah, so
it's going to be crazy.
I don't know. They've been constantly gaining points throughout the day, constantly compared to yesterday, which I think was a bit of a flub. I think, you know, obviously with Ixlac coming in to PGS 10, I was expecting a bit more from yesterday, but today they seem a bit back on the horse. But yes, it will be the Expendables with a victory. 8 kills go their way. 17 Gaming. I keep saying it behind stage. They're back. It's good to see them looking stronger going into this final.
But are they back because someone else is not back? Someone else is not here. Someone else is not performing. Is it because of that? Someone else is not holding them down, holding them back? I hope not. I hope we see the 17 show in the final. That'd be insane. That we know they have at insane finals levels in terms of performance. But here, gee, man, 1,700 damage, 8 kills, tons of utility being thrown here. And at group stage here for sure. I hope this is just the start of what we're going to be able to see from them once we go into the finals. Example, though, most kills in this one. Xiaowu, good to see. 846 damage, man.
He's been on fire today. There's definitely been some great moments from him to even just survive towards the very last moments here for 17 Gaming, as they will try and rally back for what would be a 3rd PGS under their belt. It would be exciting to see, and maybe try and cause a stumbling block to good old Twisted Minds. But you know what? For me in the air right now, this group stage so far has shown me that maybe we get a new PGS champion.
It could be.
What do you think? What do you
I mean,
think?
Twisted Minds getting 10 points here is important. That's going to put them in there, but they're not dominating as much as we kind of saw here, though. Still, 5 teams. A lot of these teams needed the points. Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds, Falcons getting 10, 10, and 9. And then there's a huge drop of 5 points down to Facecam from Falcons. They're only getting 4, but still, it's going to be a moving goalpost.
We need to see the overalls.
The overalls is going to be close, man. It's going to be close. There's going to be teams that are safe, and that's the scary thing going into the last game is the teams that already have so many points, they could be making changes happen here. Expendables definitely going to be breaking that 100 points.
Yeah, they should be. 99 right now. DM Freaks, of course, they're not playing today, but 93 for them was a fantastic showing here in the group stage. This obviously is an important side. However, I want to know where we're at for the cutoff. I mean, technically, FM Ponchon at 61. If they get 0 and then suddenly a load of other teams start moving up, there is a chance. All right, here we are.
61, 60, 59, 59, James.
Oh, it's close. It is close. The Mission Ready International Alliance is biting their nails at the moment.
There's no chance.
They need so many teams to get an absolute sinker.
There is no chance. Petrichor Road needs to go out on 0. They have more They have more kills though. Mission Ready has 26 placement points, which is important here. Al-Qadsia, they also need to break the 60. Petrichor Road needs to break the 60. E-Arena needs to break the 60. It is so many teams on the chase.
The teams that could jump up. It's scary. Scary moments here coming into our last Miramar for the group stage as we get ready for it, Martin. Any final thoughts before we get in?
Yeah, man, this is going to be insane. The teams that are already qualified are going to be running around, gunning at everyone, shooting at everything, third-partying everything. The teams that are on the chase, that needs the points, they're going to be playing slow. They're going to be playing on the edge. They're going to be looking for easy points by keeping everyone alive here. My eyes are on Petrichor Road here. It would be insane to see Active come in here and dominate the second day. He was not ready yesterday. He could be ready today.
He could be. He could be. Which teams are going to take fate into their own hands? Because it feels like there's 7 that could quite easily go through or quite easily be eliminated right here, right now.
One final game remains in these group stages of PGS 10 to determine who will be going to the grand final, and it has never been closer at that cut line. So many teams with so much on the line, Toby.
19th through 12th right now are split by 6 points.
Unbelievable.
If you told me to try and predict how this one is going to unfold, you could give me 50 tries. I probably would get it right once or twice. There are so many moving parts in this final game. And then you add on top of it, not just the teams trying to qualify, but the teams with nothing left to lose and having already qualified. And on the flip side of that, the teams with nothing left to prove in having already fallen out. For these teams in that lower mid-pack fighting to get into the top 16, this last game is going to be hell on earth.
TLDR, buckle up, kids. And get your popcorn ready, because this is about to be an absolute banger from the word go, as we see a number of teams really waiting for the last minute to go for that drop, change the game. And Full Sense once again, Gen G dropping over towards Power Grid, and Twisted will pull away as they still have so much left to fight for. FaZe and Al-Qadsia first out of the plane. See Al-Qadsia just off to the west as we wait and see where our circle will take us.
Exactly. This is going to be a tough one. So many teams. I mean, usually we have 3, maybe on a good day 4 teams will follow in a final match that can move things around. Here it's almost half the server, and we finish off the game with as tough of a circle as we possibly could imagine. Water has been the storyline, Poro, for all these maps today, and we're not going to be cheated out of that here on Miramar.
Absolutely. Looming large is the circle that has 40% plus unplayable. And this time will be no different. Don't point at that island. You take your finger back, sir. I will not have it.
Imagine.
No.
Chat knows what I'm talking about. Chat knows what I'm talking about. Imagine.
No.
Imagine.
Possible shot. Well, if anything, this is going to do what all of the other games that have had similar circles have done, and it's force these teams to run into each other much earlier in the game than they would normally have liked. As we see Al-Qadsia already 4 deep, they have the longest way to go as they are all the way up in the northwest.
This is the issue, right? Because you jumped out of the plane immediately. Do you even dare go for an E-pickup? I mean, you have no clue how many teams opted to go late. We actually know that surprisingly many stuck around in the plane for quite a bit longer. So for Al-Qadsia, you have got to expect to come into the circle by the time like phase 3 pops and hope that they come to your side.
Yeah, I think
it's got to be so difficult.
I think if I'm putting on my IGL hat, I'm thinking, do the thing. Don't, even if we find any pickup, don't take it right now. Just come in, play late, hope that you can avoid. You know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen inside that zone, inside that playable area. There is going to be fighting all the time. If we can just stay alive as 4, come in late, we can capitalize off of some of that and just try to play the edge, try to get in, especially when they're sitting right on that cut line so close.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing once again, of course, important to show, the cutoff points from tournaments past. The highest point we've ever had the cutoff be was at PGS5 at 63. There is a world where we beat that today if the same mid-pack teams all kind of rise to the occasion here on the final match. Currently, the cutoff is that 58-59 point margin. We're seeing the split here with the current teams up in the top, mission ready, sat tied with 15s and 16s at 59 right now. And as I said on the desk, it would take a miracle for them to be able to make it through. They do have the tiebreaker advantage, the placement point advantage over the teams behind them. So the teams would have to hit 60. But for for Petrichor to not get 2 points, for Alcacia to not get 3, and for E-Arena to not get 5, all in the same match, you're praying if you're mission ready.
Asking a lot. Well, just a brief reminder of what PGS5 looked like. That was the one where Twisted Minds just absolutely dominated the group stage by 40. I mean, they had a 40-point lead on second, but the problem was everybody below Twisted Minds was just right on top of each other, so it made that cut line go a little bit higher. And so we kind of find ourselves in a little bit of a different position this time around, as it seems to be more parity that's causing the cut line to rise.
Exactly. Top teams here pushing amongst one another, trying to make their rotations happen, as Petrichor, just 2 points outside of qualification, are setting up their first rotation. Being shot and doing so too. Ooh, Joey, keeping pretty humble.
Goodness gracious. If that's not Team Liquid's luck, like just writ large, you're shooting at somebody 100 meters away and they just land the one AR shot that they take on you.
I thought they were going into the compound for a second. I was like, boys, the circle is somewhere else.
Glad we don't have those heart monitors anymore. We would have seen Rex just shooting through the roof probably.
Oh, he is. He's aggressive.
Take that opportunity to take a few shots in the back. And we'll stay alive for right now, as Petrichor Road will continue on their merry way through El Azhar.
And this is the issue right now, right? I mean, for FM Pocho, you just go, the 12th place, oh, that should be fine. There's plenty of points down. Not quite so. That 61 is... I mean, that's what we were talking about, how there's so many teams still that can change up this leaderboard. 61 is by no means safe at this point in the game. So for Rex to take shots at a 4-man rotation being a solo, that is... you're playing with fire, my man.
Anybody below full sense, if you go out with 0 points, you're going to be sitting there watching your screen as sweat drips down your brow because it is so very tight here. So we see Team Liquid doing a little bit of backfill around Petrichor. They're actually going off to the north, and it looks like Team Liquid just kind of realizing the situation they're in. If they are going to have any hope at all, it's going to have to be a high kill kind of performance here, a high kill win. And the only way you can get that going is by starting early. So we'll see what happens as we check in with E-Arena.
Everyone in vehicles right now. It would be lovely to see the map as well to get a good picture of how things unfold, because it's a very easy and clear divide how we've split up this server. No one is going in center on this circle. No one is wanting to push for Los Leones. We're seeing wide reps on the east coast and wide reps in around that southern side, meaning that the choke points, the entry points in this one are limited to effectively like maybe 30 degrees of this entire circle. We are going to see teams eliminated early because there's simply no way that all those teams manage to make their way in that little amount of space.
Just the way the circles have worked out, unfortunately. As we see FaZe, they have Vard leading the way down to the south. Petrichor Road has just made their way into the circle. Vard just kind of hugging that coastline, waiting for the rest of the team. Doing a scouting on his way in. Alcacia doing the same thing, however, on the complete opposite side of the map, on the west.
Backfill, backfill, backfill galore. You have one half of the team trying to push early, another trying to make it late. As FN, it was Rex to shoot at Purdy and Liquid just before this time around. It goes the other way, and Rex is going on the aggressive again here.
Again, FN Potion trying to go for the kill, but Luke-12 finds the opening knock. Breakers trying to see if he can spot some head peeking around that ridge line, but it's not going to reveal himself as Sparking will try to come over here. He's getting shot at from behind. SGA, meanwhile, they're going to run into a Gen G split, a little bit of a trap. FN Rex will get flushed out by Luke-12, so that will be the first kill going over to him.
And how many times have we seen it that these teams with nothing to lose somehow almost make the miracle run? I remember in the EMEA we had a Virtus Pro game where they had 19 kills before phase 6, you know? I mean, this happens when a team with their backs against the wall with nothing left to lose go, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go out and see what we can do with this final game. Let's see what we can do. They somehow make things happen. And for Liquid right now, you might as well put up on literally everything you can see, because if not, well, then you're not making it anyway.
Ooh, SGA deciding to try to stop down and do the same thing that Liquid is doing, except they are getting lit up by Gen G. Bean gets that initial knock on to, and they'll be able to get him into the vehicle. But yeah, this is just a full-on push here. But Falcons also have a little bit of an angle onto this as well. They are the closer to the circle, though, so they have the option to just bail out.
Smart disengage on their part. They saw the knock come through. They peeked over the ridge side and said, is there a free point for us to take as we make our way further down towards Los Leones? And as they see that no proper fight unfolds right after, they immediately disengage. Good decision-making on the side of Falcons.
Orca's cooking, and that grenade will do about half of Hane's HP as he continues to just dance around on that ridgeline. Another grenade follow-up from Orca, not going to be enough. Hane very much pinned out here by himself. The rest of the squad nowhere near, as Orca will try to make the push, and Hane wins that 1v1. Orca doesn't lose those very often, and he finds himself flushed out as Hane, down to no HP, will go down to Tosi.
Yep, Tosi able to find him. If he hadn't, maybe the blue would have, because he was down to, I think, 1 or 2 health there. Even if it's phase 1 and it doesn't do a lot, that's enough to a guy that's at that low health. Now, though, big implications to come with this phase 2. Oftentimes, it's not really before phase 4 that we see big impacts, but with this much water, with Los Leones in play, where are we going? We're going coastal. Proper coastal.
That is probably one of the worst possible circles that these guys could have hoped for, because if they were forced together enough before, even more so now, as you see all of those teams starting to arrive from the north. Petrichor Road has the high ground. Liquid pushing through Impala. No shots been traded just yet. FaZe trying to breeze through on the road, the coastal road. James off on the island by himself, trying to scout out for the boys.
Yeah, I think he's on a glider,
I think
making
he's on
his
a
way
glider
down
as
the
well,
coastline. But honestly, I mean, you say that, if you're a team set on that cross right now, send one out there, just prone, just stay alive, because you know there's going to be a lot of teams falling soon. One of them potentially to be Team Liquid. Ming able to find the first, goes for the second as well, but can't quite connect.
We'll make sure he gets that flush and secures that point and climbs 1 point higher and getting closer to that cut line. As Team Liquid, they find themselves pinned down in the valley. Ike's left will go for the low side flank. Ming will try to hold them off as long as he can. Sparking grenade in hand, will send it up, and it's gonna do damage, but it's not gonna do enough. But Ike's left gets spotted out. Team Liquid not going down without a fight.
Big loss for Petrichor Road, who are very much in the fight, and obviously, I mean, for Team Liquid, it is just any other day of this game. You gotta keep pushing, you gotta stay aggressive. You're looking at a 20+ kill game to even be considered to go through to the finals.
And the dinner bell is ringing for FaZe. They make their way in. FN Potion doing the same as Team Liquid retreats to the hard cover as Alo gets knocked. Petrichor Road still have that high ground. They still have the angles. But you can see Star-Lord just on the north side of your screen. Breakers already in the city. James will get the knock on a Ming from the skies above.
Able to find him. We also saw, important to mention, Rex just got rest, and in doing so, flew immediately for the islands. He is doing what we were just talking about. Sent one guy out there, let him lay low and try and stay alive at Sparking. He's found by Vard. FaZe trying to push their way further into safety.
Liquid now down to just Luke-12 as Sparking's point. FaZe would love to make sure that they collected that one, and they do, as they and another one as they flush out Ming Ming. So FaZe making sure that their spot in the grand final is secure. They're up to 62 points overall as AZ makes his way through the city looking for Luke 12.
Trying as best as they can, but it's all the teams in need that are finding these points right now. And now FM Pochon in Impala proper with the south side rotation to make. They're coming in on foot with Liquid. Sorry, no Twisted Minds wrapping just underneath. So many of the teams with a lot to fight for in and around Impala right now as Breakers is able to find AC.
Huge knock and flush for him as FM will now jump to a tie with FaZe. Chewy, the last player left alive, and he's going to go down, but Rello and the boys from Al-Qudsiya will flush out SGA, and you could hear the screaming in the background as they are now up to 60 points.
The scream of success. Hopefully it lasts for the next 30 minutes as they now sit in 15th place.
Fard and the rest of the FaZe boys still got work to do. FM Pochon, after getting that first kill, they're going to pop the E pickup.
Where do you
Let's see
go
where
from
they go.
here?
This is just a direct north to south E pickup. So you got to imagine Puerto Paraiso might be the goal.
Are they going out on the island with Rex? I mean, what's the play here, boys? Because there's such the elevation. Like, the opponents will have such a long time to shoot at you coming down. Let's see, though.
Oh, my
Circle is going to go south. We know we're going to go offshore, or sorry, off water with the next one. So it should effectively center up on Tianchan. But do FN go for the phase 8 play here? Try to commit to that now.
Some of the most brutal water circles with so much on the line. These guys are,
this is insane.
These teams and these players are pushed right to the brink as Change the Game will try to send it for the comp. Oh, it's completely open for them. That is huge, huge for Change the Game.
Good readjustment on the side of FM Pochon as well, seeing those vehicles cutting underneath, saying we've got to cut this flight short, set up shop here, but more rotations are going to be coming through. It is statistically impossible for all these teams to be alive in this next circle. We are about to witness absolute cinema with all these teams try to make it to safety.
And Al-Qudsiya make their way through the gauntlet, losing only D. They will send it right into Puerto Paraiso as E-Arena are occupying the northern side. Al-Qudsiya will take over the south. A few shots being sent over in their direction from Orca, of all people. Gen G just south of the circle. They still got to fight their way in. Falcons, meanwhile, playing from the west.
You have teams literally at every 100 meters right now. It is a landmines field of teams in front of you when you're Falcons, and you still don't have expendables inside circle yet.
FaZe.
Twisted up north has to make a play happen here as well.
FaZe, they've got James in the glider, and he's got Rex just below him. But FaZe is about to hop into that E pickup, but Chewy was waiting, ready to spray them down.
Where do you go?
We'll see what happens. Rex still hanging out on that island. He does have to leave now. The shot's still being sent over towards James using that intel to try to pick something out for FaZe here, but the helicopter is arriving, and that is a nice grenade coming from Chewy, but FaZe, their spidey senses were tingling. I think James maybe spotted them out, and now they're going to take the fight to Forest.
I think the run on up has nothing to do with them on the backside. I think it's Forest Gaming. They heard the
Forest.
vehicles coming up on the other side. Little do they know there was a player behind him. Now they realize as Chewy shot shooting, and that's going to be Petrico out at 60. They are sat in 16th place right now. Falcons, E-Arena, the ones on the hunt. So far, Petrico are in, but it is far and large from guaranteed that they will make it through.
They took the fight to Liquid. They took the high ground around Impala, and they got fourth-partied, third-partied. You can see just the discussions happening between them as they now have to sweat it out. Al-Qudsiya also in the same boat as Gen G is crashing down on their position in Puerto Paraiso.
Falcons are coming into this one with more placement points than Petrico, so they would beat them in a tie. We'll see here if it's going to come through. They need 1 point to, at least for now, be safe. But E-Arena is still very center in the circle here with a almost guarantee that they're going to make something happen too.
Full sense working their way around the ridge lines as we wait and see where the circle goes. It's going to cut as much back to land as possible, given that it's circle 4. And so all these teams know that. Falcons still just hanging around the edge, but Thanadol is starting to creep up. He sees them peeking over those ridge lines. And Tiggleton, oh, this is gonna.
No time for mortars. No time for mortars.
I don't think they realize how precarious their situation is. As we see, Gustav will go down to the blue phase after not taking that E pickup.
Yep.
They're running into trouble here as Forest and Twisted Minds are gatekeeping them from the north.
Exactly. Forest was set underneath them already, but Twisted have successfully been able to cut off their rotation. Real wise playing and understanding how to make your way on an issue is in doing so. They have pushed themselves right in between all the opponents, who we would love to see right now. Vard able to find one. Fex finds another. Gustav will fall to the blue, but there's a lot of fighting happening on the north side of this circle right now as Tiggleton is going for a mortar, but again, FaZe and Forest fighting for dear life in the north.
Awesome mortar. Let's go back to the north where Twisted Minds are fighting with Forest, holding FaZe out against the wall as... There we go. Okay, here we go. The smoke wall is staying alive. Twisted Minds working around the ridgeline. Scappy will go with a spray, but he gets shot in the back by Tanvu. He's got to go for the reposition.
Twisted Minds needs to stay alive here. They are in for now at 62, but they're taking casualties by the second. Scabby finds another one. Down to low HP, has to heal in the smoke. It is just Perfectix on his feet right now, trying to keep the Twisted Minds dreams of PGS 10 finals in play.
And Fex is the last player alive for FaZe, doing the same for them as Scappy will go down to the blue. Olympus, now the last player left alive for Forest, who is comfortable in third place with 91 points overall, but it's all down to these two, Perfectix, Fex. Who will they avoid each other? I don't even think that. I think they just have to go for the fight between each other as Scappies will get taken down by Breakers. So another point picked up by FN Potion.
Stolen away Potion. With every point they get, they secure their spot more and more. They're not guaranteed yet themselves, though, as Rex, those spots won. That's Olympus down. Take casualties immediately after, though. Tanvu finds Zenith, but with the teams behind him damaged to the extent that they are. 65 looks good for FN, but of course by no means guaranteed.
And Perfectix has to leave this behind. He can't stick around and wait for this knock and kill on Fex. He's got to try to play for position. You can see he's still trying to make sure that he doesn't get backstab. It looks like Fex is just committed to sticking around and trying to heal through the blue. He's not even looking in this direction. He's looking off to the north. And now Perfectix, I think, getting the call from Batu to just hang out, as this is just going to be too hard, as it looks like Team Liquid able to get Sparking back. So Team Liquid back up to trio, I think, Alo and Sparking.
Yep, both of them getting in.
All
but
four.
Not necessarily landed just yet. You can see there's still quite a flight to make happen as the three of them come flying on in. So far, somehow, none of them taking damage, and they will make landfall on that southern side.
Unbelievable stuff from them. Alo will finally get taken down by Orca, but Gen G, they are... I mean, that is a juicy, tasty-looking meal.
Good on Luke for
right in front of
sacrificing himself, too.
Yeah, absolutely. The new circle is going to change the game as Perfectix will spot out Fex, but he doesn't get the point. Fex instead going over to blue, and now FaZe is out with 65 points.
65 for FaZe looked good. And as you're saying, that point, I mean, the tick of blue comes in right between the two bullets, so no kill point for Perfectix there.
The problem for Twisted Minds, for FaZe, for Alcancia is you see Falcons, you see E-Arena, all with 4 guys still remaining, playing from that western side. E-Arena even in a better spot in Puerto Paraiso, but Full Sense still looking over in that direction.
Next biggest focus point right now has got to be Falcons, though. They are 1 point away from taking over 16th place from Petrichor. Not that that means guaranteed qualification, but right now they're in between 2 teams. They're outside circle. We're looking at 1 point for a potential top 16 for Falcons.
And Gen G, meanwhile, have left Puerto. They're going to try to work their way up the hillside, but unfortunately for them, Full Sense is in perfect position. Tosi will get spotted out. He goes down. Bean, Flame, and Orca still working around the edge as the Expendables are taking out FN Potion.
Circles creeping on in. Fights taking place. Shrimsy spots Flash on the backside of it, but not going to get anything with it. FN Potion do go down, so that's 12th place eliminated at 65. But here, crucial rotation in the making for Falcons. They need 1 to tie. More would be great, but 1 is all they need for now.
With their entire tournament on the line, Falcons will move up incrementally. They get shot at from the north by JDG. They have to make a move. Shrimsy is going to be right behind Tiggleton. He gets knocked low. Tiggleton's still alive. They're going to share the compound, which changed the game. You saw the grenades coming out from CTG. They have not been sent just yet.
Miraculous rotation come through. Yes, they lose Atrin, the straggler on the backside, but so far they're alive. I might have spoken in too soon, though, as Full Sense do get eliminated. Our eyes stay on the Falcons. Shrimsy now down again, not guaranteed yet. Still, more teams alive than placement points allow.
And Tickleton and Kickstart trying to avoid the Molotovs, but the grenade gonna land right on top of Kickstart finds a corner that's just outside of Molotov range. Tickleton has to have the happy feet, dances around. He's staying alive and staying in this game.
CTG is doing all they possibly can to try and take out Falcons, but they're doing a good job at dodging, weaving, avoiding all the chaos come their way as fights continue on the western side.
Kills are falling all over the map, but there's still 10 teams left. We have not yet reached placement points. Falcons cannot rely on that just yet. They're going to lay down the smoke. It looks for now like Change the Game have run out of utility, offensive utility, although Aries still has something left in the bag. Let's see if it's going to send it. Oh, it goes just wide.
One more team needs to go out, and there they go. The 1 point secured. They are in for now, but again, keep in mind E-Arena still in this game, just 3 points down. If Falcons fall here, damage being done, CTG creeping in.
And there comes the push from Change the Game. The flashbang will throw things off. Hangy's going to go down to Kickstart. He's going to secure the point. He's going to get the second kill as well. Jiaotan will come around. He gets Falcons, but not before Falcons is able to secure 2 more points.
Makes it on in at 62. Let's see now what's going to happen with E-Arena on the hunt. The next one on the chopping block are Al-Qadsiya. 4 points for E-Arena to try and see if they can make it through. They've made a successful rotation along the shoreline up to the north, but now being shot at by Expendables.
And somehow, some way, Perfectix has managed to survive the blue and is still alive for Twisted Minds, collecting placement points as he goes. E-Arena, they're going to take the knock on a Jacob as they try to fight their way across the road.
E-Arena set on the south side still will lose 1 as Tanvu goes down. There was the pressure player from up high taken out by Perfectix. He too will fall in return, so more space to breathe for E-Arena along the shoreline. Purdy now creeping on up to Cowboys. Set here on his own right now, but with a teammate there to help him too.
And he's basically pinned Cowboy between Sparking and Purdy Curdy. Roth is still alive, but he's on the other side of the road. But a good spray from Cowboy gets the knock on a Purdy Curdy, and he gets the flush as well.
The more you can do here, Cowboy, the better your odds are, the harder it's going to be for E-Arena to try and take this spot away from you. 63 is where they're set.
63 is good enough for 15th place right now.
And they surpass Falcons as well.
And that's the big thing, because you worry about E-Arena the most with 4 players left alive. Cowboy stays alive. Roth, again, still in this. He's on the other side. His Barking will get the knock and the flush. Collects 1 more point for Team Liquid, but he is the last player left alive.
Exactly. Sparking finds 1. Roth's going to prone this one out for as long as he possibly can, but importantly so, they have surpassed Falcons. They're once again the ones on the chopping block. E-Arena back up to 4 alive, needing to make it 4 points to tie Falcons at 62.
And E-Arena, the only team left with 4 players left alive, and they have a beautiful position here, especially if they can get a little bit more circle love. If this thing cuts back to the east. Sparking has been spotted out by JDG. 6 kills for them as they have had an absolute glow up from PGS9 to PGS10. They are looking so dangerous going into the grand final.
Falcons with more placement points than E-Arena coming into this game. So if it's a tie, should go Falcons' way. But of course, E-Arena with a chance to get placement points in this game as well. It's going to give them good odds for making this thing happen. 4 points to tie, 5 to take the lead.
Change the game with JDG pinned up against the wall. Cold 119 surviving by the grace of the smokes, but he's going to have to stand up and he's going to have to get on the move. E-Arena gets the good circle shift to go towards them, and they are looking very, very nice. This would be an absolute miracle run for them if they can manage to make their way into the top 16.
Falcons fans shaking right now seeing that circle. The only thing that could not have happened was come the way of E-Arena, and it does exactly that as fights unfold on the southern side once more. Sparking trying to make something happen, trying not to finish down the bottom of that leaderboard. Will fall in the end of it as we go down to 5 teams left alive.
So ends Team Liquid's tournament. JDG still with Cold 119 left to play and change the game. Looking around to see if they can spot him out. Roth could be an absolute menace here for E-Arena. The opening door, the spray comes through. He's able to get one, but can't get any more than that as Jacob will retreat back into the shack and get back on his feet.
The placement point and the kill to boot as well. E-Arena now 1 point out of qualification. 1 point out of a tie, I should say, with Falcons. They need more, though. They need 63 to be in. And Opans finds the knock onto Duck Juice.
And the Expendables, as soon as they saw that knock in the kill feed, they sent it down here. This feels personal. A battle amongst APAC teams. Can the Expendables end the E-Arena dream? Opans is down. Norins will try to go for the flush onto Duck Juice to at least secure that point.
They know how close this is. They know the importance of getting literally every single point you possibly can. The first blue zone misses the target. Second one looks to be on point, and they will secure it with it. 61 is where they're set. 2 points out of qualification.
Tied with Falcons right now as the Clories and the rest of the Expendables. It looks like Delwyn has the side angle. Clories down to half HP. Meanwhile, Change the Game still trying to get rid of JDG. They aren't even looking over in this direction as the Expendables. Clories goes down to a grenade from Norins, and E-Arena are making it happen in Game 6.
They are indeed. They've pushed on through. They've shoved Falcons out into 17th place. 2 points behind Twisted. That will be the cutoff. Sat behind. E-Arena with a chance to claim this one here in the end. They take out Delwyn as well.
And Change the Game, they're still in it, but you gotta feel they're too far removed. There's no way that they can collect enough points off of this to qualify, and E-Arena does what needed to be done in the final game of the day to secure their spot as Falcons start to gain realization of what has happened.
A new PGS group stage record at 64 points being the cutoff by Twisted Minds. Falcons out 17th place at 62. Petrichor falls short at 60 as well.
And now all that's left is to figure out who will come home with the final win of the group stages. E-Arena with 3, Change the Game only with 2, but they've got the high ground. And E-Arena will have to move here shortly. You have to imagine as the phase, the circle collapses. Norins, Jacob, Larix just playing around that ridgeline. Beautiful work by them here today.
And yeah, exactly. I mean, even if CTG does not qualify through the grand finals, what a step up they've had today, showing the global stage that they are capable of taking the fight to even some of the best in the world. But Tulin should see smiling there, maybe having done the math, realizing 1, 2, okay, we should be good. We should be good. We can smile a bit, hoping that they have gone through. Little do they know that, of course, they have.
They're sitting there like, oh, yeah, not even close.
Not even close. Worst
close.
thing is now they're going to the grand finals, and everyone's going to forget about the 16th place finish because they'll probably get 200 again.
Yep. That's usually how it works out. Yeah, no, if you do well in the finals, nobody remembers how you ended up getting there.
Yep.
But we have to still figure out how we're going to end things as E-Arena, nobody really too intensely pushing here.
This goes to show how insane the mid portion of this game was. The fact that these two teams can linger for a circle and a half and barely shoot at each other, right? We saw so much chaos. Once that phase 3 shifted shoreline again, every single team bombing it down the coast and with so many casualties to follow.
3 circles to start the game, all with 50% water. Just absolutely brutal stuff. And E-Arena being one of the first to go into Puerto Paraiso, it ends up paying off huge for them as they collect their 5 kills and possibly collect even a win here.
And gotta give it again. I mean, Alcacia, we saw where they were in phase 1. They were practically out of the map on the northern border. They ended up being the most southern team on the server after the longest rotation we have ever seen, and just exactly scraped their way through to the finals. What an impressive effort from a team mixed of veterans and 2 rookies on the LAN stage.
This game was set up to provide us some absolute cinematic scenes from all of these squads, and it absolutely delivered. Even though the ending is down to just a 3v2, but we could see CTG pull off a miracle here as Ares has that low ground and they have no idea.
Also, you gotta keep in mind, I mean, it was really hectic through the mid game. There is a world where E-Arena doesn't yet know that they have actually qualified.
That is
you know,
true.
yes, they've done the math on their own play, but you can't fault them for not having been able to keep track of everything that's been going on through that mid-game, because that was hectic and they were fighting themselves while that was taking place. So they're playing it safe for good reason. They're wanting to secure that final spot.
Eric's getting knocked very low there, but not enough to get the flush. As we see the
themed smokes for the team color.
Yeah, there you go. Also, you see that utility situation obviously changed the game in a little bit of a rough spot after fighting their way from that western size arena. Looking a little bit better as they made their way through Puerto, but still just 2 grenades, 2 smokes left, and you see their chances of winning. The 3v2 obviously favoring Arena, but this could be a good move from Aries, but Nurin sniffed it out, and he goes down, but nice re-knock from Wenbo. He's got the M249, he's going to take the spray, he's going to donate himself over to the blue, and that will do it for these group stages. Arena get the win in the final game.
Never have Thailand looked better on a global stage, from Full Sense down to E-Arena here as well. And we know we're going over to PTC in Bangkok come next month. They have a lot to be proud of, even off of these group stage performances.
This day delivered in a way that we absolutely expected, and that was absolute violence from the word go. Changes up and down the leaderboard, and it is setting up to be an absolute banger of a grand final, even though some of our more popular names we might not see there this time.
Frustrations, and for good reason. They are a team known to be a top 3 in the grand finals. This time around, they won't get a chance to try and defend that spot. Ixlef won't be there in the finals either, but these boys, smiles on their faces. I don't think it's smiles of joy. I think it's smiles of, oh my god, we got away with that one. Yeah. There you have it. That's the end of the group stages.
A spectacular end to the group stage sees E-Arena make a miraculous run from Puerto Paraiso, and they get themselves the victory here at the very end. What a game to finish off the group stage. We were losing our mind backstage, Martin, about those circles and how it all went down.
Yeah, absolutely insane circle here. To have that much water in, to eliminate that much playing space, and then of course the Arena to set themselves up to have that center spot, to be able to fare this way and grab that last chicken dinner of our group stage for PGS 10.
The players also going into these last circles must have also been losing their minds, Martin. How are you supposed to play this out? With that much water still in a circle like this, it limits so much space.
An absolute change of pace, of course, as well. And the most insane thing is that we're going to be seeing 4 new teams that were not in the PGS 9 finals come in and play in the PGS 10 final. Absolutely mental scenes here. A little rough for Liquid, man. They had an absolutely shambolic group stage here at PGS 10.
Just unfortunately for them, a complete and utter disaster for what has been this 2025 campaign so far after such a strong 2024. But that's by the by. We need to talk about E-Arena here. There were moments where I was concerned for them. The Expendables coming over this hill. I didn't think they were going to use this angle as an entry point, but they did. E-Arena held strong against the world champions, holding them off, being able to claim this victory.
Yeah, that uphill ridge advantage worked out perfectly for them here. I mean, I would be more excited. They were outside the top 16 moving into this. I'd be screaming, I'd be yelling, I'd be super excited. Actually laughing a little bit too much, but yeah, they're not making it. They're going to have an extended vacation here in Malaysia.
Yes, they will, of course, as their eyes are going to be on to future tournaments, all things said and done. But now that also means there are other names that will not be making it through into that grand final. We can talk about them when we actually get to that and all is said and done. But also Al Ghazir as well. They're going to be able to make it. Great stuff by them so far.
Yeah, consistent teams obviously coming in here. The same 12 teams in the finals. 4 new faces. A little bit different in a group stage here. We saw domination from some of the teams here. Other teams, they were looking at just making it. And some teams, as you see on your screen right now, not making it all. Not getting back at a chance of another final slot.
No, definitely not. As you can see, Twisted Minds knows that they've squeaked on through there just by their reactions, whereas old Tiggletons will not be making it on through. Big names not making it, also big names making it through into that grand final. Let's hear from one of them here, the 4-time PGS champion, EWC champion. It's Batulins, who's over on the stage with Bella.
It is Bella here standing with Twisted Minds Batulins. What are you doing here? This isn't a champions interview. 16th place Twisted Minds. That has happened once and this is the second time. Well, what got in the way for you guys? Please share the tea.
Unforgettable experience. Like, it was interesting, you know, like not always you are sitting in the last place to qualify and then qualifying. So it's, you know, we already won many tournaments and nice emotions. But qualifying from the last place feels even better, you know?
Yeah.
Stressful. Stress is not often for us.
Yeah.
So,
Keeping you on your toes for sure. Yourselves, right? Well, I mean, you played 2 days now here with the lobby that you've been here with during PGS 9, but is there one takeaway that you think you probably should implement right away before we head into the final stage?
First of all, like, nice try, Genji. Since they tried to close us, like they hot dropped us in power grid. Not many teams brave enough to do that, and they were like that. So I guess we will remember it for sure, for some future events maybe. What else I can say? Like, see you in the finals, and I guess it's going to be harder to fight against us in the finals.
Okay, warning, nice message, nice, warm, spicy message to Genji. I'll make sure to pass that along. All right, Batu, thank you for the insight. I'll let you go. Well, I hope you have some nice resting moment before I see you at the final stages.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you have something you would like to say? Because I know you're a big fan lover.
I want to say, I don't know, like, thanks to all the fans who watching us. And like, I just want to say to Falcons, like, don't be sad because you're a great team and you're going to slay in PGC. Good luck, guys.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Batu. I agree. Now I'll really let you go because we have another interview that is going to be with the Expendables. And of course, joining me for translation is Viola. Remember, we did the hi. Say hi, Viola. Hi. Hi, Chloris. Good to see you again. Hello.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Well, it seems like at PGS group stages, there's a little bit of a pattern where teams perform spectacularly during the group stages, but aren't able to carry that momentum into the finals. And the Expendables, you experienced that as well. What are you going to do to make sure you guys don't do that this time?
Thường thì chúng ta thấy là có một cái kiểu là các đội mà đứng đầu bảng vòng bảng á, thì khi mà vào vòng final thì lại mất đi cái phong độ đó, và ngay cả The Expendables cũng đã từng trải qua cái tình huống như vậy. Thì vậy lần này các bạn dự định làm thế nào để có thể duy trì được phong độ của mình?
Em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ duy trì được phong độ này bởi vì bọn em đã tìm được một quán đồ ăn Việt Nam rất là ngon ở quanh đây, nên là bọn em sẽ tiếp tục thể hiện phong độ hủy diệt như ở vòng bảng.
Well, I think we will be able to keep our performance and our momentum because we have found a good Vietnamese restaurant around here, and therefore we'll be able to carry on the bombastic performance to the finals.
You're sharing the secret recipe to all the teams watching. But let me in on the Vietnamese restaurant because I would like to try it too. Well, it's time to get some love from Vietnam. I know you are a big lover of your fans too. So what do you have to say to the fans before we head into the last final stage of the last PGS of the year?
Tôi biết là bạn cũng là một người rất yêu các fan hâm mộ của mình, đúng không nào? Và bây giờ khi mà mình chuẩn bị tiến vào phần chung kết của mùa giải PGS cuối cùng trong năm, vậy thì bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến các fan hâm mộ của mình hay không?
Em mong rằng thì các bạn fan ở nhà sẽ theo dõi và cổ vũ cùng với ủng hộ team The Expendables, bởi vì dù gì thì bọn em cũng là Việt Nam last hope của cái giải PGS cuối năm này.
Well, I hope that the fans will keep watching and supporting us because anyway, we are the last hope of Vietnam in this year.
Yeah. I agree. Thank you, Chloris. Well, best of luck to you, and thank you, Viola, for the translation. That is all from me on the stage, and let's go back to the desk to get the final rundown of the final PGS group stage of the year. Bye! Say bye!
Thank you, Bella. Yes, so many fan lovers here from our pro gamers. And of course, we have winning the game at the end. E-Arena secures themselves a spot in this grand final. It was looking dicey, Martin. It was looking dicey for the boys, but they made it.
Yeah. A circle this direction here, obviously having such a good spot made that possible. 6 kills for them. And Expendables, as we heard it from here in the end, Clarice and the guys, 9 kills to go their way. That's obviously huge amount of points that they didn't need, taken away from other teams that they were fighting throughout this last game. But again, if you didn't make it in the last game, it's not that last game that mattered. It's your, the travels through the 11 previous games that you might have been able to have 1 or 2 more points in those games.
The journey.
Yes.
The grand finals is the friends we made along the way here for our 16 teams being able to make it on through. Nurins looks like he'll be taking the man of the match here for E-Arena. Playing out from Porto Paraiso, it is not the most common location, an urban ending we get by far. It is so close to water, it oftentimes creates a bit of a diabolical situation for people, normally with a big shift away, but Nurins will be able to capitalize on everything.
Yeah, for sure. Him being able to get in the kills, the damage here, and get the clutch done for the guys at E-Arena, making themselves into this final here. It's going to be cool. It's going to be awesome to see, but they're going to need a little bit of a step up in terms of the performance from the group stage going into that final. Cold, though, with the 4 kills from JDG. What a difference from them compared to PGS9.
Got to agree. They really had to go back to the drawing board, it felt like, in that week off to try and get themselves into a decent shape, and they have done in turn. So I'm excited to see how they're going to do in that grand final. That said, though, for all of these teams, I think they'll be ruining the day that Twisted Minds almost missed out on the finals, right? Because everyone is still looking at them as a big favorite.
Surely the top teams had a few more chances at taking some kill shots at them.
That
game with 17 pushing them, Perfectix still managed to get 4 or 5 kills.
Yes.
But Tulins managed to get 1 kill in a game where 17 potentially could have put them out here. And they're a big contender in the finals.
And you heard it in that interview with Batulins as well. He knows. He saw Genji. He paid respect to Genji on that attack against them. However, he did say he's going to remember it, so keep that in the back pocket for later on. It will be E-Arena, though, taking 16 points. 16 very important points for them to be able to jump up. Also important points, Al-Ghazia, 5th place Roth towards the very end there, being able to get just a few more salvage points here and there, surely to secure them.
Yeah, that little push and run on the road while everyone else was fighting on the edge. Just like, this is open. This is an open run.
Yeah.
He sends it in there and getting that 5th place. The extra 3 placement points makes the difference.
Oh, yeah.
And it took Falcons out.
All right, well, the Expendables, the current world champions, will break that 100-point mark in turn with 113. Fantastic result from them here in the group stage. And, of course, these are 12 teams that will be moving on into that grand final. The question is, Martin, the second page.
Yeah, this is the celebration page. The other page is the heartbreak page. And obviously, Virtus Pro getting 12th here. That's fine. There's 68 points. We knew that was likely to be safe. But that second page, a new potential cutoff here.
And here we have it. The guaranteed players and teams going through. FM Ponchon, FaZe Clan, Al-Ghazia, Twisted Minds in that 16th place. It's heartbreak for Falcons, Petrichor Road, Mission Ready International Alliance, who, you know, it's trick or treat for them around the corner, but unfortunately it's just going to be sitting on the sidelines and only getting not getting the best of treats.
Yeah, not enough kills for them. It's 26 placement points, obviously huge, but they should have got more kills and not breaking that. And then we talked about a potential higher cutoff here. It's a new record as well. We had a 63-point record previously, and now 64 points is the cutoff. Not that much higher here. For the participating teams in the final stage, though, this is such a great lineup.
Of course, yeah, as you mentioned before, though, a shift of 4 teams moving into that grand final from PGS9 relative to PGS10 here. What do you think about the prospects of some of those teams, like a SlamG, for example, who looked so much better in this group stage compared to PGS9?
Let's talk about the new teams here coming in, obviously. Freaks coming in.
Yep.
SlamG coming in.
Yep.
2 teams that, one of them, a team that were a potential favorite. SlamG.
A glorious team.
Yeah. SlamG coming in and actually being one of those new teams, one of those first LAN teams. And for this is amazing. I'm so excited to see them in and how they're going to be playing. The final is different, though. Vastly different.
Couldn't be, yeah, absolute polar opposites in terms of the teams that have been able to come in here, as we will have DN Freaks as well as SlamG. I'm excited. I'm excited for it. These are the 6 games that we're going to be playing on that first day. And of course, we have 18 games in total to crown our PGS 10 champions.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. The last PGS before our PGC journey here. And the last time...
And that's not even that far away.
It's just a month or so away.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
Very excited about this weekend.
Great PUBG action coming your way. And if that last game's anything to go by, I want to see more of that in the grand final. What do you think?
For me, though, it changes so much, right? Once we get into the final, the pace changed. Like, you don't just need to survive. Everything is on the board. There's PGS points, even more. The most PGS points ever this year, obviously coming into the last final here. $300,000 to be shared out across all these teams too.
And those PGS points are really important because for the most part, we kind of feel like we know which teams are going to be making it. However, if an outlier suddenly jumps and gets a surprise PGS and gets, I think it's 480 points or something for that first place, then suddenly everything gets turned on its head. That would be crazy.
Even some teams getting top 8, top 4, top 5, there's a huge shift in it. BB team right now on 420 PGS points. There could be a big shift if they get pushed out. If an APAC team comes in and take a lot of points, that could mean that anyone's legend with him as could come in to PGC as well.
Exciting. All right. Well, thank you to Crafton as well as Hero Esports for making everything happen here live from Malaysia as we are rounding out PGS 10 in just a few days' time. Of course, we will have those 3 game days. And we have op.gg. You can overpower your game if you head on over there. Check out all of the numbers, all the stats, not only from PGS 10 that's currently going on, but also PGS 9, and of course keep an eye on it for PGC in just a few weeks' time as well. That does it for the group stage, Martin. Any final thoughts?
For me, this has been such a change of pace, and the teams that have adapted and stayed on top. We see 12 of the same teams from the PGS 9 finals, and those are 12 teams that I have for sure my eye on here, but there could be a new winner, it feels like. With Twisted Minds only getting 16th here, maybe it's a mindset thing. Maybe it's like we just need to get to the finals. It doesn't matter how we get there. It's the final that matters to us. But yeah, I'm super excited for PGS 10 finals. It's going to be insane.
Day of tomorrow, then we are back right after that. So join us for those grand finals. Huge potential ramifications for the PGS points here, as well as who becomes the champion of PGS 10.
I'm coming for more. Burn the light and ready for war.
Come here. Nice.
Settle the score. How in the world to see the headlines when they come for you? Breaking the chains, let out the roar. Thunder, lightning, ready for war. Fearless as the fire burns. Every score tells a story. The pain and the glory is a fight through the ashes and flames on ready for war. Found what I was looking for. Weakness, yeah, I'm here to settle the score. I want the world to see the headlines when they come for you. Breaking the chains, let out the roar, thunder, lightning, ready for war.